This was a training camp, something Chen Feng had once encountered at the mysterious organization. The unique environments of these training camps increased the odds of one's breakthrough. However, the quota for participating in these training camps was extremely valuable. This was something a regular person had no hope of participating in. Chen Feng looked at the list of applicants for this training camp. So far, there were over 100 people waiting, with some having waited for an entire year already. The only thing these people could do was increase their contribution points unendingly in hope of obtaining a spot. If so, how long would he need to wait? Chen Feng tried to check out other training camps. There were a huge number of similar training camps that could help Beyond B classes enter Beyond A class. Since Chen Feng wasn't someone who was afraid of success rates, he believed that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to find one for him to join. Unfortunately, his search returned nothing. He could not find even a single one to join. Even for the camp with the shortest waiting list, there were still 126 names on the list. Even so, the reason for this waiting list being the shortest was due to the high difficulty of this camp, and only those with excessively high contribution points were on the list here. Others gave up on trying to enter the waiting list after failing. Even the order of the waiting list was determined by one's contribution points. Only those with the most contribution points could be listed at the top of the list. It was possible that one might be slated to enter next month, but suddenly someone with more contribution points would appear and the first person would have to once again wait, whereas the one with more contribution points would get to enter first. As such, to maintain one's position on the waiting list, one had no choice but to accept missions without stop, to earn contribution points without stop. Only by doing this could one obtain a chance to enter the camp. This was especially true after the sale of the Beyond X gene reagent. A huge amount of peak Beyond B classes had appeared, causing the limited quota for the training camps to be unable to meet the demand. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Have I inevitably screwed myself by releasing the Beyond X gene reagent? All the training camps at the Gene Production Association were only helpful for the increase of one's production level. As such, he had no choice but to look for strength-increasing training camps here at the Genetic Union. Alas, his special identity within the Gene Production Association did not seem helpful here at the Genetic Union. With several dozen training camps, it shouldn't be too hard for him to find one suitable for him, right? Chen Feng tried asking around. Unfortunately, there were no results. At present, even the one with the highest contribution points in the list had waited for at least half a year. Every person on the waiting list was either part of a major family, the heir of some peak Beyond A class warrior, or of similar status. Now, with the threat of the ancient race and devil race looming, nobody would be willing to concede their position in the waiting list. It was impossible for Chen Feng to cut in line. Furthermore, even if one person was willing to concede the spot to Chen Feng, would the others be willing? The only way Chen Feng could enter first was if the several hundred people on the waiting list all conceded their spots to him. After all, his contribution points at the Genetic Union were too low. As such, the only way he could enter first was to get special treatment from the Genetic Union. In fact, with Chen Feng's present identity, he was indeed qualified to obtain this special treatment from the Genetic Union. However, at present, both the ancient race and devil race were paying close attention to him and waiting for a chance to kill him 100 times. As for the Genetic Union, they were all hoping that Chen Feng could obediently serve as a mascot for them among humanity. If possible, they hoped that Chen Feng would forever stay within the Genetic Union under their protection and never leave. As such, it was rather unlikely for them to grant him an exception to enter the training camp, resulting in him leaving the protection of the headquarters. What bullshit is this? Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the present Genetic Union seemed rather reliable in terms of providing protection, he had no intention of forever staying under their protection and leeching off them. In this era, it was better for one to grasp strength in one's own hands. Seems like I can only think of something myself. Chen Feng sighed. Contribution points. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he studied the description of the contribution points. This system of contribution points was rather simple. This was a system where the importance of one's mission was the determining factor, an entirely different system from the regular points and the regular rewards for missions. This system of contribution points was like a flight of steps. The higher it was, the harder it would be. One mission might have ample rewards, yet only a tiny amount of contribution points would be given. As such, even when selecting missions, one had to be prudent. Naturally, Chen Feng would not be so bored that he started wasting time accepting missions to earn contribution points. If he were to do this, how long would it take to obtain sufficient contribution points? At the same time he was obtaining contribution points, others would be doing the same as well. As such, accepting missions to obtain contribution points was rather unreliable. If so, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze landed on time quicksand. This was something capable of earning him a huge amount of points. Naturally, they were regular points rather than contribution points. However, according to a certain provision in the laws of the genetic union. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. He. You guys are the ones who forced me to do this. At present, time quicksand had only created a small uproar. Even if this was the first new unique ability added to the list after so many years, this ability seemed too ordinary and had failed to garner a huge amount of attention. To buy or not to buy? This was a question a lot of people were asking. A huge majority of the Beyond classes were assuming a wait-and-see attitude. Suddenly, a rating appeared on the trait interface of time quicksand. The genetic union's regular points were extremely valuable. Each point was something the genetic warriors fought with their blood and life to earn. As such, in order to prevent wasting points on unsuitable abilities, there would be a short description, introduction, and rating for each listed ability. The total points were 10. Those rated 1 point were classified as trash abilities, while those rated 10 points were classified as abilities of great value. Different ratings would signify different worths for the listed abilities. After all, this was not some competition among merchants. As such, fake ratings were something that had never appeared here. This resulted in these ratings being something of utmost importance here on this list. What's the rating? Let me see. Holy shit, 10 points? Nobody could believe it. Nobody had expected that the first Beyond a class that had purchased time quicksand would actually leave a rating of 10 points there. What did this signify? One ought to know that in this rating system of theirs, a score of 10 was the equivalent of a perfect score. Even the 6-star secret art that was publicly acknowledged as the strongest ability was only rated at 8 points. The reason for that rating was the excessive price. This time quicksand was obviously priced similarly as those Beyond a class abilities, yet it was still rated at 10 points? Could this ability be even stronger than that 6-star secret art? Everyone's expression became solemn as they pondered this. If that was indeed the case. Instinctively, their gaze landed on the content of the rating, and instantly, their expression blanked. Rated by Anonymous Warrior, this is the savior of all middle-aged men. With my strength as a Beyond a 9, I am able to easily use this ability 9 times in a row, perfectly avoiding that awkward premature, censored. The act of censored that I long gave up on is once again possible. My censored power has actually increased by 5 times. Like Schwa. The people of the genetic union lapsed into silence when they saw this. This was a review filled with mosaics. However, even with that, they were able to clearly guess exactly what this person was trying to say. This was especially true for the sentence savior of all middle-aged man, which clearly hinted at what this was about. Time quicksand could be used like this? Hold on, 9 times, after an increase of 5 times, could it be that this old man had only been able to last 2 seconds when doing the deed previously? They wiped their sweat. This review was truly. But then, if time quicksand could truly be used in such a manner? Some of them were full of doubt. That's not possible, right? After all, that old man is still a Beyond a class. How is it possible that? One stated in a low voice. Someone else sighed. Maybe the wife is also a Beyond a class? That might be true. At this, the others gained understanding. With how interesting this was, it soon spread throughout the entire genetic union, to the point that a lot of them had odd expressions whenever they look at a Beyond a class. And because of this, the time quicksand became a trending topic. Immediately after, people started discussing the actual function of this ability in battles, in injury reduction, in increased ability duration, and so on. All of these were things that still required further testing. With this, time quicksand became truly, incredibly popular. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, I have been thinking too much? Chapter 553, I have been thinking too much? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. You have a super explosive ability? Sorry, with time quicksand applied at the appropriate moment, the explosiveness will vanish. You have an unrivaled defense? Sorry, with time quicksand, the active duration of the defense will disappear. After all, when activating an ability that required casting, if a single second were to go missing, the entire process would need to be restarted. The more they researched, the more they noticed how terrifying this ability was. This new ability created by Chen Feng became the most popular and powerful ability. As long as one put it to use in an appropriate manner, this ability could counter any ability. This was a super powerful interruption ability. This was what time quicksand was. It was not a powerful attack. Rather, it was the strongest support ability. Those people who had still been wondering whether they should buy it suddenly noticed that this ability was something everyone had to have. Oh, one refused to buy it? Well, one's opponent would buy it. And then, well, what would happen next was something one should be able to guess. At the very least, time quicksand would render one major ability useless. More importantly, one could never guess when exactly would time quicksand be used, when exactly one's ability would be suddenly disabled, giving one's opponent the initiative in the battle. In a battle where both parties were evenly matched, the one without this ability would be the disadvantaged party. With great sadness, after all the Beyond classes purchased this ability, they noted that the only use of this newly bought ability was to counteract the opponent's time quicksand, since both parties similarly had the same ability. When one activated it, the other would activate it as well. As such, everyone would take 1 second from the other side. Apart from this ability did not seem to have any other use. Of course, when facing the devil race or ancient race, time quicksand would still prove extremely helpful, something equivalent to an additional life. Ultimately, it was decided that this was an ability not to be used among fellow humans. I keep feeling like something seems off. Sigh, my combat power is still ranked 88. Same here. Even though I have bought time quicksand, nearly all the Beyond classes have purchased it as well. As such, ultimately, there are no changes in the overall combat power among us fellow humans. What a scam! I knew it. This Chen Feng will never come out with something good. Everyone felt too powerless to even begin berating this. Due to this, the rating of this time quicksand dropped from the initial 10 points to 3 points. Moreover, people were leaving the word scam in the reviews of this ability. Alas, they noticed with great grief that even with that low rating of 3, they still had no choice but to buy it. It reached a point where every newly advanced Beyond class had to purchase time quicksand as their first Beyond class ability. At a certain location within Genetic Union, Li Lei was watching on helplessly as the sales of time quicksand increased. God freaking damn it. At first he had believed that he would be able to bully everyone after obtaining this time quicksand, but now this ability had become a must-have for all Beyond classes. Chen Feng, what a scammer. This is the reason you asked me to leave the savior of all middle-aged men comment anonymously? Li Lei sighed at this realization. That's right, he was precisely the anonymous reviewer. Chen Feng smiled playfully. Of course. Sex was the easiest marketing method. In his previous world, regardless of whether it was via video, CD, computer, or even virtual reality, sex was something that had always sold extremely well. The same applied when it came to the dissemination of news. By spreading the news about his time quicksand as gossip, it was able to spread through the market at a rapid speed. Li Lei was speechless. Where's your integrity? Chen Feng merely laughed it off. He. Li Lei raised his brow. Anyway, are the points you have earned this time sufficient for you to enter Beyond a class? Since Chen Feng was already at peak Beyond B class, his next step of advancement was to enter Beyond a class. The points he had earned would be helpful in that. Regardless of abilities or materials, all of them could be purchased using points. Indeed, the points are already enough. But I'm afraid it's still not sufficient to enter a training camp, Chen Feng stated faintly. There's no helping that. Li Lei shrugged. When it comes to the transformation to Beyond a class from Beyond B class, nobody will concede. Among those on the waiting lists, a large majority of them are the children of the various big shots of the Genetic Union. I am aware of that. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Therefore, I have no choice but to think of something myself. With your talent and the points you have, if you use a regular method to break through, at most, you will be able to break through in a year, stated Li Lei. Chen Feng shook his head. 1 year is way too long. He had been stuck in Beyond B class for far too long. The trip to the Devil Race territory back then had also increased his thirst for power. No matter what, he had to break through into Beyond a class this time. If so, you can only wait for it. If you need help, I can help you farm some contribution points, Li Lei stated with a forced smile. This was the only way he could help. Chen Feng smiled calmly. There's no need for that. I already have an idea for what to do about this. At the same time, the Genetic Union was holding a meeting. The higher-ups of the Genetic Union were discussing something extremely important. The deputy president was somewhat anxious. Chen Feng's points are so high it's borderline scary now. Generally, it was extremely rare for a single person to create such Beyond a class ability. Normally, this would be a group project. After all the earned points were divided, what a single individual stood to earn wasn't much. As for the occasional cases where a single individual had succeeded in creating a new ability, those had normally been some minor abilities that weren't particularly expensive. But now, this Chen Feng had created Time Quicksand, a beyond-a-class ability. The price of this ability was extremely high, and in this circumstance where all beyond-a-classes had no choice but to purchase this ability so they didn't fall behind, Chen Feng's points had instantly reached a scary level. What's there to worry about that? One of them felt doubtful. At present, he is merely a Beyond B class. I reckon you will most probably use all these points just to break through into Beyond a class. I remember how the last time someone earned such a huge amount of points, that person did the same. With Chen Feng's talent and the resources he could purchase with these points, he will be able to enter Beyond a class in a year. This was the steadiest method of breaking through. Despite the somewhat lengthy process, it was still much safer than joining a training camp. If that were the case, it would be excellent. The deputy president smiled bitterly. Alas, your understanding of Chen Feng is too low. What about him? That person felt doubtful. Even if Chen Feng was a person with a respected identity, that was still a Gene Production Association identity. In the genetic union, with Chen Feng's strength, he wasn't that high up the ladder. Previously, Chen Feng was also merely a regular producer in the Gene Producer Association. The deputy president slowly narrated, this remained until one day when he created a research paper. Next, he started selling it. Next, he became part of the management of the Gene Production Association. Schwa! Instantly, everyone in the meeting lapsed into silence. Only now did they realize what exactly this deputy president was worried about. That was because according to a certain provision in the laws of the genetic union, if one possessed a certain amount of points, one could start purchasing authority in the genetic union. Granted, the amount of points required was excessively large. However, that's not possible. Everyone shook their heads. Even if such a provision indeed existed, in their history, only a single person had ever managed to do it. That was Luo Yuan, the founder of Stormtech Company Limited, the creator of the wristbands all of humanity used, the senior who had also created numerous mystical technologies. That was the first person who had accumulated sufficient points to start purchasing authority within the genetic union. However, even with the amount of points he had gathered, the scope of authority he had managed to purchase was only 0.1%. In order to truly have a say in the genetic union, one would need to have an authority of at least 10%. You are thinking too much, one of them stated, as if this was utterly ridiculous. What joke is this? This is the genetic union. Have you spared a thought for how many points would be required to purchase authority here in the genetic union? Even Luo Yuan only managed to purchase 0.1%, an amount only sufficient to have his name listed, before he gave up. If one truly wishes to gain enough authority through this method to control the genetic union, that is impossible. Don't worry. Everyone started comforting the deputy president. Regardless of how powerful Time Quicksand is, one must not forget one point: the amount of beyond a classes among humanity is still rather limited. True. At this, the deputy president lapsed into contemplation. Even if all beyond a class humans were to purchase Time Quicksand, the accumulated points would still be insufficient to purchase the authority required for one to actually assume any form of control over the genetic union. However, why did he still have this uncomfortable feeling? Perhaps I have truly been overthinking things, the deputy president muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Energy Shroud. Chapter 554, Energy Shroud. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Genetic Union. Within a certain laboratory, the Chen Feng that was constantly on the deputy president's mind was contemplating the future of spirit arts. Should he research all by it himself? That wasn't possible. Time Quicksand alone had exhausted 1,000 luck value. If he insisted on proceeding with the research himself, he could force himself to create 2 additional abilities before exhausting all his luck value, but that would be it, game over. This was simply behaving like a wastrel. Although these spirit arts appeared extremely powerful, it was still not acceptable to waste so much luck value. Even if he was able to create 3 different spirit arts, Chen Feng did not feel like he would be able to earn sufficient points. Apart from wasting his luck value, it was pointless. As such, what should the second spirit arts be, then? Flame? Lighting? Stone? Chen Feng pondered for a long time, yet noted that all these ideas were unreliable. A pure spirit art or something similar to Time Quicksand would be pointless to create. If so, should he create something everyone could utilize, then? Something even an E-class could use? The advantage of creating such a spirit art was the fact that it would have a huge target audience. There were only 100-something Beyond classes in existence currently. As for a spirit art that everyone could use, it might result in several 100 million people buying the ability from him. If the created ability was powerful enough. Chen Feng thought of it yet ultimately shook his head. That was not feasible. Even if such an ability could achieve high sales volume, the earned points from it would still be too low. Ultimately, it wouldn't be any better than time quicksand. Let's try and see if I can produce a basic version of anything. Chen Feng started trying. Shwa! Light swirled around. With his luck aura activated, Chen Feng started his research. Using his luck aura purely to select a proper direction to follow without a need to think too deeply about it, Chen Feng only needed to focus on improving on what was selected. After a long time, a brand new improved ability appeared. Energy Shroud absorbs 1% of the opponent's energy. Chen Feng. Shwa! What was the point of this thing? In short, this new spirit art extracted another's energy instead of time? The version used by Go Li's group was a spatial shroud that extracted space itself. As for Chen Feng's time quicksand, it was a time shroud and extracted time. And now, there was this energy shroud. What other abilities could result from this? Absorbing the opponent's energy during battle? Chen Feng pondered. Star-sucking skill, 1 not reliable. This damnable ability could only absorb 1% per attempt. One would need at least 100 attempts to absorb all the energy of one's opponent. So long as the opponent wasn't a complete idiot, after 2 attempts, the opponent would no longer fall for it. What to do? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Indeed, he had created the basic version of a new ability. But the biggest questions were how to further improve it and what to do with it. This was especially true since this ability was one that seemed rather useless and would only work on idiots. Chen Feng pondered deeply for an entire day and finally managed to think of something. If so... Spirit, prepare, Chen Feng stated faintly. Do you really want to do that? Spirit's gentle voice was filled with a trace of oddness as well. This idea Chen Feng had thought of was truly. Chen Feng answered resolutely. This is my only option. At the same time, at the headquarters. Li Lei. The deputy president called Li Lei over. Apart from time quicksand, is Chen Feng researching any other spirit arts? Nope. Li Lei shook his head. At that time, Chen Feng told me that researching time quicksand alone had already cost him greatly. At most, he will be able to create 1 or 2 more abilities, nothing more. That's good, then. Finally, the deputy preside heaved a sigh of relief. If so, one great worry could be erased from his heart. However, the deputy president didn't get to remain in his joyful mood for long, as just 1 week later, a piece of news that shook the entire world appeared. Chen Feng had created the second spirit art. If it's the second version, so be it. What's so special about it? Yeah. The deputy president was still calm and collected. Even if he creates 1 per week, it won't change anything. No, that's not the case. The employee that was reporting to him wiped his sweat. This spirit art is rather special. It can't even be classified as proper spirit art. What are you even talking about? The deputy president shook his head. Seeing how the employee couldn't explain clearly even after a long while, he decided to take a look himself. However, after a mere glance at this new spirit art, he blanked. Is this still a spirit art? Rather than labeling it a different spirit art, this thing might as well be labeled as merchandise. Along with the ability itself, a long user manual was attached. Name, Master Spirit Trainer. Classification, Spirit Art. Function, by using an appropriate training method, one can increase one's spiritual energy permanently. Exhaustion, same amount of energy exhaustion used during regular spirit training methods. Conversion rate, free. Right holder, Chen Feng. What in the world is this? A permanent increase of spiritual energy through an appropriate training method? This is unlikely, right? How is it unlikely? Even the lowest level spirit gene reagent is capable of granting such an effect as well. The problem here is the price he set. Price. Shwa. All their gazes landed on the price, and they were greatly alarmed. Only now did they realize that this new spirit art was actually free. That's right, free. A powerful new ability was actually being given out for free? This indeed shocked everyone. Indeed, nowadays, quite a number of kind and grand experts existed. However, if they were to give things out for free, they would most probably starve to death. Were they supposed to become a kind and grand beggar instead? This Chen Feng fellow. Let's first see what exactly this thing is. True. This might be an incomplete product. Chen Feng might have merely released it as an introduction for the public. That's possible. They all agreed on such a possibility. Since this was a free ability, everyone started purchasing it. Schwa. Purchase completed. Numerous mystical seals surged out. Everyone followed the circulation route as listed in these seals and circulated their energy. Soon, light swirled around their bodies, and ultimately, a crude illusion made of blue light appeared. This seems to be some sort of illusion? The composition of this illusion isn't too complicated. It only consists of lines. It's something anyone willing to learn can complete. This is the simplest of all abilities. They all started reviewing this new ability while trying it out. As for the contents of this illusion, before their eyes, numerous blue balls of light hovered. A huge amount of them were sealed by a gray seal, with only the first ball of light shining brightly. This was the ball representing the so-called Master Spirit Trainer. It's this thing here? They nodded subconsciously. Schwa. Light swirled around. Instantly, their surroundings changed into that of a massive arena. Greetings. Welcome to the start of Master Spirit Trainer. By defeating the opponent in front of you, your spiritual energy will increase, an ice-cold voice prompted. So simple? They tried fighting the opponent before them. They noted that the opponent they faced was someone whose strength was similar to their own. After several exchanges and gaining a clearer understanding of the abilities of their opponents, they were able to defeat their respective opponents. Congratulations! Your spiritual energy has been increased. Schwa! A clear breeze surged out. At that instant, all of their eyes widened as they realized that their spiritual energy had indeed been increased. Holy shit! It has actually increased for real. Even if the increase is rather low, it is truly a permanent increase. They were all stupefied. They had never seen such a mystical ability. They had indeed seen a lot of abilities capable of granting an increase in spiritual energy, yet none of those had increased their energy with such a method or so directly. What was the price for this? Nothing. Was anything exhausted in exchange for this? No. It seemed like one only needed to activate the spirit art and one would definitely have their spiritual energy increased? Perhaps this is similar to those minor abilities that only offer a one-off increase? Just as this thought surfaced. Schwa. Once again, the voice prompted. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have obtained 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Ding. Due to your current access level being F-class, the maximum limit of your spiritual energy increase per attempt is 1 point. As such, you have obtained 1 point of spiritual energy. 999 points of spiritual energy has overflowed. F-class Master Spirit Trainer has been fully unlocked. 1 point of spiritual energy increase will be obtained for every opponent you defeat. After reaching the maximum capacity of F-class, your access level will be promoted to E-class. After promotion, the limit per attempt will be upgraded accordingly as well. Schwa. A shiny item appeared. A closer look revealed that this was actually blue energy paper with the following words written on it, F-class, 5/100. Bang! Everyone's eyes widened. Something like this was possible? In short, the only reason for the small increase was due to the F-class access level, resulting in the user obtaining an F-class increase. After all, for an actual F-class warrior, if their spiritual energy were suddenly increased excessively, they might explode. For B classes and C classes like them, this was naturally a rather small amount. However, the increase was actually upgradable. We only need to complete 20 challenges and we will be able to advance to the E-class access level. Correct. The limit for those with an E-class access level will be much greater. At that time, we can continue progressing until our access level reaches D-class, C-class, B-class, and so on. At that time, our spiritual energy will greatly increase after each victory. What a powerful ability! If we are able to increase our access level to that of our actual class, if we can obtain all the overflowing spiritual energy. At the thought of this, they all became so agitated they started shuddering. Perhaps they only needed several dozen challenges to increase their access level to their actual class? This spirit art was truly incredibly powerful. What if we fail a challenge? Someone asked, curious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Free things are in fact the most expensive of all. Chapter 555, Free things are in fact the most expensive of all. Translator, limest and editor, Tenish. And thus, someone tried failing a challenge as a test. Next. You have failed your challenge and are currently in a weakened state. To maintain the stability of your spirit, we suggest that you stop continuing your challenges for now. Only now did that person realize that a weakened status effect had been applied to him. If you wish to continue the challenge, kindly proceed to the illusion paradise to temper your spiritual energy. Challenge attempts will be rewarded in accordance with the stability of your spirit. Illusion paradise? And only now did they realize that the blue ball of light beside the first ball had been unlocked. That seemed to be the so-called illusion paradise. Let's go take a look. They stepped into the illusion paradise. Howl. Numerous howls resounded in the air. So it's these fellows? They gained understanding. The so-called illusion paradise was in fact an area filled with regular mutated beasts. This species of beasts existed in huge numbers everywhere. This species had strong reproductive capabilities and was hard to kill while also being noisy. They were hated by all. The only function of these beasts was to stabilize one's spiritual energy. This so-called illusion seems to be a mere tunnel. True. All these beasts are actual beasts rather than illusory beasts. We will have to stabilize our spirit here first. We can continue the challenge after stabilizing our spirit? That seems to be the case. Everyone was curious. Having arrived at this place, everything was really happening rather than just happening in an illusory world. After all, this spirit art of Chen Feng's was merely forming an illusory world of light. The hunting of these beasts was the actual method of stabilizing their spiritual energy. Soon, after around 10 minutes of hunting, some of them recovered the stability of their spirit and were rewarded with a single challenge attempt. I'm done. I'm nearly done as well. Let's go back and take a look, then. Once again, they resumed their challenge. Like they had previously, the opponent this time was one whose strength was similar to the challengers. The opponent was still a crude silhouette of light. After failing the challenge, the user would still be inflicted with the weakened status effect. As for those who obtained victory in the challenge, congratulations, you have completed your challenge. Present access level, F class, 10 out of 100. Once again, your spiritual energy is increased by 1 point. Present overflowed energy. Distance from promotion into E class. After reaching E class, each victory will grant an increase of. A row of data appeared, subtly tempting the user to continue the challenge. It seems like an unlimited increase is indeed possible. Hold on, there seems to be a user manual here as well? Schwa. Someone opened the user manual. Within the user manual, the complete process for promotions from E-class and beyond were listed. The higher the level, the more the increase would be. This seemed to be a system filled with temptation. Hold on. The level in the illusory world of the spirit art is different than one's level in the real world? That's right. Since that's the case, if an E-class warrior were able to achieve a D-class access level in the illusory world, the amount of spiritual energy increase per victory would be. At this thought, their hearts shuddered with excitement. Shortly afterward, they got a rather formidable F-class warrior to test this out. Ultimately, this F-class genetic warrior was able to obtain an E-class access level in the illusory world. There, this person defeated his opponent. With the victory, he obtained an increase that was seemingly off the charts. Only several attempts were required before he was able to break through into E-class for real in the real world as well. Holy shit! One's progress will be so excessively fast after one's access level has exceeded one's actual level in the real world? Good gracious! If everyone does the same. They trembled in excitement. They now realized how heaven-defying this spirit art of Chen Feng's was. From F-class, the user's improvement would be guided without stop, with the reward upon promotion serving as the unending temptation that triggered one to attempt the challenges without stop. Moreover, it seemed like such a method of improvement would not bring about any side effects or losses. The only exception was the so-called weakened state for failing a challenge. After some tests, they noted that this weakened state would be carried forward to the real world as well. However, one could get rid of this weakened state by battling and killing a mutated beast of a certain level. It seemed like this method of improvement truly had no side effects. The only thing one needed to waste was their time, nothing else. For genetic warriors, who thirsted for strength, this was not an issue. Therefore, nearly everyone immersed themselves within the world of Master Spirit Trainer. Ha ha, I have been promoted to E-class. Same here. Ha! Just you wait until I reach a class. At that time, I will be able to dominate everywhere. Countless people clamored without stop. Now, this master spirit trainer became a must-have for everyone. Warriors of all classes, from F to A, started crazily grinding their level in the illusory world for the sake of obtaining a higher level in the world of the spirit art, to obtain greater increases in their spiritual energy. Everyone was overjoyed. This is truly deserving of the name spirit art. Chen Feng is actually capable of creating an ability like this. How amazing! I heard that back then, he also gave a formula he created to the Gene Production Association for free. This person is honestly too kind. I only hope that he still has sufficient resources to research a new ability. True. I do not wish to see Chen Feng finished either. We all owe Chen Feng. Countless people rained praise upon Chen Feng. At present, the deputy president of the Genetic Union was filled with doubt. This did not seem like what he had been expecting. He had initially believed that for something this useful, Chen Feng would sell it at an extremely expensive price. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had actually released it for free. He wasn't accepting anything at all. Had he gone crazy? For an ability like this, it wouldn't be excessive to classify it as a beyond a class ability, yet Chen Feng had actually classified it as an F-class ability? What was he thinking? Nobody had any idea what Chen Feng was thinking. Even the deputy president started doubting himself, wondering if he had been too prejudiced against Chen Feng due to his history at the Gene Production Association. After all, Chen Feng was a person who had contributed greatly to humanity. That's right. How could I think of him as such a person? Even if Chen Feng has that dark history, even if he has scammed countless people, even if he turned the Gene Production Association into his private property, his contributions to humanity are something one cannot erase. Perhaps I have truly misunderstood him. The deputy president felt ashamed of himself. With the release of this super powerful ability for free, he truly couldn't bring himself to continue blaming Chen Feng. At this time, Li Lei found Chen Feng in his laboratory. What are you doing? Even if you are performing charity, you don't have to do this, right? Do you have any idea how many points you could have earned if you sold this new spirit art? If you are too lazy to deal with the sales, you can get us to do it for you. Even if I'm only paid a 10% commission, you would still earn much more than what Time Quicksand made, Li Lei stated bitterly. Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I really can't understand you. Li Lei sighed. You released this for free just to become famous? To obtain the praise of the public? No. Chen Feng shook his head and asked, have you heard of that saying? Li Lei blanked. What? Free things are in fact the most expensive of all, Chen Feng stated calmly. Free, the most expensive of all? Li Lei was puzzled. He failed to understand the meaning of this saying, yet suddenly, a chill went down his back. This Chen Feng fellow. Right at this moment, as everyone was challenging the master spirit trainer without stop, the first batch of users fully entered E-class. With this, they noted with astonishment that one particular ball of light that had previously been sealed in gray was unsealed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Heaven-Defying Transactions. Chapter 556, Heaven-Defying Transactions. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. After every promotion, additional functions would be unlocked. After every promotion, apart from additional spiritual energy gain, one could obtain additional mystery functions as well. An example was ranking. This particular function ranked the levels of the users. Users across the world were included in this rank. First place, XXXX. Second place, XXXX. Third place, XXXX. Apart from this, there were also regional rankings, city rankings, and many other types of rankings. With all these additional functions, even if this master spirit trainer created by Chen Feng was a rather simple ability, with the top 3 in the rankings being featured in articles, the users were able to gain a sufficient level of respect. One ought to know that the present users of master spirit trainer were humans across the world. As such, these featured people topping the rankings would soon become famous. Holy shit! That Godan fellow is already first ranked in our city? The first rankers are even featured in an article? They can even write down a single sentence to be used as a saying like an important person. How enviable. At the 11th rank, the only thing I get is my name being included in the ranking, nothing else. How am I supposed to increase my ranking? There are no other methods. You have to grind without stop. They sighed. Each and every single one of the rankings received much attention. This was even more true for the world ranking. It seemed like as long as one entered the world of Master Spirit Trainer, one would be able to see all the rankings. In this new era where everyone was using Master Spirit Trainer, the reputation of the top rankers in this world couldn't be underestimated. And to increase one's rank, the only method was to challenge without stop, to remove their weakened state without stop whenever a defeat occurred. How nice would it be if there was a method for climbing the ranks faster? Sigh. Nobody has any shortcuts. They felt regretful. Right at this instant, after grinding painstakingly, a certain user finally reached the limit of E-class and achieved D-class access level. Next, he noticed that another astonishing function had been unlocked again. The new function, 100 points to remove the weakened state. As this news spread, everyone's eyes widened. Remove the weakened state? With 100 points? Hold on. In other words, after unlocking this function, one could remove the weakened state at any time? One could initiate a challenge at any time, disregarding the weakened state by only paying? Granted, this was a rather steep price. However, bang! With this, everyone went crazy. This was especially true for those racing up the ranks. With this function, one could continue the challenges, increasing their spiritual energy without stop, and their access level would increase without stop as well. Furthermore, the speed their strength was increasing it would be raised as well. All this seemed to be good news, something akin to a snowball effect. Buy. Grind. I will most certainly obtain the first rank in this city today. I, on the other hand, am aiming to enter top 10 of the world ranking. Everyone started their crazy grind. Schwa. Challenges were initiated crazily, and the precious points of the genetic union became something as common as some vegetable. Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the genetic union headquarters or branches, whether they were weaklings or experts, was exhausting their points without stop. Even those F-class genetic warriors couldn't resist using their points to remove their weakened state, renewing their number of attempts without going through the stabilization process. The only reason for such craziness was to save time, to enter the access level of E-class as soon as possible and to gain more spiritual energy as soon as possible. After all, at their present low access level, the amount of overflowing spiritual energy after each victory was so great that it caused their hearts to ache endlessly. As for their opponents, it seemed like the opponents would forever be at a level similar to the challengers. As such, there was no need to worry about the opponents they would encounter. The only thing they needed to concern themselves with was their access level. The only thing they needed to do was increase their access level until their access level was at least equal to their actual level in the real world. Rush. Buy. Everyone became crazy. Only now did the genetic union realize that something did not seem right. Hold on. With how things were progressing, something somewhere seemed off. Deputy President. The employee was sweating madly. There's a mistake in our data somewhere. The Deputy President, who was busy rushing toward the C-class access level, raised his head as he asked, "What data?" Presently, he was only 2 victories away from reaching C-class. As such, he was unhappy with this interruption. Chen Feng's data, the employee answered with a sullen expression. Chen Feng? The Deputy President was startled awake. Show me. Next, he saw an extremely horrifying set of data. Based on the latest data, during the past 2 days, the amount of points used to purchase the function to remove the weakened state. Schwa! The Deputy President started sweating madly as he saw it. He stared blankly at the number that had surpassed 100 million. Sir, surpassed 100 million already, the Deputy President mumbled. That's right. The employee forced a smile. This is merely the beginning. As the number of people who have unlocked this function increases, this number will continue to rise, until... The Deputy President was furious. How did this happen? This... The employee pointed meekly. The Deputy President glanced over at what the employee was pointing at. Instantly, he smiled bitterly. There, it was listed that the Deputy President himself had already made 32 purchases. As a Deputy President, he naturally had a huge amount of points. Furthermore, he was unwilling to waste his time fighting those mutated beasts to remove his weakened state. As such, it was only natural that he would purchase the function without stop. And thus, this had happened. Apart from all this, those damnable rankings were also what had caused everyone to purchase the remove weakness function so crazily. It was rumored that there was a certain E-class warrior that had been accepted as the disciple of a beyond a class after distinguishing himself in the rankings. Apart from this, various such rumors were being spread without stop. This was a brand new era, the era of Master Spirit Trainer. Just look at how Chen Feng had earned more than 100 million points in only a few days. If this was allowed to continue. The deputy president's heart chilled as he thought about this. The employee was extremely anxious as well. What should we do? Get the research team to make a move immediately, the deputy president commanded. Stop all their projects and get all of them to focus on researching the spirit art of Chen Feng's. I want to know what exactly is the core of this spirit art. I want to see clearly what it is that constitutes the essence and ability of this spirit art. He could not allow this to continue. He was certain that if this continued, Chen Feng's points would surge rapidly until the moment where the genetic union no longer had anything to exchange for this Chen Feng's points. At that time, based on a certain provision in their laws, Chen Feng would be able to use his points to exchange for the authority within the genetic union. At that time. The entire research department was alarmed. After receiving the command from the deputy president, they started researching madly. They were well aware of how popular this spirit art was. They were also curious about what exactly this damnable ability was. What was the origin of this ability? There is no such thing as gaining spiritual energy from nothing. Even when using gene reagents, the energy used to increase one's spiritual energy is obtained from the materials used to produce the gene reagent. If so, what exactly is the source of the energy used for the spiritual energy increase in this spirit art of Chen Feng's? We must figure that out. This was the main goal of the research department. Why was everyone using this spirit art capable of increasing their spiritual energy? Was it based on the concept of the conservation of energy? What was the source of the energy? From the air? How was that possible? The lingering energy in the air could only be used for slow growth. Such rapid growth for users of the spirit art was simply impossible to achieve. Up until now, nobody had ever achieved such a feat using energy in the air as their source. If so, what was up with this spirit art? Nobody had an answer. The research department started researching day and night, and after 1 week, they finally obtained a result. This result they had obtained caused their hearts to chill. Is the research completed? The deputy president asked the person with deep dark circles. The head of the research department nodded. Yes. Tell me the results, then. The deputy president forced himself to focus. After all, it had been a week since he'd last slept. From our investigation, we found that the energy source for the increase of spiritual energy in the users of the spirit art is not something that appeared out of nowhere. Rather, the energy originates from the opponents, the head stated solemnly. Opponents? The deputy president became confused. Isn't the opponent something formed and supplied by the spirit art itself? The head shook his head. That's not the case. Although a user can only see a silhouette of light when battling their opponent, our research has revealed that the so-called opponents are actually real humans. Who are those people? Where are they? The deputy president asked anxiously. We, the users of spirit art, are precisely the opponents. The research department head forced a smile. Chen Feng's spirit art first simplifies the appearance of all opponents by covering them up with a special effect. In truth, the challenges and battles are in fact between fellow users. The so-called opponents are us, the users. Schwa. The deputy president lapsed into silence. He was truly shaken. Those figures of light they had been battling were actually fellow humans. Each user is first given with a grade, and then users of the same grade are arranged as opponents against each other. The head smiled bitterly. Even this is something we only discovered accidentally after we stumbled upon each other during challenges. Even with the special effect shrouding the opponent, we were able to recognize each other. That was how we discovered it. Suddenly, the deputy president thought of something. How about the gained spiritual energy, then? If the spiritual energy was gained from their opponent, what of their opponent? The defeated user will enter the weakened state, the department head stated. Through our research, we found that all those in the weakened state will retain 99% of their combat power, but 1% of their energy goes missing. Since the amount is too minute, nobody has paid much attention to it. Through hunting spirit-based mutated beasts at a level similar to the users, the lost energy will slowly recover and stabilize, and ultimately, the weakened state will be removed as the user recovers to normal, the head slowly concluded. Holy **T. The deputy president blanked. This was possible? How about the weakened state remover he's selling? The deputy president asked. That must be a certain gene reagent provided by Chen Feng himself. Regardless of who it is that makes the purchase, Chen Feng will provide this gene reagent to reimburse the lost energy in a short period of time. Since a reduction of 1% isn't too grave, apart from specific circumstances, the cost for such a gene reagent shouldn't be too high. Based on our calculations, at most, this gene reagent might cost 3 points to produce. The head sighed. Deputy President. He stared at the spirit art that he had still been so fascinated with earlier. A bitter feeling arose within him. In short, the spiritual energy gain provided by the spirit art was actually provided by fellow users like them? Suddenly, the deputy president recalled an ancient saying, "Wool comes from the sheep's back." That's right, the energy was sourced from fellow challengers. The only thing Chen Feng provided was a rather expensive customer service. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Black Card. Chapter 557, Black Card. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This scammer. In his fury, the deputy president nearly smashed his own desk apart. Suddenly, he discovered the scariest part of the spirit art of Chen Feng's. It was the fact that the users of this master spirit trainer of Chen Feng's were comprised of everyone across the world, every genetic warrior wishing to improve themselves. So long as one won a challenge, one would obtain improvement. What would this signify for the commoners? Strength. Even if one failed the challenge and entered the weakened state, it wouldn't matter. They would be fine after wasting a bit of time recovering their spirit. No matter what, one ought to obtain a single victory after several defeats, right? This would be sufficient for a lot of people. Unknown to all of them, apart from being customers of Chen Feng, they also played a different role, the cannon fodder of the rich. That's right. For the rich, a defeat was nothing. Failing a challenge? Purchase the weakened state remover and try again. In any case, only 100 points needed to be paid. With only 100 points, they could restart their challenge almost immediately, allowing these people to constantly improve, constantly plunder the energy of those regular users. This allowed them to improve without stop, to unendingly rush toward a higher level. These people could seemingly improve without limit. This was precisely what Chen Feng was selling, improvement without limit. These points. The employee was extremely anxious as he looked at the number of points earned with a long string of zeros behind it. The deputy president forced himself to calm down. It doesn't matter. Yes, Chen Feng now had a huge amount of points. However, even if it had reached over 100 million, so what? The Genetic Union had numerous projects and missions worldwide. Missions and projects that rewarded up to 100 million points were everywhere. As such, the single item of Chen Feng's wasn't something for them to fear. Even if this was a rather frightening amount, it was still impossible for this amount to exchange for the authority within the Genetic Union. It was still insufficient. Moreover, do you believe that he is the only one that can do such a business? The deputy president sneered. He had already seen through Chen Feng's trick. Wasn't the core of his business the act of producing gene reagents by himself and selling gene reagents that were only worth several points at 100 points after repackaging it as a weakened state remover in Master Spirit Trainer? Others might not realize this, but the deputy president was clear on this. This thing here was simply a gene reagent. If so, why was it that Chen Feng was the only one that could sell it? Let's go. We will try selling it ourselves as well. The deputy president purchased some gene reagents to test his theory. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. Indeed, there were several recovery gene reagents in real life capable of removing the weakened state. Chen Feng actually neglected encrypting his creation. The deputy president sneered. In that case, we can start selling a weakened state remover as well. Chen Feng is selling them at 100 points each, right? Let us sell at 10 points, then. I refuse to believe that he can still make money with this. Schwa! The employee's eyes shone as he heard this. Alas, as they prepared to set Chen Feng up, they discovered a rather thorny problem: they had nobody to cooperate with. Normally, the Genetic Union would entrust things like gene production to the Gene Production Association. This time, though, the deputy president recalled something right as he was about to personally contact the Gene Production Association regarding this. It seemed like the present Gene Production Association belonged to Chen Feng? Hua! Instantly, the deputy president and the employee recovered from their excitement, seemingly having had cold water poured on their burning blood. In short, that guy had actually taken this into consideration already? The deputy president smiled bitterly. Since they were able to see through the trick, there were naturally others capable of the same. Unfortunately, this spirit art was something created by Chen Feng himself, and the Gene Production Association was under Chen Feng's control as well. Who dared to offend him? Using gene reagents to compete against Chen Feng's business? That was no different than courting death. Rather than saying that Chen Feng hadn't remembered to encrypt his creation, it was more apt to say that Chen Feng couldn't even be bothered with encryption. Why? Who would dare to compete against him? Who could even compete against him? That damnable Chen Feng. At this point, the deputy president was feeling so powerless that he couldn't even berate Chen Feng anymore. The only source of relief for him was the fact that even with this many points, wanting to purchase everything the genetic union had to offer to qualify for purchasing authority was still a joke. It was far from enough. Get people to pay close attention to Chen Feng. The deputy president paused and then continued, take note of whenever he has a new spirit art. One or two of them can't do much. However, if he is allowed to continue creating more and more. The employee nodded slightly. Understood. Beyond his expectations, before he could even start monitoring Chen Feng, a new announcement was released. A new system had been released for Master Spirit Trainer. To help everyone better improve themselves, we have decided to provide services of a better quality. New content as follows. Black Card Membership. Members with a gold black card can enjoy a discount of 10% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 1,000 points is required to maintain membership. Members with a platinum black card can enjoy a discount of 30% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 5,000 points is required to maintain membership. Members with a diamond black card can enjoy a discount of 50% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 8,000 points is required to maintain membership. Members with a crown black card can enjoy a discount of 70% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 15,000 points is required to maintain membership. Bang. This shocked everyone. Membership system? Everyone's eyes widened. It was unexpected that Chen Feng would suddenly release this function. Moreover, the members could gain a treatment so preferential through the discounts that it was unimaginable. How powerful. This is an exclusive service for the rich. The regular genetic warriors could do nothing but feel jealousy and envy. Despite that, they couldn't say much because the points were only used to purchase weakness remover. The battle stage was still fair. As for those with some extra money in their pockets, they were now truly tempted. Good gracious, a black card offers a discount of 70%. It seems expensive, but if we make use of it frequently enough, I won't be able to afford the crown black card. However, if it's the platinum black card, countless people were tempted. People of different statuses in society were attracted by black cards of different tiers. This membership system single-handedly conquered all genetic warriors with points in their hands. Each person could decide on the membership tier most suitable for them after considering their financial status and how often they would use it. As for the final crown black card, it was simply a perfect match for those wealthy people. Yet before the masses could even start joining the membership, a second announcement was released. With the release of the membership system, we are entering the super discount stage. Those who purchase 1 year's worth of membership in one go may enjoy a discount of 10% on their membership fees. Those who purchase 2 years' worth of membership in one go may enjoy a discount of 20% on their membership fees. Those who purchase 3 years' worth of membership in one go may enjoy a discount of 30% on their membership fees. Those who purchase 10 years' worth of membership in one go will not be offered any discount on their membership fees, but their membership status will be converted to a lifetime membership. Holy **T, this works? The highest discount is 30%. So by buying a 10-year membership, one can become a member for life? 666666. This second announcement created yet another uproar. Now, they were truly tempted by this membership system. This was not the membership of some game, nor was this the membership of some hair loss prevention shampoo. Rather, this was a membership that gave a discount on something that would truly increase one's strength. Each point they had was something they had obtained after putting their life on the line. If so, whether this new service was worth their points or not was something each person could only answer themselves. Everyone started calculating the increase in strength they stood to gain and the discounts they could enjoy after becoming a member. The masses started joining, and a majority bought only the monthly card. However, there were also some who bought the 1-year membership, 3-year membership, and so on. A bunch of lifetime Crown Black Card members appeared as well. Only now did the masses know how many rich people were there in this world, how many big shots had been hiding within the genetic union all this while. 10. 100. 1,000. Everyone was stunned as they saw the increase in members. What in the world, this spirit art could actually be used to do something like this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Time to Negotiate. Chapter 558, Time to Negotiate. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It's over. The deputy president slumped down in his chair powerlessly. The points earned from the lifelong Crown Black Card members alone were already off the charts, even without considering the huge number of regular members. Chen Feng's points were already shooting far ahead. Shwa! Shwa! Chen Feng's points were increasing by an incredibly frightening amount each second. Looking at this, the deputy president's heart chilled. If this continued, it was likely that Chen Feng could really reach a point where he could afford everything the Genetic Union had to offer, authority included. Sure enough, the Genetic Union held a meeting regarding this shortly afterward. Nearly all the higher-ups were greatly alarmed. This won't do, one of the higher-ups stated as he sweat profusely. Why is there even such a provision in the first place? The deputy president grumbled. This provision was put in place during the early period when the union had only recently been established, that person explained with a bitter smile. To encourage our members to put more effort into missions, we created this provision where when one has so many points that the union no longer has anything to sell to that person can use their points to buy authority in the union, becoming a shareholder of sorts. This was supposed to be impossible to achieve. Even back then when the union did not have much to sell, it was still impossible for one to have so many points that the union no longer had anything it could sell to that person. Based on the calculations back then, for a PK class to obtain sufficient points through missions to achieve something like this, 300 years of hard work would be required. At present, with the huge amount of things the union has for sale, perhaps one would need 30,000 years of hard work to accomplish this. Everyone lapsed into silence. That's right. If points were merely earned through missions, this would be impossible to accomplish. But now, Chen Feng was using this spirit art to tempt all the members of the Genetic Union. Among the total members, even if only 10% of them were willing to spend their points, it would still reach a frightening amount. They all sighed. Back when they were young, they had had a dream. If the entire population of this world were to give them 1 cent each, they could become a billionaire. Now, Chen Feng had achieved this childhood dream of theirs. Suddenly, someone asked, based on our present calculations, how long will it take him to accrue enough points to buy everything the union has to offer? After some calculation, a department head stated, based on our calculations, around 10 days. Shwa! Instantly, the entire meeting hall sank into silence. 10 days. In short, something a peak beyond a class would require 30,000 years to accomplish would be accomplished by Chen Feng in 10 days? After 10 days, Chen Feng will be qualified to purchase authority in the Genetic Union. Based on the current growth rate of his points, he will be able to purchase around 0.1% of the union's authority on the 11th day, that person analyzed calmly. Just 0.1%. Someone heaved a sigh of relief. That's still tolerable. Oh, right. I forgot to mention that even when it comes to the purchase of authority, the speed is still growing, that person stated coldly. At present, this spirit art of Chen Feng's is extremely popular. As time passes, the amount of points he earns will only increase. On the 12th day, he might be able to purchase 0.2%. On the 13th day, 0.4%. On the 14th day, 0.7%. On the 15th day, 1%, and so on. Shwa! Their expressions changed. He would be able to purchase 1% 5 days after his first purchase? In short, he would have purchased a total of 2.4% in 5 days? This was an extremely terrifying number, and all this was merely an estimate. One head of department stood up abruptly. We must stop him. They could not allow the Genetic Union to become the private property of a lone individual. The deputy president sighed. How are we supposed to stop him? Chen Feng was not an enemy, and everything he was doing was in accordance with the laws of the Genetic Union. Who could stop him? They couldn't lock him up with no apparent reason, right? Suddenly, the head of the strategy department said, we definitely can't use brute force. However, if we use public opinion against him. The deputy president's interest was piqued. What do you mean? Essentially, the only way Chen Feng is earning points is by selling the weakened state remover, that person analyzed calmly. Based on our understanding, something that only costs 3 points is being sold at 100 points by Chen Feng. Therefore, what if we sold the same thing for only 3 points? With Chen Feng selling at 100 points yet us selling at 3 points, what would happen? Everyone sank into contemplation. The deputy president shook his head. That's not possible. Chen Feng is the one who controls the Gene Production Association. That person shook his head. We don't even need to produce the reagents ourselves. We only need to let the masses know of our intention to do this, let them know that we are about to do this. That will be sufficient. Public opinion will dictate what happens afterward. The deputy president sank into silence. The head of the materials department had an unsightly expression. But doing it this way, we will make a loss as well. At that time, we will be operating at a loss, selling the same thing that has made Chen Feng such crazy profit. Why not sell it at 50 points instead? That way, we can still profit somewhat. Schwa. Everyone looked at him like he was some sort of idiot. He was dumbstruck. That won't do? The deputy president sighed. What's the point? You sell at 50 points, while Chen Feng is selling at 100 points. Next, he will reduce his price to 40 points, and you will react by reducing your price to 30 points. What do you think we are doing? Do you think we are selling some vegetables? Moreover, you have forgotten the fact that we can't even produce the gene reagents. The only route we can take is suppressing Chen Feng using public opinion, turning this entire thing into some sort of social benefit for the masses. Do you know what social benefit is? Do you think Chen Feng is an idiot? Making it some sort of social benefit is the only way of suppressing Chen Feng, the only way of making him give up. After all, we are all fighting for humanity. As the rest heard this, they gained understanding. Immediately after the meeting, the genetic union proceeded as they had agreed upon. Soon, the entire world was in an uproar. Have you heard? The genetic union is planning to take over the spirit art of Chen Feng's. Yeah, I heard. It is rumored that the genetic union is prepared to compensate Chen Feng at a great price. In the future, everyone will only need to pay 5 points to remove the weakened state. It is said that for the sake of resisting the devil race and the ancient race, the genetic union is willing to suffer loss. We only need to pay 5 points for each removal, while the genetic union will be subsidizing the remaining 95 points. Yeah, I heard that as well. Wow, that's good. Well, the premise of all this is Chen Feng actually being willing to sell. Otherwise, the genetic union won't do anything about it anyway. Everyone started talking about this. In this unique era, the genetic union played a unique role. When this huge organization announced this, everyone was moved. This was especially true for the fact that the genetic union was willing to suffer a loss for humanity. This alarmed countless people. This single announcement had extremely grave repercussions, with the most obvious being the dramatic drop in the number of people purchasing the member cards and the number of people purchasing the weakened state remover. Apart from the rich who had no fear, a large majority of people started waiting and looking forward to the promised 5 points. This plan of genetic union seemed to be greatly effective. Indeed, this master spirit trainer had brought the public much joy. However, the 100 points that could only remove the weakened state once would soon allow them to remove the weakened state 20 times, renewing their challenge attempts 20 times. Naturally, this was something everyone was willing to accept. It reached a point where a petition was submitted, hoping that Chen Feng would be willing to relinquish his grip on the spirit art, with the reason given being for the sake of humanity. At present, it was of utmost importance that humans increased their strength. Even the cheapskate genetic union was already willing to suffer such a huge loss for the sake of humanity. As such, they hoped that Chen Feng would be willing to reduce the amount of profit he earned for the sake of humanity as well. The number of signatures on the petition increased without stop. Look at this. Smiling, the head of the strategy department stated, "This is the so-called public opinion. Now, how much longer do you think Chen Feng can hold on? Soon, the time to negotiate will come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 559, bro, it's still free this time. Chapter 559, bro, it's still free this time. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Li Lei was furious. These fellows are too shameless. This was the very first time he had ever felt so embarrassed on behalf of the genetic union. Where was their face? Chen Feng had only recently created this spirit art capable of both making money and helping the public at the same time. Now, those fellows were using such a method to force Chen Feng to sell it to them. This was too excessive. Stay calm, Chen Feng stated unhurriedly. Are you not angry? Grumbled Li Lei. Why did it look like he was the one being forced by the genetic union instead of Chen Feng here? Chen Feng stretched lazily. Will being angry help? You have such good temper. Li Lei was still feeling extremely indignant. After all, he had once promised to give Chen Feng a better environment, yet unexpectedly, here at the genetic union, Chen Feng was actually being pushed to such an extent. Come on, it's just some points, yet those guys. Li Lei was greatly disappointed in the genetic union. Just some points. Chen Feng turned around and looked at Li Lei with an amazed expression and concluded that Li Lei was truly in the dark about how much Chen Feng had earned from this new spirit art. How could those points he had earned be described with the word some? If he had been allowed to continue, the entire genetic union would have been his before long. How could those big shots have possibly remained calm? Chen Feng wasn't surprised at this, though. If he was one of those big shots, he would try to think of something as well when encountering something like this. He would never watch on as the genetic union become the private property of a lone individual. Chen Feng checked online and noted that at present, specialists were already appearing, analyzing and figuring out who should be the one to hold the ownership of spirit art. There were also some specialists saying that since Chen Feng was such a kind guy, he would most definitely hand the spirit art over. Some analyzed that with the present state of humanity, where they were constantly being threatened by the ancient race and the devil race, Chen Feng had to put his personal benefits aside and so on. Tisk. Chen Feng was amused as he read all this. From the sounds of things, it seemed like if he refused to hand the spirit art over, he would be the greatest sinner of all of humanity. Li Lei sighed. If we were in a peaceful time. He shook his head. He could remember that the last person who had created something this miraculous was Luo Yuan. That had happened during peacetime. With the wristband Luo Yuan had created and the Stormtech Company Limited he'd founded, he had become a legend. Yet now, when Chen Feng created something miraculous. I'm sorry. Li Lei felt extremely guilty. If his position in the genetic union were higher, he might be able to stop all this. Chen Feng shook his head. You are not to blame. He was still clear on the identity of his friends and enemies. Since he had long ago seen this coming, how was it possible for him to not have prepared for this at all? A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Don't worry. I believe that the genetic union will most definitely give me a perfect explanation for this. The next day, a new announcement was released, which shocked the entire world. I heard that the genetic union is willing to sacrifice to better help humanity. I hereby announce that I am willing to hand over Master Spirit Trainer to the genetic union for free, just like what I did previously with the Beyond X gene reagent I created. I sincerely wish that the genetic union will give humanity an even better future. Regards, Chen Feng. Bang! This shocked the entire world. Free? That's right, Chen Feng was handing over Master Spirit Trainer to the genetic union for free. Everyone was stupefied. The genetic union was stupefied. They had imagined countless scenarios, such as a high price, a low price, or unwillingness to sell. They had even drawn numerous plans to force Chen Feng to sell it. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng would directly give it to them for free. Only now did they recall how back then, Chen Feng had seemingly given the Beyond X gene reagent to the Gene Production Association for free as well. That was similarly a heaven-defying deed, a contribution capable of altering the fate of humanity. At this instant, countless people felt ashamed of what they had done to Chen Feng previously. These were the ones who had wished dearly that the price would be reduced from 100 points to 5 points. They had even used the internet to use public opinion to force Chen Feng to relinquish his grasp. Unexpectedly. Chen Feng is truly a great person. This is the perfect example of a selfless human. This is a moment that deserves to be carved into the annals of history. Everyone was shocked. The entire internet was filled with information regarding Chen Feng. This was a day where Chen Feng alone was honored. At present, the people of the genetic union were looking at each other. After their trade department confirmed that the Master Spirit Trainer given to them was the stable version, they formalized the takeover and, at the same time, started running this Master Spirit Trainer. Everything seemed perfect. Chen Feng had even performed numerous optimizations to the numerous functions of this Master Spirit Trainer before handing it over to them. Even the higher-ups of the genetic union were feeling ashamed now. Had they been viewing the actions of a noble person through the lens of a scoundrel? Chen Feng hadn't even attempted to keep the Master Spirit Trainer for himself. What now? Leak the news about how Chen Feng helped optimize it before the handover. Rain praise down upon him. All right. This was the only thing they could do to reduce the guilt they were feeling. Soon, this news was spread, and once again, praises were rained upon Chen Feng, skyrocketing his reputation. On the next day, Master Spirit Trainer started operating. This time, the genetic union was the one running it. For 5 points, one could remove their weakened state once. This attracted countless people, kickstarting an era of rapid growth. Without a doubt, the strength of humanity as a whole had once again been greatly increased. As for the one who the masses felt endless gratitude to, it was without a doubt Chen Feng. This act of Chen Feng's, of handing over Master Spirit Trainer for free, had an extremely huge impact, so much that even the losses Genetic Union took to sell the weakened state remover to the masses at a cheap price remained unmentioned. All the honor and glory belonged to Chen Feng alone. Sigh. When those of the Genetic Union's operation department checked online, they noted that not a single spec praise had landed on them. Almost everyone was expressing their gratitude to Chen Feng alone. No matter what, we deserve some praise as well, right? The person from the operation department felt extremely wronged. Yes, Chen Feng had indeed contributed greatly. However, the Genetic Union was the very party operating at a loss presently. Yes, the production materials of this gene reagent cost only 3 points. As such, selling them at 5 points seemed profitable. However, after deducting the cost of manpower, the Genetic Union was in fact suffering a loss. The higher-ups comforted them. Forget it. At least we were able to solve the crisis involving the authority of the Genetic Union. We are well aware of your contribution. Just wait a while. When the impact of what Chen Feng did has diminished, we will arrange for you guys to be featured in the news as well. All your hard work will be properly reported. With this incident reached its end. The entirety of humanity entered a phase of rapid growth, increasing their strength greatly. As for the Genetic Union, despite the losses they had suffered, they had managed to solve the crisis regarding their authority. To be able to obtain a certain degree of positive publicity, such a small loss wasn't something they were bothered with. As for Chen Feng, even though he hadn't been able to earn as much as he should have, he had received the greatest of glory and become a legend among the masses, obtaining supreme honor. But then, was this truly how things were going to end? In the second week after this incident, when the media was still talking about this without stop, suddenly, the Genetic Union discovered something. Something seemed to be off. This number. The higher-ups of the Genetic Union sank into contemplation when they saw this month's financial report. For an organization of their size, to occasionally suffer some losses for the sake of humanity was something acceptable. That was why they found the losses they suffered from running Master Spirit Trainer to be acceptable. However, the actual losses they were seeing in their financial report seemed much higher than they had anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, this is too excessive. Chapter 560, this is too excessive. Translator, Limest editor, Tenish. The figures here did not seem right. At the thought of someone daring to mess around with their accounts, they shivered. Was this due to corruption? Those people were courting death. Investigate. Investigate clearly. The higher-ups were all furious. Soon afterward, they figured out the reason this month's financial report looked so ugly. It was actually due to that newly online Master Spirit Trainer. Why did the operation cost seem somewhat different from the forecast? The essence of Master Spirit Trainer was weakened state removal. This was also what the consumers were buying and the only special service the Genetic Union had to offer. They were only charging the users 5 points per removal. As the charge had been reduced greatly, the masses had started using it crazily, resulting in the number of purchases shooting up and reaching an astronomical amount. As for the cost of producing this weakened state remover, each point spent had an extremely huge effect. Here, the deputy president discovered with horror that the initial cost of 3 points had increased to 10 points. This was a completely unacceptable amount. What was going on? Why was it 10 points? One ought to know that every single additional point that it cost would result in several 100 million points lost per month for the Genetic Union. Yet here, it had been increased by a total of 7 points. This was too fatal. Who's messing around? The deputy president's eyes became bloodshot. He vowed to find this damnable corrupted fellow who had caused this increased cost. Alas, regardless of how they investigated, no problems whatsoever were found in the accounts, because the cost of the production materials alone had already reached 9 points. They were all dumbstruck as they discovered this. Didn't our investigation back then show that the materials only cost 3 points? The investigator was calm. Yes, that is indeed so. Back then, we investigated the materials used by Chen Feng and all related data. Based on our investigation, the cost was indeed 3 points, a cost acceptable for mass production. Everyone lapsed into silence. In short, the formula Chen Feng had been using to produce the weakened state remover was different than the formula they were using? That is quite probable, one of them concluded. Chen Feng must have used some new formula that we don't have any record of. This is the reason why we have suffered such a loss. They all gained understanding. So that was the case. Let's ask Chen Feng about the formula then, someone suggested. All right. They nodded in agreement. In their memories, a legend such as Chen Feng was, in essence, a selfless researcher, and such people were normally extremely easy to negotiate with. New formula. Asking for the formula from Chen Feng. Schwa. Suddenly, the deputy president's back chilled. He had a sudden feeling that this time, they had definitely stepped into an extremely deep trap. No, that couldn't be the case. There had to still be some way to recover from this. The deputy president gulped as he convinced himself. He was of the opinion that if Chen Feng did not agree to hand the formula to them, they could perhaps continue using public opinion to pressure him. Alas, they received a response for their request shortly after. In a somewhat embarrassed manner, Chen Feng replied, "Oh, you guys are talking about that formula? That is something I researched at the Gene Production Association. As such, the rights to the formula belongs to them. I am really sorry, but I do not have the authority to issue the rights to the formula to you guys." Gene Production Association. The deputy president's hands trembled as he heard this. Chen Feng had successfully transformed this issue that had initially been something involving only him as an individual into an issue that involved the Gene Production Association as a whole. If so, things would be troublesome to deal with. No, that can't be. I must have been thinking too much. The deputy president tried contacting the Gene Production Association. The Gene Production Association gave their reply. "Oh, you are talking about that formula? We have officially included that formula in our formula database. The formula is free of charge for use. However, since this formula is quite special and is rather unstable, for the sake of the health and future of our fellow producers, a limitation has been placed on it, allowing only those who meet the requirements to use it. If you guys want the formula, just send someone here to be tested. Since the formula is free, anyone who passes the test can use the formula freely." Test? Grasping onto the final ray of hope, the deputy president gazed at the people of the operation department. Who are the ones producing the weakened state remover at present? Everyone. The people of the operation department gave it some thought before continuing. That formula is one that was made public long ago. As such, anyone can use it. We only need to issue the corresponding missions for it to be produced. For a single gene reagent, one can obtain 10 points. Such an ample reward is the reason so many people are selling it to us. Apart from this, we also have a specialized factory for this. Despite the fact that the producers in this factory are all niche producers, they have no problems producing this low-level formula. Unfortunately, we are, after all, not professionals in gene production. As such, the amount we can produce ourselves using the factory is rather limited. Therefore, 90% of our supply is obtained via missions. The deputy president's heart chilled as he heard all this. In short, these fellows were all rogue low-level producers? It wouldn't be a problem for them to produce those low-level spirit recovery formulas, but if they had to pass the Gene Production Association's test. Suddenly, the deputy president thought of something. How much is the registration fee for the test? 100,000. This was a standard amount when it came to certifications. The deputy president's hands trembled. He contacted a close friend of his in the Gene Production Association, an ex-classmate of his, and had him investigate which damnable person had proposed that idea in the first place. Next, a name that caused him to despair was sent to him, Chen Feng. Suddenly, the deputy president cursed, "Chen Feng, screw you." The other union members around him exchanged glances. Since when had their deputy president had a tendency to curse? The deputy president's face darkened. Damn it. Scammed. This was indeed a major scam. He had already been aware of it, so why had he still stepped into the trap? If they were only dealing with Chen Feng as an individual, it would be easier to deal with, but now they would have to face the Gene Production Association. Using public opinion to pressure the Gene Production Association wouldn't work at all. After all, their official reason for this decision was for the future of producers. Moreover, the charged registration fee for the test was an acceptable and fair amount as well. For a producer, 100,000 was in fact an extremely cheap price. What excuse could they use to pressure the Gene Production Association? As for the difficulty of the test, it was not the place of the genetic union to get involved in the tests of the Gene Production Association. That fellow must have done his calculations long ago. The deputy president gnashed his teeth. What if we entrust the Gene Production Association with producing this gene reagent on our behalf? Schwa. Soon, a price was quoted. This price. The operation department head's expression darkened. If it's converted into our points, the price is equivalent to 5 points. Even we are only selling it at 5 points. That coupled with the security measures, management of the illusory world, all the other miscellaneous costs, and also sustaining the membership card holders that purchased the membership cards from Chen Feng early on. Even if we have stopped selling membership cards, the ones sold previously are still acknowledged. The costs of all of them, especially the damnable lifelong members. An average loss of 3.8 points per sale? Screw that. No matter what discount it was, they would be making a loss on every sale. In essence, this spirit art created by Chen Feng was a combination of weakened state remover and the management of the illusory world of Master Spirit Trainer. Joining the weakened state remover, which was essentially a gene reagent produced in reality, with the illusory world using a spirit art so the users could consume this item in the illusory world was also something with an extremely high cost. The only consolation was the fact that these costs were all fixed costs, since this was essentially pure energy exhaustion, which cost them around 2 points per sale. In their initial calculation, with a production cost of 3 points, they would have been able to maintain a balance, not earning a profit yet not making a loss from the sales. The only thing they would lose was the cost of the manpower, which wasn't much. But now that the production cost had increased to 5 points, the losses were truly dramatic. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, any other options? Chapter 561, any other options? Translator, Limest editor, Tenish. The operation department head was anxious. We can't agree to this. The deputy president smiled bitterly. Do we still have other options? Everyone was speechless. Indeed. Were there any other options? If they choose to not use the new formula, to not hire the Gene Production Association to produce it for them, it would cost them the extremely high amount of 10 points per production. Why don't we try and use public opinion, suggested the operation department head. In fact, for the sake of humanity was a very convenient excuse. The deputy president gazed at him with a hooded gaze. Do you still remember the excuse we used to force Chen Feng to hand over Master Spirit Trainer to us? Excuse? The operation department head gave it some thought and stated smoothly, Chen Feng's version requires 100 points per weakness removal, since the cost is too high, which is too expensive. As for us, we can reduce the cost to 5 points. Schwa. As his words reached this point, the operation department head paled. Indeed, these were the words they had said themselves. The Genetic Union had claimed to have a new technology capable of reducing the production cost to only 5 points, forcing Chen Feng to hand over Master Spirit Trainer to them. But what had happened instead? If the public found out that the Genetic Union did not have this so-called new technology at all, that they had all been played like fools by the Genetic Union, exploited to force Chen Feng to hand over his Master Spirit Trainer. MHM. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be long before the Genetic Union lost the trust of the public. Therefore, the deputy president sighed. Regardless of how difficult things are this time, we have no choice but to swallow it. Chen Feng. The deputy president weakly slumped into his chair. He knew that this was his complete defeat. From now onward, the Genetic Union would have no choice but to deliver a huge amount of funds to the Gene Production Association on a monthly basis. Selling to the Genetic Union at 5 points when their production cost was only 3 points, the ones to truly profit from this would ultimately be the Gene Production Association. As for the Genetic Union, the very owners of the Master Spirit Trainer, they would have to suffer losses just so the Gene Production Association could make such handsome profits. The more the deputy president thought about it, the sadder he became. Why had something initially so good developed in such a direction? Perhaps the only thing he could rejoice about currently was the fact that they had stopped Chen Feng's takeover attempt. Why is Chen Feng even doing this? One of them couldn't understand Chen Feng's reason for doing this. Was this revenge? What would he, as an individual, gain from this? Nothing at all. Apart from obtaining his revenge against the Genetic Union's act of snatching Master Spirit Trainer from him, he wouldn't gain anything at all. They could not understand the logic behind this action. The deputy president smiled bitterly. How is this revenge? After all, the present Gene Production Association was simply the private property of Chen Feng. Gene Production Association. While the Genetic Union was shrouded by a figurative dark cloud, the Gene Production Association was in celebration. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. Ho Liang was smiling so wide his face bloomed like a flower. Being able to earn such great profit from that cheapskate Genetic Union, everyone in the Gene Production Association was laughing happily. This time, they had truly profited greatly. Even though the bigger portion would go to Chen Feng, this was, after all, a profit they had earned out of nowhere. He. How are you doing? Are you going to break through into a class? Ho Liang asked with a smile. Chen Feng nodded slightly. MHM. What do you need? Just let us know, Ho Liang declared tyrannically. Master producers, grandmaster producers, or even those senior producers that had already retired, say the word and I can get all of them to help you. I need to enter a training camp to break through, Chen Feng stated calmly. Shua. Instantly, Ho Liang paused. Training camp. The one required by Chen Feng was most definitely those camps used to increase one's combat strength. This was something he was truly unable to help with. After all, those camps all belonged to the genetic union. As a producer. Hold on. Suddenly, Ho Liang recalled something. You are planning to enter one of the genetic union's training camp? Chen Feng nodded. MHM. Their camp should be where I can break through in the shortest possible time. Ho Liang's expression became strange. You had just scammed the genetic union badly. I suppose their higher-ups all have a deep hatred against you now. Chen Feng's expression had no change. I am aware of that. You sure are calm. Ho Liang gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. I reckon they won't even allow you to get past their entrance. Chen Feng smiled. I know that. Therefore, I have to think of something. Think of what? Ho Liang asked curiously. Chen Feng smiled. A method to make them compromise. When Ho Liang saw Chen Feng's expression while saying those words, his back chilled. This guy was most definitely planning to do something yet again. Genetic Union. Li Lei, who had just returned from a mission, saw that everyone had an expression as if they had just been raped. Curious, he asked and was eventually told what had happened. It was actually due to Chen Feng. The genetic union had been acting too arrogantly and had ended up screwing themselves instead. As for how it had happened, Li Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry after he found out. Finally, he understood what Chen Feng had meant when he'd said that free things were the most expensive of things at times. Li Lei tried contacting Chen Feng but received no reply, as the call was disconnected straight away. Li Lei blanked. Normally, something like this would only happen when one entered seclusion. Li Lei was inwardly alarmed. One ought to know that the first time Chen Feng had entered seclusion, he had created time quicksand. The second time he had entered seclusion, he had created Master Spirit Trainer. And now, he had entered seclusion yet again. The mere thought of this caused Li Lei's heart to shudder. In truth, as a human, he truly wished that Chen Feng would be able to create more spirit arts. However, the problem here was the fact that each time Chen Feng did so, he also created trouble. I hope that this time, he won't create any huge issues, Li Lei muttered. At the Gene Production Association, Chen Feng had indeed entered seclusion, just as Li Lei had guessed. After the previous two incidents, Chen Feng had no choice but to ponder the topic of what he could produce that would be beneficial yet no single party could monopolize. Only by creating something like this would he have an excuse to enter the genetic union. MHM. Naturally, what he created had to be free for all as well. Only by giving it out for free would there be more users, and only with that would he stand a chance to earn more. But then, what should he create this time? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Yet another spirit art? It seemed pointless. Regardless of what spirit art he created, something similar to what had happened previously would occur again. No matter how much he earned, either the genetic union or some other organization would make a move against him. Granted, Chen Feng still had the confidence to earn more despite that, but that was pointless for what he truly wanted at present. The only thing he wanted presently was authority in the genetic union. Chen Feng frowned. Let me think. What should he create? Master Strength Trainer? Master Physique Trainer? Master Ding Dong Lengthener? MHM. None of these seemed reliable. Chen Feng had always believed firmly that spirit arts would become a brand new system independent of the current genetic system, something capable of propelling humanity to a new height, something whose actual value was much higher than that of Master Spirit Trainer. Even if Chen Feng wanted to earn points, he would have to approach this from the perspective of all of humanity. Alas, by himself, what he could do was rather limited. Researching all his ideas one by one, how long would it take for this new system, this spirit art, to establish itself among humans? Perhaps. Chen Feng contemplated. Spirit, how much luck value do I have left? You have 1,824 points, Spirit answered faithfully. Splendid. Hopefully, it will be enough. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. This time, he had to succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Master Spirit Developer. Chapter 562, Master Spirit Developer. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Genetic Union. As the task of gene production had been handed over to the Gene Production Association, the wave brought upon by Master Spirit Trainer finally calmed. At this, the Genetic Union finally heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Material Department smiled bitterly. Our losses are rather immense. In this incident, the Gene Production Association and Chen Feng had profited greatly and all of humanity had been blessed. The Genetic Union was the only party that had been scammed ruthlessly, yet they still had to feel grateful for this conclusion. At the very least, that was the attitude they had to display. When facing the Chen Feng who had given the Master Spirit Trainer to them for free, the Genetic Union had to display their gratitude when in public. The people of the Finance Department were furious as well. I am grateful to his mother. However, the Deputy President was feeling relieved. Finally, this is over. Even if they had been scammed ruthlessly by Chen Feng, at the very least, what Chen Feng had gotten from them was some money rather than points. As such, the management authority of the Genetic Union wasn't under threat by Chen Feng. What if he continues and researches something similar? The people of the Material Department were extremely anxious. As the others heard this, their hearts chilled as well. They thought about it and apart from Master Spirit Trainer, what if Chen Feng continued developing spirit arts? How should the Genetic Union respond to that? I heard that Chen Feng is in seclusion yet again, someone muttered in a low voice. The Deputy President shook his head. Don't worry. As long as this incident is dealt with, all will be fine. As for other spirit arts, we won't fall for the same scam twice. After all, they were the Genetic Union. This time, they had indeed been scammed. However, based on the way in which Chen Feng did things, their strategy department had already come up with a counter. If Chen Feng really dared to come out with a similar development, they would most certainly ensure that he would end up suffering a great loss instead. Chen Feng, we shall be waiting for you. On the next day, all the departments of the Genetic Union prepared themselves. At present, Chen Feng was already labeled as the highest level threat. They had entered a phase of total war against him. Naturally, this so-called war was not an actual war of force. Rather, this was a war of wits. The absolute counter had been put in place and was waiting for Chen Feng's next spirit art. Are you certain? The Deputy President asked in a low voice. Yes. We have already divined it. Although what we saw was still somewhat fuzzy, we are sure that Chen Feng's next spirit art will be launched in a few days. Based on the contents of what we divined, it will similarly be named Master XX as well, an old man stated calmly. The Deputy President expressed his gratitude. Many thanks. Indeed, yet another Master XX series? A smile appeared on the Deputy President's face. After all, the Genetic Union was a huge organization. The only reason they had fallen for Chen Feng's scam previously was because they had never expected him to come up with something like that. Now that the entirety of the Genetic Union was ready for it, Chen Feng would be helpless against them. Divining, forecasting, visions, and so on were all done. Every single action of Chen Feng's was in their grasp. Even the day of sale and part of the name of the product had been divined. How could Chen Feng still hope to scam the Genetic Union? It was no longer possible. But then, this name. The Deputy President blanked as he saw the Master XX given to him. Generally speaking, when those experts divine something, the information would most certainly be complete. This time, only Master XX had been divined. Was there some peak beyond a class protecting Chen Feng? The Deputy President contemplated. In any case, it did not matter. Even with this incomplete name, it was sufficient for them to make their preparations. What would it be this time? He looked forward to it. 3 days later, Chen Feng ended his seclusion with success in his research of a brand new spirit art. At present, he was preparing his information for the official announcement without knowing that the Genetic Union had already fixed their eyes on him long ago. Chen Feng is out of seclusion. I saw that. He is registering the data. True enough, it's a brand new spirit art. Time, venue, type, everything is exactly the same as what the senior foresaw earlier. What this kid scammed from us previously, we shall earn it all back this time. The Genetic Union rubbed their fists, anxious to start their revenge on Chen Feng. Countless people eyed Chen Feng secretly. We don't have to be too ruthless. After all, Chen Feng is still contributing toward humanity. Cut him some slack. Only with that will he continue developing other spirit arts. That's natural. After all, they were simply competing in business rather than being in an actual war. They discussed secretly, figuring out a way to earn the most they could while at the same time leaving Chen Feng some face. As all this happened, Chen Feng finished his registration. Chen Feng's third spirit art was released. Instantly, all the genetic union members worldwide that had been paying attention to Chen Feng received the latest announcement. The higher-ups were filled with anticipation. Here it comes. Hee, what will be the training this time? Strength? Agility? Instinctively, they opened the announcement, yet the instant they laid eyes on the name, they were stupefied. Name, Master Spirit Developer. Classification, Spirit Art. Function, through suitable combinations, one can develop new spirit art unique to oneself. Exhaustion, similar to the energy exhaustion of regular abilities. Conversion rate, free. Right holder, Chen Feng. Genetic union? All genetic warriors? Everyone was dumbstruck. What damnable spirit art was this? None had any idea. But then, from the name of this thing here. Buy. The first thing they did was purchase this spirit art. This was what was good about Chen Feng's spirit arts, he always released them for free. Shwa. Light swirled before their eyes. An illusory world appeared before them. Similarly, this was a rather crude illusion formed of simple shining lines. 1. Developing spirit arts. 2. Editing spirit arts. 3. Selling spirit arts. 4. Purchasing spirit arts. Amid the light, only several simple options were available. Curiously, everyone took a look and noted that the final 3 spots were temporarily empty. However, when they tapped on the first option, a complete user manual appeared. Spirit Arts Development Options. 1. Spatial Module, Range of Adjustment, 0% to 1%. 2. Time Module, Range of Adjustment, 0 seconds to 1 second. 3. Energy Module, Range of Adjustment, 0% to 1%. 4. Pending. This thing. The eyes of some people who were tech-savvy opened wide. Could it really be as described here, where they could develop brand new spirit arts? Shwa. Someone tried using it. With astonishment, they found that the time module could truly be controlled. That's right, these modules such as time, space, and energy weren't something the users could use previously, since these were the core abilities of the spirit arts. However, Chen Feng had now provided them an interface with which they could make use of these abilities. By only inputting the corresponding energy, they could now use these modules. Naturally, based on the amount of energy poured in, the effect would be different, such as 0%, 0.5%, 0.6%, and so on. The stronger one needed it to be, the higher the energy exhaustion would be. With this unique method, Chen Feng had provided them with an ability unique to each of them. This works? Some tried developing something. Content of development. Selected module, time module. Range, adjusted to the maximum. End. That's right. Some of them started using the simplest development option. Shwa. A brand new spirit art was formed. Unnamed, undefined, unedited. After testing it out, they found with great astonishment that this was precisely the time quicksand Chen Feng had developed earlier on. This thing here was truly capable of taking away 1 second of time. I have actually developed time quicksand by myself? That person was stunned, even though he had only developed this time quicksand through the interface provided by Chen Feng. Holy shit, this is too amazing, that person exclaimed in admiration. Let me try selling it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Energy Spatial Helix. Chapter 563, Energy Spatial Helix. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Shwa. He selected the option to start selling, yet a prompt popped out with an indication that this spirit art was already published for sale, and the information of time quicksand was shown. That's right. A spirit art that had already been published could no longer be sold. But it did not matter much. Shortly after that, someone developed a new spirit art through a different combination of the spatial module and energy. Naturally, these newly developed spirit arts were essentially useless abilities. An example was a particular spirit art developed through a combination of 0.5% spatial power and 0.5% energy. This was an ability with a huge energy exhaustion rate, and it was named Spatial Energy Helix. It can actually be sold for real. Their eyes widened. This ability lacked a practical use, but what it signified was an entirely different thing. Bang! Everyone was in an uproar. The masses started selling various spirit arts, finally understanding how the selling option worked. First, anyone could put a spirit art up for sale. As long as the copyright of the particular spirit art had yet to be registered to someone else, that person would be allowed to publish it for sale. However, for a spirit art whose copyright had been registered, one could only purchase it instead of issuing it for sale. Second, a price had to be set for any spirit art issued for sale. The prices here used the genetic union's points. Third, Master Spirit Developer charged a 10% fee for the sale of all spirit arts as a management fee. Fourth, for all spirit arts sold, so long as energy in the different modules were used, additional energy transfer fees would be charged as well. An example was the 10% transfer fee for energy module, 10% transfer fee for the spatial module, and 9.9% transfer fee for time module. This works? Everyone was stunned. Spirit art development, editing, and sale. Suddenly, they found that Chen had successfully launched a complete and brand new platform of his, a platform of spirit arts. As for the final function of this Master Spirit Developer, it was the function to purchase spirit arts. The people tried casually selecting the option to purchase the spatial energy helix listed for sale at 10 points. Schwa! The points disappeared and the purchased spirit art was received. After receiving the spirit art, a complete energy circulation method was transmitted to the buyer through Master Spirit Developer. One only needed to familiarize with it and try doing what it said. Bang! They were actually able to use this ability for real, even though this spatial energy helix was a useless ability. Holy shit! I used the ability for real. How powerful! Ha ha ha, I can't believe I am now a master researcher that has developed a new ability. 666666666. It seems like anyone making use of this Master Spirit Developer properly will be able to become a master. Yes, that's possible. Everyone was in joy. One ought to know that generally, these masses would only have the opportunity to be the consumers, to be the ones who purchased abilities using the points they had earned through hard work. And now, Chen had opened a brand new path for them, the path of development. With Master Spirit Developer in hand, anyone could develop a new spirit art and be able to tower above others. Is that possible? Someone looked at the purchasing option. There, the first entrepreneur of this Master Spirit Developer, the developer of Energy Spatial Helix, had now earned over 180,000 points. Bang! Everyone's eyes became red from envy. They were aware that everyone had only been buying this Energy Spatial Helix to try out this newly developed platform. However, the sales volume and the points he had earned. After calculating, they noted that he had earned 180,000 points. That's right, that was what he had earned. Even the developer of the ability himself, who had merely developed it casually out of curiosity, was stupefied at this. He had never expected that an ability he'd published as a joke would actually earn him so much from the sales. Even after the 30% cut, he still had 126,000 points remaining all for himself. Insane, this is insane, muttered one of the jealous masses, who remained stupefied for a long time. Naturally, this was not the only person who was jealous of the Energy Spatial Helix's developer. Almost everyone who saw the sales volume went crazy. Everyone started immersing themselves in spirit art development. They were clear that for today, regardless of what trash ability they developed, it would still sell well. After all, like the very first entrepreneur, the second, third, and fourth person stood to earn a lot. It would earn them handsome profits even if it was only sold for 10 points per ability. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be immersed in their research. Instantly, the popularity of this spirit art development platform increased rapidly. There was no competitor in sight. At the Genetic Union, in a meeting room. All the higher-ups gathered here. Next, they all lapsed into silence. Looking at this platform launched by Chen, they were all stunned. All their preparations previously had been done to counter any products Chen might obtain internally with preferential prices to be sold to outsiders. Unexpectedly, this time, Chen had no intentions of selling anything himself. The only thing he had provided was an interface, and everything for sale was developed by the users themselves. If the Genetic Union wanted to interfere with this platform as well. That would be the same as courting death. The fury of the masses would be sufficient to flood the Genetic Union. At this instant, the higher-ups of the Genetic Union were all extremely anxious. How could this have happened? The strategy department head was already going crazy. They all looked to the deputy president. What do we do? The deputy president slumped down into his chair powerlessly. Report it. Only after crossing swords with Chen had he come to realize how terrifying an opponent Chen was. The moment this development platform had been launched, he had known that it was over. All right. The employed reported this through an emergency channel. On the same day, the president ended his seclusion. President. They all shivered silently in fear. It was without a doubt that as the president of the genetic union, this person's strength was excessively powerful. Before the Beyond X gene reagent had even developed, he had already been at the peak of Beyond a class. If one were to select a single human that had the most potential for stepping into S-class, apart from this president, there would be no other candidates. Generally, this president, who believed only in strength, would not get involved in these miscellaneous affairs of the genetic union. That's right. In his eyes, all of these were mere miscellaneous affairs. If not for the deputy president personally requesting help this time, he wouldn't have bothered to come out of his seclusion. The president stroked his white beard. Chen Feng? He had a slight impression of this child. This was the child who had contributed greatly toward humanity before obtaining ownership of the Gene Production Association, becoming a legend. Surprisingly, this child was now thinking of laying his hands on the genetic union as well. Give me a report on everything that has happened recently. The president stretched lazily. He had been in a long seclusion. He would just take this incident as a short vacation. All right. The deputy president reported everything that had happened recently. The president sank into contemplation. Spirit arts. The president purchased one spirit art personally to try it out. In the meeting, all the higher-ups did not dare to even move, all waiting silently by the side. After a long time, the president ended his attempt. You guys don't need to worry about this. Huh? They all blanked. They didn't need to worry? But the popularity of this Master Spirit developer had exceeded that of Master Spirit Trainer. Even if the amount of points changing hands in this platform wasn't much at present, based on what had happened with Master Spirit Trainer previously, they couldn't even imagine the bleak future of the genetic union if this was allowed to continue. You guys have been thinking too much. The president shook his head. In all honesty, the popularity of this thing will only last a single day at most. Yes, that's right. Have you guys not noticed something? The president sighed. Even if this Master Spirit developer is magical and is attracting the curiosity of everyone, the abilities that have been developed by this are all trash abilities with no practical usage. Space, time, energy, for any one of these three, if one could train to the peak, one would be a legend. But here, through this platform, only 1% of the power can be utilized at most? It is far from enough. The most powerful module here should be the time module. But then, the duration of 1 second is truly too short. This thing here has no practical use. The president shook his head as he looked at everyone. In your opinion, what exactly can people develop with these three modules here? Everyone exchanged glances as realization dawned upon them. Indeed, even if this Master Spirit developer seemed magical, were there any practical uses? Even if all three modules could be assembled freely, one would still be unable to develop anything good out of it. The only reason the masses were crazily researching now was because of the huge amount the first developer had earned. Due to this Master Spirit developer being free, due to Chen Feng's popularity and reputation, the number of users of this Master Spirit developer was extremely high. As such, those testing it out and those curious were extremely great in amount as well. There were even some who had purchased every single spirit art available for sale on the platform. This was also the reason that first developer had made so much. However, how long could this last? Novelty? Curiosity? This wouldn't last any longer than 2 days. When everyone saw clearly how this platform was simply incapable of releasing any proper abilities, the popularity of this Master Spirit developer would decline rapidly before ultimately dying out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, The World Shall Transform. Chapter 564, The World Shall Transform. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. So that's the case. After finally seeing the situation for what it was, they heaved a collective sigh of relief. Worthy of being the Lord President indeed. With only a few minutes, he had been able to see clearly every aspect of Chen Feng's Master Spirit developer. This strength of his was something they could only exclaim in admiration toward. The deputy president frowned. Is that really the case? At present, he still lacked understanding of this spirit art, since some time would be required for him to gain more understanding. However, he had a clear understanding of Chen Feng. That scammer, oh no, that fellow, would his methods only go this far? We still need to pay close attention to this, the deputy president reminded them. The president shook his head. Don't worry. After all, this is merely a child's toy. Deputy President. He had no choice but to have his underlings continue paying close attention to this. Would Chen Feng be so simple? Indeed, on the next day, after a group of people started getting a clearer understanding of all aspects of this master spirit developer, they were all disappointed. That was because they had discovered that in essence, this thing was worthless. It was simply incapable of developing a true ability of practical use. In short, this was nothing but a toy. More and more people realized this. After the popularity of the Master Spirit Developer reached its peak, it stopped increasing. As for those who had placed high expectations on this Master Spirit Developer, their hearts chilled. Was this thing truly a mere toy? They had been hoping that this thing here would change their lives. For people in the lower rungs of society like them, this was akin to hope. Alas, their hope had only lasted one single day. They despaired. Why? Some even started scolding Chen Feng online, feeling like their dreams and hope had been mocked by Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, this negative promotion attracted more attention and managed to bring a short burst of popularity for this Master Spirit Developer. However, that was as far as it went. Everyone was aware that soon, the popularity of Master Spirit Developer would decline rapidly. This thing is going to die soon. There's no helping that. Since no proper abilities can be developed with this Spirit Developer, who will make purchases through this platform? Who can sell without buyers? At present, everyone is merely trying it out for the novelty of it. Once the novelty wears off, the people of the Genetic Union watched on happily as all this happened. Something they had expected to be extremely frightening surprisingly died before it could even start posing a threat to them. Furthermore, Chen Feng's reputation was suffering as a result as well. After all, this spirit developer was being viewed as a scam. After this incident, would the masses still purchase Chen Feng's next spirit art the moment he released it? Meishem, this was quite the question. The Genetic Union enjoyed the show that was unfolding. At present, Li Lei contacted Chen Feng immediately after he realized what was happening. I'm afraid you are in trouble. Chen Feng was curious. Oh? This master spirit developer you released. Li Lei rolled his eyes. Even if the popularity of your master spirit developer is still rather high presently, the popularity of this thing is like an arc. Soon enough, it will start dropping rapidly. Don't tell me you're not aware of this? The popularity of Master Spirit Developer had reached its limit at present. Chen Feng chuckled. I am aware of that. This senior Li Lei was still as energetic as ever. For Master Spirit Developer to have reached its present height, it had truly relied on the curiosity of the masses and the sliver of hope it had brought the commoners. Naturally, the abuse he was receiving couldn't be forgotten either. At present, all the potential for this Master Spirit Developer continuing to grow in popularity had been exhausted. Without abilities of high quality on this platform, nobody would be purchasing anything. With that, the number of users would drop. With the drop in users, the number of developers would start dropping as well. Slowly, nobody would be using this platform anymore. Chen Feng was the clearest of all on how this all would work. He remembered how in his previous life, there had been one particular operating system he'd liked greatly, called Windows Phone. Just like that, the system had died. Naturally, he was quite curious about whether his bad luck during his previous life had had anything to do with the death of this system that he had liked so very much. That shouldn't be the case, right? In any case, Chen Feng would most definitely not follow in the footsteps of Windows Phone. After all, in this world, there were no competitors for this platform he had created. Spirit. Are you ready? Chen Feng looked at Spirit. Spirit was analyzing everything that had happened these 2 days. No problem, Spirit confirmed. Excellent. A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Let's start, then. Shwa. Light flashed past. At this time, just when the popularity of Master Spirit Developer had reached its limit and was about to drop, suddenly, the developer interface popped out. A new module was being installed. Ability module. Able to add on abilities that you already have. Requirement: mastery over the ability one wished to add. They were all confused. What does this mean? No idea. Let me give it a try. Shwa. Someone attempted to add a basic fireball technique. Next, after the fireball combined with a certain dosage of the spatial module, the initially ordinary fireball technique was now able to teleport a short distance. Everyone was stunned. Holy shit, this is... Let me try the time module. Shwa. As the fireball combined with the time module, suddenly, the fireball that was about 1.2 seconds away from reaching its target appeared right in front of the target. This seemed even more terrifying than the spatial version. Naturally, proper control was required to make use of this new ability effectively. Otherwise, if the module was applied too fast, the fireball would disappear immediately instead. The entire world was in an uproar. Those with a clear understanding of how this Master Spirit developer worked understood clearly what this new update signified. This signified that all abilities would have the potential to be transformed. Insane. This is insane. Their eyes became red. Good gracious. Spatial fireball. I remember that for one to obtain this ability, one must have both spatial and flame genetic abilities, with both similarly trained to a certain extent before they could be fused in B class. But now, even an F class will be able to use this ability? Everyone was going crazy. What was the concept of reducing the requirements of an ability from B class to F class? And this was merely a basic function of this Master Spirit developer. Bang! Master Spirit developer started increasing in popularity yet again. Once again, it became the hottest topic, even hotter than when it had been first released. The reason for this explosive popularity? Those trash abilities that had been sold at 10 points per ability had all been cleared from the store. In their place, a bunch of genuine, powerful, and valuable spirit arts had appeared. For example, Spatial Fireball, Time Fireball, Devouring Waves, Tadpole Transformation, and so on. Numerous mystical and powerful spirit arts appeared. Spirit arts. This is what real spirit arts should be like. Ah, I knew Chen Feng wouldn't scam us. Future, this is where my future lies. Countless people immersed themselves in the world of spirit art development. As for those headstrong and wealthy big shots, all of them waited with their purses ready for those brand new and powerful spirit arts to appear. Once again, the system used by all of humanity underwent a change. The entire world changed. At present, the Genetic Union, who had been waiting for the death of Master Spirit Developer, was stunned. This seemed to be progressing differently from what they had expected. Let me take a look. The president, who was resting, entered the interface of Master Spirit Developer. Schwa. His eyes widened. This thing. Bang! That moment when the president combined a minor E-class ability of his with the time module, when he saw the might of the developed ability. The president left the world of Master Spirit Developer and said with a sigh, "Prepare yourselves." What? They all blanked. Prepare for what? The entire world is about to be transformed, the president muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, you must be kidding me, right? Chapter 565, you must be kidding me, right? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. On this day, a light drizzle was falling from the sky. It wasn't as bad as the rain when the devil race appeared, but this was still the type of weather that made it hard for one to feel cheerful. However, when the numerous mysterious yet formidable spirit arts appeared, all of mankind felt like a golden brilliance signifying hope had appeared in the sky. Is this what spirit arts are? Countless people stared blankly at the numerous abilities that had been developed freely. That's right. This was the present state of spirit arts. Initially, the spirit arts had only consisted of time, spatial, and energy abilities, which had not had any practical use. Now, when the genetic warriors were allowed to combine their abilities with spirit arts, infinite possibilities were now possible. Bang! Bang! One spirit art after another appeared. In the Master Spirit Developer platform, the sales of spirit arts had surpassed all records. People watched as the sales volumes of the numerous spirit arts increased without stop, surpassing 10,000, surpassing 100,000, surpassing 1,000,000, and so on. Ha ha! This really works. After combining spirit arts with my original ability, the strength of the new ability is over one-fold higher. Same here. They all exclaimed in admiration. Due to the existence of this platform known as Master Spirit Developer, the strength of humanity had increased as a whole. From what the masses remembered, the last time something like this had happened was when the Beyond X gene reagent was released. Yet again, Chen Feng had changed the entire world. I want to become a developer. Countless people joined the profession of being a developer. The frightening sales volume was the very motivation for these people. Some had even formed groups to develop AAA tier spirit arts. One could imagine how terrifying these new spirit arts would be if their development proved to be successful. Bye. As for those regular genetic warriors, they were all taking this opportunity to increase their strength without stop. Every single day, there would be countless missions waiting for them. Even a tiny increase in their strength would increase their survival rate, let alone the survivability added by the present Master Spirit Developer that could increase their strength as a whole. All of humanity was overjoyed. The users of Master Spirit Developer surpassed 1 billion, and the number of spirit arts that had been successfully developed surpassed 100,000. Moreover, this figure was still constantly increasing. As for genetic union points Chen Feng had, it had long since gone off the charts. At the genetic union, the president and the deputy president were watching on in silence with everyone else as the figures signifying the points and authority of their genetic union changed without stop. This time, they truly had no way of preventing it. The people of the finance department were not reconciled to this. Are we going to just let this be? The president looked at him with a strange gaze. What else do you want to do, then? The person from the finance department wanted to say something, but he decided against it and stopped talking. The genetic union was way too used to their hegemonic ways. As such, they had only recalled now that this opponent of theirs this time wasn't an enemy, nor was it even a potential enemy. Rather, it was Chen Feng, the messiah of humanity. Using threats and bribes against him? The higher-ups would most definitely be the first ones to finish them off if they were to do that to Chen Feng. Regardless of what they decided to do, Chen Feng's safety had to be assured. Remember this. Chen Feng's contribution to humanity is higher than all of you added up together. So long as the laws are followed, regardless of what he does, we must assure his safety. Control your lackeys properly. I do not wish to hear about anything untoward happening. If something happens to Chen Feng, the president's eyes gleamed coldly. None of you should hope to survive. The people of the finance department trembled as they heard this. Yes. Poof. The president concluded with a snort and stopped talking. Chen Feng's identity was too unique. The things he did were way too extraordinary as well. Regardless of whether or not Chen Feng was intentionally acting against them, he was ultimately still changing this world for the better, changing all of humanity. This single feat alone was already deserving of respect from everyone. If he can continue repeating such feats, the president stated calmly, so what if I give him even my position as the president? Everyone lapsed into silence. And now, the changes officially began. On the first day, Chen Feng's points reached an amount worth 20% of everything the genetic union had to sell. On the second day, Chen Feng's points reached an amount worth 50% of everything the genetic union had to sell. On the third day, Chen Feng met the requirement to start purchasing authority in the genetic union. Schwa! With a slight wave of his hand, instantly, all of Chen Feng's points were cleared. With this, he obtained the qualification to start purchasing authority in the genetic union. On the fourth day, Chen Feng purchased 1% of the total authority. On the fifth day, Chen Feng purchased 3% of the total authority. On the sixth day, Chen Feng purchased 5% of the total authority. With the present seemingly unstoppable momentum of the Master Spirit Developer, in a single week, Chen Feng earned enough to purchase more than 10% of the total authority. With this, he officially became part of the upper management of the genetic union. This shocked everyone. This speed. Everyone was now convinced. 1 week, someone lamented. Even back during the dawn of a new era with the creation of the wristband, Luo Yuan had still used 2 months just to obtain the qualification to purchase authority. As for Chen Feng, only 3 days had been used. The times had changed indeed. Perhaps this is not a bad thing? I guess so. I hope that Chen Feng will not act all bossy and set up stupid rules now that he's part of the management. Some of them were anxious. After all, the genetic union specialized in something different than the Gene Production Association. If Chen Feng as a producer decided to interfere with the various decisions of the union, it would bring them trouble. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Feng was ultimately a producer, a researcher. Even the miracles he had created were related to these two identities of his. On the other hand, his combat prowess and management prowess were things he had yet to prove. Alas, surprising them all, Chen Feng did not even bother coming to the genetic union after obtaining management authority. The only thing he did was select a certain training camp and register his name to enter. Next, with his terrifying contribution, he surpassed everyone and placed first on the waiting list. Spurt Growth Training Camp. Right holder, Genetic Union. Class, Peak Beyond B Class. Difficulty, 5 stars. Participants, 3 per year. Order of entry, priority based on one's ranking in the union. This was the camp most fitting for Chen Feng at present. This was also the only training camp with a vacant spot at present. But then, why had he decided to enter a training camp at a time like this? The president rubbed his head. Should he not be coming here to join our meeting? As someone who had just become part of the management, shouldn't he be coming over to fight for the power that was rightfully his? This Chen Feng guy. Suddenly, the deputy president recalled something. Hold on. Training camp. Contribution points. Schwa. The deputy president asked, do you have the list of applicants for the training camp from earlier? Yes. Soon after, the list was sent by the employee. The deputy president took a look and was instantly stunned. That was because the list indicated that previously, Chen Feng had applied to join a training camp and had been rejected due to his contribution points being insufficient. It can't be, right, the deputy president muttered. He had a rather bad premonition. The president looked at him with a strange gaze. What are you doing? Please wait a moment. The deputy president called Chen Feng. Chen Feng on the screen, looking surprised. Yes? With an expression of someone who was constipated, the deputy president said, I have a question I need to ask you. Ask it, then. Chen Feng seemed rather busy. The real reason for you buying authority in the genetic union. The deputy president paused before continuing with a disbelieving tone, was it for the sake of joining a training camp? Yes, Chen Feng stated as if that was the natural thing to do. Indeed. The deputy president nearly fainted. As for the other higher-ups around him, they were all stunned as they heard this as well. Training camp? The only thing you wanted was to enter a training camp to break through, the president asked, full of disbelief. Yes. Chen Feng curled his lips. Don't you guys have a limitation based on one's contribution points? I tried applying several times yet kept getting rejected. As such, I had no choice but to do something about it. Everyone had a rather wonderful expression on their face. What reason was this? What nonsense was this, Were the contribution points you obtained from the master spirit trainer not sufficient for that? The deputy president asked with a forced smile. Originally, it should have been sufficient. Chen Feng assumed a helpless expression. However, you guys forced me out. I had initially planned to use the points and contribution points I earned through master spirit trainer to try to get on the waiting list. Who could have expected that you guys would take it over from me forcefully? Out of options, I had no choice but to release Master Spirit Developer to earn points. Schwa. Everyone lapsed into silence. The silence was stifling. An unbelieving expression was plastered on each of their faces. Numerous people had a what the F***ck expression as well. They had truly never expected that the primary reason Chen Feng had created these spirit arts and had even purchased their authority was for the sake of entering the training camp. They all looked at each other. What in the world, Oh yeah, I am about to enter the training camp. I will be ending the call here. Chen Feng seemed somewhat busy with his preparations to enter the training camp and ended the call in a rush. The higher-ups were all left there looking at each other with stunned expressions on their faces. Who's the one managing the training camps? The deputy president asked with his teeth gnashed. Someone raised his hand meekly, a forceful smile on his face. Me. What the hell? If he had known earlier that Chen Feng had done all this just to enter the training camp, he would have allowed Chen Feng to enter even at the risk of getting expelled from the union. Chen Feng should have said so if he wanted to enter, right? How was this person managing the training camp supposed to know this if Chen Feng hadn't even mentioned it? What could he do about this? He was feeling extremely helpless as well. The president shook his head. Forget it. After all, this ridiculous incident could be considered to have ended. The most important thing at present was the fact that Chen Feng was truly planning to enter the training camp despite the terrifying enemies they had. This was too dangerous. They wanted to stop him. However, damn it. The president's head ached. Since Chen Feng was now part of the upper management, they were no longer qualified to control Chen Feng's actions and had no choice but to allow Chen Feng to risk his life like this. His identity is too unique. It is my hope that you guys can manage his trip to the training camp properly. No matter what, his safety must be ensured. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, The Deadline of 1 Month. Chapter 566, The Deadline of 1 Month. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Devil Race. Here, it was still shrouded by darkness. A certain powerful devil expert with a body the size of a mountain was prostrating on the ground like a domesticated animal. An old devil was seated above his body and gazing at the starry sky. Suddenly, the old devil muttered with his hoarse voice, "I like the dark, because the darkness is also our home ground." A faint smile formed on the old devil's face. He gazed down at this devil, this formidable S-class that surpassed everything but could only prostrate under his feet at present. He deeply enjoyed this feeling of being the master of everything. The only source of discomfort for the present him was the faint scent of urine on the huge devil below him. Reporting. A little devil presented the latest news to the old devil. Chen Feng. The old devil's eyes gleamed coldly. What the little devil presented was precisely the news of what Chen Feng had done recently in the human territories. It seemed like he had done something extremely amazing, causing the strength of humanity to rise greatly. The little devil's killing intent surged. "Lord, should we?" The old devil shook his head. "There's no need. This fellow called Chen Feng isn't easy to kill. At present, the ancient race should be the ones most terrified of him. Our present strength is rather limited. As such, our priority should be maintaining a low profile and increasing our strength silently. Besides, both the ancients and humans are constantly trying to increase their strength. As such, we must hasten our speed as well. The superiority we gain from this giant S-class devil will not last long. Before it ends, we must increase our strength as much as possible," the old devil stated with a resolute gaze. "Yes," all the other devils replied. Bang! Bang! Slowly, the giant devil stood up. Standing on the head of this giant devil, the old devil gazed upon this piece of land in front of him. He vowed to use the shortest time possible to awaken those slumbering devils and transform them all into his puppets as well. Even if those devils he was thinking of were all stronger than him, the truth was. He. The old devil patted the head he was stepping on and said, "Pippy devil, let's go." Howl. The giant devil replied with a loud roar. Bringing the old devil along, the giant devil charged into the darkness. Ancient race. The present Chen Hai had a cloak draped on his back and his killing intent was surging. Behind him was an all-female army with all sorts of characters within. Even the previous emperor's harem members were included in this all-female army. Every one of them was gazing at Chen Hai tenderly. With their continuous consumption of that Beyond X gene reagent, the present ancient race was much stronger. At the same time, they were also more feminine, and their figures looked even more perfect. Not a single trace of masculinity remained among the ancient race. Pooh! Raising his hand, Chen Hai slashed his blade downward. With a flash, several ancient rebels were slaughtered. Opposite Chen Hai, the rebels were so furious that their bosoms started trembling. "You are too much of a bully." He. Chen Hai sneered with a cold gaze. In order to prevent himself from having a protective feeling against the fairer sex, before the destruction of all of the information regarding the X-males of the ancient race, he saved a copy of that information on his wristband. As the breath of the rebels quickened from their fury, resulting in their chests jiggling, Chen Hai gave his wristband a glance. M. Original name, Zhang Depeo. Introduction, once sentenced to prison for molesting the daughter of the mayor. Ultimately escaped during the chaos. What followed was this Zhang Depeo's wanted poster, a picture of a person with a lush beard on his face. At the sight of this, all protective feelings for the fairer sex vanished. Pooh! Decisively, Chen Hai killed this rebel with a flawless figure. "Why must you kill all of us?" a different rebel female cried. They were truly willing to surrender. In fact, when the entire population of the ancient race had become feminized, when Chen Hai had been crowned the new king, they had all been sincerely willing to surrender unconditionally. Alas! Chen Hai had issued a command to kill all rebels. As such, these rebels had decided to resist till the end, since they were going to die in any case. However, they truly had no idea why this guy here insisted on killing them all. "I'm sorry. Your hands are filled with the blood of the ancient commoners. I do not trust you people," Chen Hai replied with a cold gaze. He issued his final command. Kill. Bang! The entire ancient army moved out, and just like that, yet another army of rebels was eliminated. Even though the ancients had all been feminized, their strength had become even scarier than before. It was rather hard to decide if this was actually good or bad for humanity. Tee-hee. Unfeeling and decisive. "This is our king," a playful-looking young lady stated. "Excellent," stated a young lady with a splendid figure. The act of killing these rebels presented us with an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with this newfound strength. Indeed, another person answered. But then, it won't be long before all the rebels are killed off. It won't be long indeed, a gentle-looking young lady agreed tenderly. Chen Hai. This scene here with all these young ladies was supposed to be filled with allure. Unfortunately, whenever Qin Hai looked at his wristband, he saw the information and original pictures of all these young ladies. Third Prince, Marquis Ming, Chancellor of Military, and numerous senior ministers. Looking at the original appearances of all these people, Qin Hai sighed deeply. How many rebels are left? Qin Hai asked. A sexy young lady licked her lips as, with her killing intent surging, she said, 2 more armies. They are quite far from us. However, we should be able to finish them off within a month. After that, we will be able to start moving against the humans. Oh. This particular person used to be the head eunuch. 1 month, huh? Qin Hai stared ahead toward the direction of the human territories. Even after doing everything he could only delay the ancients this much. The moment the ancient rebels were eliminated, the ancient race could start attacking the humans. At that time, how was humanity supposed to face this feminized yet stronger ancient race? Worry filled Qin Hai's eyes. Lord! It's time to set off, someone reminded him. Qin Hai nodded before leading the army to the rebels. Let's go. Feng. I won't be able to delay much longer. As for what happens next, it will have to rely on you. Amid the boundless starry sky, numerous huge battleships were roaming the outer space. As the aviation industry of humanity had progressed rapidly, numerous wealthy people had been able to construct a battleship villa before moving from the planet into outer space. There in their ships, they lived the lives of true kings. A single huge battleship could fit a population of 100,000 people, equivalent to a small city. Here, the commander was the absolute leader. Some commanders led scientists and focused on research, some commanders led their underlings and focused on increasing their strength, and some commanders focused on building a promiscuous harem. Within a certain battleship, a certain commander around 60 to 70 years old with a huge belly was flipping the cards in his hands with a perverted expression. Within this huge battleship, not a single female could escape his grasp. Let me see. Whose turn will it be today? He. Schwa. Lights swirled around. He pointed midair, and next, a petite figure appeared. Ha! He gave the hologram a glance, and instantly, his body trembled. Wow! There is such a beauty on my ship? Ha ha ha! The age is somewhat young. MHM. Well, it is understandable for me to have missed her before. After all, there are several 100,000 people on my ship. Ha ha! Little sister, let me accompany you today. The perverted commander drifted forward within the battleship. Suddenly, the air trembled. Instantly, a bright explosion erupted and a terrifying shockwave swept everywhere. In a split second, half the battleship was destroyed. Yet even as this happened, no news was able to be transmitted outward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Ownerless Land. Chapter 567, Ownerless Land. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Genetic Union. Feng inhaled deeply as he saw the message he had just received from Qin Hai. 1 month? There truly wasn't much time left for him. Even though the devil race had suffered losses due to their previous defeat, the S-class giant devil that had recently appeared served as a frightening deterrent. That single giant devil was akin to a nuclear warhead. As for the ancient race, Qin Hai had always been curbing them. However, with the existence of their land of legacy, the ancient race would never be eliminated for real. Moreover, Qin Hai would never be able to truly gain complete control over the ancient race unless the land of legacy was destroyed. Feng shook his head, as this was an unrealistic expectation. There, an old man was hidden in seclusion. Moreover, there were also numerous peak beyond classes residing there as well. Regardless of how many human experts were sent there, it would be no different than throwing rocks into the sea. Feng shook his head. Forget it. I won't think about it too much. His utmost priority right now was to enter Beyond A class in the shortest time possible. I am currently a peak Beyond B class and can become a Beyond A1 by breaking through the bottleneck and fusing with a new gene, Feng thought inwardly. With his current strength, at most, he would be able to force a Beyond A5 forcefully thanks to his strength as a peak Beyond B class. If he was able to enter Beyond A class. Feng's gaze burned. Perhaps, I could even be a match for Li Lei. In a way, Li Lei was one of the apex existences among humanity. He was a Beyond A8. As long as Feng entered Beyond A class, he would possess such combat power as well, even if this combat power would only be made available by erupting with his trump card. At least with that, he would possess powerful self-defense capabilities. If so, the only thing he needed to concern himself with was breaking through in the shortest time possible. Chen Feng looked at the latest data on the training camp. Schwa! Light swirled around. Following the genetic union's guide, he reached his destination. There, 2 people were already waiting for him. A male of around 30 years old nodded at Chen Feng as he introduced himself, Chen. A delicate-looking young lady smiled sweetly as she introduced herself, Fan. Both of them were peak beyond B classes. For them to have been able to obtain the qualifications to enter this camp from the numerous beyond B classes of the genetic union, their contributions to the genetic union were apparent. Either they had terrifying backers or they were. Chen Feng nodded slightly. I am Chen Feng. We know. Fan smiled. You have been rather popular recently. Thanks, Chen Feng replied politely. Let's go, Chen stated faintly. We have been waiting a long time for you. All right. Chen Feng did not bother saying anything much. This time, the 3 of them were the participants in this training camp. Based on the content of this training camp, their goal here was extremely simple: to enter the ownerless land. That was a place with a unique environment. If one were able to grab the chance presented properly, one would be able to break through. This was the training camp with the lowest difficulty level among all training camps for their level. That is a unique place. There, the environment is rather harsh. However, it is also precisely this harsh environment that will allow our energy to be tempered, helping us in our breakthrough, Fan explained gently. She wasn't someone with an exceptionally beautiful appearance, yet she gave off a feeling of comfort to onlookers. When talking, her voice was gentle and soft. A person like this should be the ideal partner for a lot of people. Is that so? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Ownerless land. Chen shared his knowledge as well. In this mission, there are no ancients or devils. If nothing unexpected happens, there will only be the 3 of us there. As such, you don't need to worry too much about it. Chen Feng shrugged. I don't think I have any information worth sharing. He had only selected this training camp at the last minute out of various camps. Furthermore, he hadn't been on the waiting list, nor had he been waiting for a year or so like others. Naturally, he had not had the opportunity to learn more about this camp. No worries. It will be fine so long as you don't bring us any trouble, Chen stated bluntly. Fan smiled. You don't need to mind him. This is how he is, a blunt person. When I had just arrived, I suffered from his words several times as well. I nearly start chopping at him with my weapon. Chen Feng chuckled. Chen raised his brow yet remained silent. This ownerless land is a training camp discovered long ago. However, at that time, due to the environment there being too harsh, B classes were unable to survive there. As for A classes, this place is useless for their breakthrough. As such, this place was considered an abandoned region. But due to the appearance of Beyond X gene reagents, Beyond B classes appeared, resulting in this place being converted into a proper training camp. Ultimately, this is thanks to you. Fan shook her head. Without your Beyond X gene reagent. So that's the case, thought Chen Feng. Only Beyond B classes could temper themselves in this unique environment? Fan flashed a wide smile. You don't have to worry. It has been 10 years since this place was discovered. No other life forms had ever appeared here. If everything goes smoothly, we might be able to break through in a single day. Chen Feng nodded. MHM. Chen maintained his silence as he led the way. Soon, the 3 reached their destination. Interestingly, as they neared their destination, the sunny sky started darkening. By the time they arrived, the sky above them was already dark as night. It has gone dark? Chen Feng checked the time but noted that it was still 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Schwa! Chen's body vanished abruptly before reappearing. The further it is from this place, the clearer the vision is, Chen replied calmly. This is unrelated to the time of the day. Rather, this is caused by the unique environment here. Ah? Instant teleportation? This Chen fellow was a spatial specialist? If it's only due to the unique environment, it's all good, Fan said with a smile. The last time the sky darkened suddenly like this, something extremely scary happened. She was clearly referring to the appearance of the devils. Let's go, Chen stated faintly. Enter earlier so we can leave earlier. All right. The 2 followed behind him in silence. Fan was feeling somewhat helpless. Evidently, she found this Chen fellow somewhat dull, making this trip somewhat boring. Arriving, training, and finally returning. They might very well remain strangers even after completing this training camp. Truly. Fan shook her head as she lamented inwardly. Idol, remember to give me an autograph after this is over, Fan said to Chen Feng, smiling. Chen Feng chuckled. Not a problem. Soon, the three reached the ownerless land. Hum. This area was formed of a rocky mound. Countless rocks hovered in midair, some of them streaking across the air at a terrifying speed. Occasionally, rocks would collide against each other, creating terrifying shockwaves that spread all over. This was the ownerless land. Here, everything was ownerless. Fan opened her mouth. Chen wanted to say something as well. They both discovered that even when speaking, no sounds could leave their mouth. This was the first property of this ownerless land, sound restriction. This was a soundless place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Your talent level seems rather unreliable. Chapter 568, Your talent level seems rather unreliable. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng pointed at the communicator on his wristband. Communicate with this. Schwa. Light swirled as the three turned their communicators on and regained their ability to communicate with each other. Fan frowned. There are no sounds here. Chen glanced around. Forget sound, have you guys not noticed how our bodies feel lighter? Lighter? Their mood became solemn. Now that their bodies were much stronger than those of regular people, there was an innate resistance built into their bodies toward such external effects. As such, they hadn't paid it much attention. Now that they focused their attention on their bodies, they noted that the gravity here was indeed much lower than other places. Bang! Chen Feng tried punching forth and was welcomed with a soft feeling, as if he had just punched cotton. Indeed, the environment here was very different. It seems like there's no oxygen here either, Fan pointed out. Oxygen. Their hearts jolted. With the powerful bodies they had as peak beyond B classes, their bodies only required oxygen when training or improving themselves. For normal operations, their bodies could nearly stop using oxygen. However, they had only reached a state where they were nearly free of their dependence on oxygen rather than absolute freedom. Without oxygen, their bodily functions would not be able to recover and they could only maintain their present states. The moment they suffered any injuries or accidents, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let me take a look. Once again, Chen sensed around. After a while, he opened his eyes. Oxygen is not the only thing missing here. To be exact, we are currently in a vacuum. There isn't any energy in the air either. No energy. Their hearts sank as they heard this. They could accept the lack of oxygen and being in a vacuum. To a certain degree, energy would be able to replace these bodily needs of theirs. However, without energy, that signified that they would be truly incapable of recovering here at this place. This also signified that after their energy was exhausted, they would be truly finished. This was the scariest aspect of this place. Chen Feng pondered. Was this the type of tempering this place offered? Chen's gaze became resolute. It looks like, in essence, this is a training camp that will force us to break through by subjecting us to such harsh conditions. Despite the harsh environment here, his gaze was now burning. He trusted deeply that he could most certainly break through here. Let's go. We are now only at the outer zone. When we reach there. Chen pointed forward. When we reach the inner zone, we can start cultivating. Chen Feng gazed over. There, the place Chen was pointing at, was the area with the highest frequency of rocks streaking about. In this unique environment, all their senses were greatly restricted, and their bodily functions had dropped drastically as well. Despite all of this, they would still need to face those terrifying rocks. This was truly an environment of utmost harshness. There's no need to worry, Fan stated with a low voice. In fact, we still have a secret mission while we are here. Chen Feng was surprised. Oh? To protect you. Fan sighed. Both my family and Chen's are underlings of the genetic union. Before coming, our families issued an absolute command that we must assure your safety. If something happens, we must assure that you can return alive before thinking about ourselves. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. Unexpectedly, his present status had reached the height where he was akin to a national treasure, and these two were his protectors? Chen Feng smiled. Who would be doing the protecting was not a sure thing yet. I know. Chen Feng did not bother giving them an explanation. They continued forward. Soon, they reached the inner zone. Let's start, Chen stated flatly. Schwa. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Feng and Fan were already used to his cold attitude. After exchanging glances, they both sat down and started cultivating as well. With this, their special training began. Xiao. Xiao. Numerous rocks streaked back and forth midair. The three of them dodged the stones with utmost difficulty. This was a place where their senses were greatly reduced, a place where regular B classes would most probably suffer greatly. However, the three of them were ultimately elites among peak beyond B classes. The three of them were existences capable of battling those of a higher rank. Whoosh! Whoosh! Slowly, their strength increased. In this unique environment, the nature of their energy transformed slowly. The beyond B class energy was slowly transforming, approaching the standard of a beyond A class. This place was indeed worthy of being the best rapid growth training camp. Everything progressed smoothly. If there were no mishaps, Feng would most certainly enter beyond A class this time. Hum. Hum. A faint energy bubbled up. The radiance surrounding their bodies started becoming mystical and powerful. After 10 minutes, Feng became stronger. After half an hour, Feng completed the transformation of his energy. After an hour, Feng could feel that there was only a barrier separating him from beyond A class. After 2 hours, Feng could feel that there was only a barrier separating him from beyond A class. After 3 hours, Feng could feel that there was only a barrier separating him from beyond A class. Feng awoke from that mysterious state of mind. This feeling. Something seemed off? He could sense clearly how near he was to breaking through, yet he'd been stuck at this final step for 2 hours. He turned around and looked at Fan and Chen. The both of them had seemingly entered beyond A class, as the energy surrounding them was changing qualitatively. If everything progressed smoothly, when they both awoke, they would both be fully fledged beyond A classes. Is my talent so poor? Feng smiled bitterly. He was aware that he was not a genius. For him to have reached this height, apart from his hard work, the contribution of luck aura could not be neglected. After all, even if he had his luck aura, the other geniuses were all constantly working hard as well. As for luck aura, it had merely been able to make up for the talent that he so very lacked. Feng sighed. I didn't originally plan to use it. Spirit, activate luck aura, Feng urged inwardly. Calculate the amount of luck value required for me to reach beyond A class. Spirit nodded. All right. Hum. Light swirled around. Spirit finished her analysis, yet an ugly expression appeared on her face. What's up? Curious, Feng took a look. Instantly, he was stunned. The amount shown was an extremely huge amount, an amount of luck value Feng might not be able to obtain even after a lifetime of accumulation. 9,982,333? Feng's face darkened. Was this number meant to insult him or something like that? He was aware that he might lack talent. However, it shouldn't be this bad, right? This was too excessive. This appeared impossible now. Nearly 10 million luck value. What the heck? If he had that much luck value, rather than working hard like this, he could merely wish for world peace and then let luck deal with everything, right? That much luck value would be sufficient to even allow all the programmers in this world to finally obtain girlfriends. How excessive. Feng was extremely disappointed. Feng looked at Spirit. Spirit, have you optimized the luck aura inversely instead? In his memories, something like this was possible. In his previous life, there had been the 6th edition of a certain game, which the developers had forgotten to optimize prior to release, as they had been too busy thinking of ways to scam money out of the gamers. Ultimately, the released version had been so filled with bugs that it was worthy of being a legend in itself. Not only had the computer requirements for the game not lowered, they had increased by more than 100-fold. Even the best graphics card of that time had not been able to run the game smoothly. This game had subsequently been known dearly by the consumers as Chinese Paladin, Sword and Fairy 6, The Fall of Titan. Spirit felt wronged. How is that possible? Let alone reverse optimization, for such a result, she couldn't even begin optimizing luck aura to reduce it. Try optimizing it, then, Feng said after some thought. MHM. Spirit waved her hand. Schwa. Instantly, the number rose from 9,982,333 to an 8-figure number. Spirit. Feng, inverse optimization indeed. Feng sighed. How can you say that? Spirit pouted, feeling so wrong that she nearly cried. Chen Feng shook his head. It's not your fault. He knew himself how good Spirit's optimizations were. It was truly unexpected that when used to work on something concerning his talent, it would work inversely instead. Was his talent really so poor? This amount of luck value. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt like something did not seem right. One ought to know that even back then when he calculated the amount required to kill Lu Han with bad luck alone, the amount given wasn't even this high. At that time, only 100,000 luck value had been required. If he had 100,000 luck value, Chen Feng would not even have needed to do anything. Lu Han would have died purely from accidents. Naturally, it was simply impossible to obtain such a luck value. And now, just to break through into beyond a class, it would require nearly 10 million luck value? Something had to be wrong here. Or perhaps... Shua! Chen Feng's heart trembled as he thought of a certain possibility. Spirit, investigate for me if anyone is causing a disturbance here, Chen Feng requested. All right. Spirit activated luck aura. Suddenly, the red light blazed without stop in his illusory world. Chen Feng's expression changed instantly. Red light, this was the alarm signifying the highest degree of danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, No Way Out. Chapter 569, No Way Out. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Indeed, someone is messing around. It was no wonder. Only such a thing could make it impossible for him to break through, to need so much luck value just to break through. Someone was actually stopping his breakthrough, and that person was extremely strong. Chen? The first person Chen Feng suspected was this fellow beside him. Shortly afterward, he shook his head. If these two were the ones, he wouldn't need so much luck value to deal with them. Chen Feng could directly kill them and then break through easily. Who could it be, then? Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. This unique environment here seemed to be one that would exhaust one's energy without stop, forcing one into extreme danger so that person could break through. However, what if after one exhausted one's energy, an enemy appeared? At that time, that person wouldn't even have the energy to flee. Chen Feng's heart chilled. The enemy was hidden away, obstructing his progress in silence. It was certain that this enemy was waiting for him to exhaust his energy before appearing to finish him off. This enemy definitely had to be one with a deep understanding of him, then. After all, Chen Feng had reversed numerous seemingly helpless situations. Even when all seemed to be lost, Chen Feng was often able to turn defeat into victory. Even if he couldn't obtain victory, he would still be able to escape, regardless of how strong the enemy was. Therefore, to prevent Chen Feng from repeating those miracles, this person had been waiting here for Chen Feng. Chen Feng understood. He is waiting for me to exhaust my energy. Very well. Since you want to wait it out, I will wait it out till the end with you. Shua! Chen Feng sat down cross-legged and continued his cultivation. Secretly, he tried to request help. However, he received no responses. All the messages he sent were seemingly thrown into an endless abyss. This was a situation Chen Feng had seen once before. His messages had all been devoured. It was not signal blocking. Rather, this was the devouring of messages. If this was normal signal blocking, Chen Feng would be able to notice it the moment it happened. After all, his signal interference warning system hadn't been installed for nothing. Chen and Fan would similarly be able to detect it as well. Now, the signal seemed to have been devoured directly. The three of them could communicate with each other here. However, if they wished to send messages out of here, that was impossible. Naturally, even if they noticed this, they would assume that this was due to the environment as well. If so, there was only one method left. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Spirit, Chen Feng stated. Spirit nodded slightly. Understood. Shua. The little amount of luck value Chen Feng had dropped. Only 100 luck value remained. Hopefully, you receive this. Once again, Chen Feng regained his calm. Hum. Faint energy flickered around him. Chen Feng seemed to have entered the same state the other two were in. Once again, he tried to break through. The Chen Feng that kept failing in his breakthrough seemed somewhat jittery, causing the speed of his energy exhaustion to increase. 1 hour. 2 hours. Finally, their energy exhaustion reached the peak. Gradually, the auras of Chen and Fan transformed as they reached the final stage of their breakthrough. As for Chen Feng's aura, it was stuck at the stage where it seemed like he was going to break through, yet at the same time, it seemed like he was not going to break through either. He was not far from beyond a class. Very near, in fact. However, each time, he was lacking a tiny bit of the push necessary to break through successfully. Chen Feng howled furiously. His voice was blocked in this environment, however, he was evidently using all his strength to break through. Alas, nothing seemed to help. Their energy decreased without stop, seemingly on the verge of drying up. Right at this moment, with a crisp sound, the auras of Chen and Fan transformed abruptly. After being pushed to their limits, they finally transformed entirely. Bang! A terrifying radiance flickered out. All the energy they had exhausted earlier was regained instantly. Their breakthroughs were successful. Both Chen and Fan reached beyond A1. Even though they were unable to recover their energy to the peak level of a beyond A1, they had still broken through successfully. From now on, they would be ranked among the top existences of this world. Pooh! Suddenly, Chen Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he stopped his breakthrough, as his energy had been fully exhausted. Fan rushed over and helped him up. Chen Feng tried to say something. Don't talk, Chen interrupted him. You only need to focus on maintaining what energy you have left. Fan was extremely anxious. Is his injury grave? His energy is about to be fully exhausted. The moment his energy stops supporting his body, with the lack of oxygen here. Chen continued with a solemn expression, he will die if he stays here. What do we do then? Fan asked anxiously. Take him away promptly, Chen analyzed calmly. Let's take him to the outer region and wait there. After recovering his energy, we can bring him back here to try again. In fact, failing to break through in a single attempt is rather normal. Fan carried Chen Feng and started heading toward the outer region. All right. Shwa! Shwa! The two streaked toward the outer region. With their speed as beyond a classes, they were able to move at an extremely high speed. Alas, alarmingly, regardless of how fast they moved, they seemed unable to leave this area. Suddenly, Chen noticed something. Something seems to be off. He looked around. Everywhere seemed completely the same. No direction could be determined, and there were no other sights. This place had actually transformed into a huge labyrinth. Fan's expression became unsightly. Something happened. Now, this no longer concerned Chen Feng alone. If they couldn't solve this, all three of them might die here. Shwa! Chen started moving in a different direction. However, it was still useless. The energy of the three continued decreasing, especially Chen Feng's. Even though he was presently being carried by Fan and his energy exhaustion rate was already at its lowest, he was already in a critical state due to the excessive exhaustion earlier. As for Chen, he still failed to find a way out. Fan despaired. Chen Feng will not be able to last any longer. She looked around. Regardless of which direction she looked in, the same sight welcomed her. Endless rocks and endless nothingness was all around them, making it impossible for them to decide on the correct direction. Fan's heart chilled. It's over. Chen was ashen-faced, as he could not think of anything either. Would the three of them die here for real? Fan looked at Chen Feng guiltily. Sorry. And no worries. His hands shivering, the pale Chen Feng took out a gene reagent from his bosom. This is spatial teleporting gene reagent I produced. By activating it, we will be able to go back. For real? Fan's eyes shone. Chen also gazed at that gene reagent with an unbelieving expression. They had never heard of such a mystical gene reagent. A gene reagent capable of group teleportation? This thing here was too terrifying. However, as he recalled Chen Feng's identity, what was a mere group teleporting gene reagent? After all, Chen Feng was a legend, the creator of the Beyond X gene reagent and spirit arts. Fan took the gene reagent in an agitated manner. Let me do it. Just as she was about to activate the gene reagent. Shwa! With a flash, the gene reagent in her hands vanished into thin air. What? Alarm was plastered all over Fan's face. She was a beyond a class, yet the enemy had been able to easily snatch the gene reagent from her hands. But who is it? Chen asked with a solemn expression as his killing intent surged. Had this hidden person finally decided to make an appearance? Not far away, a figure wearing plain and simple cyan clothing appeared. He had a normal appearance, and his hand was holding Chen Feng's mystical spatial teleportation gene reagent. Slowly, he walked out of hiding while gazing at them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, The Real Mastermind. Chapter 570, The Real Mastermind. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. He laughed lightly. Interesting. Here in this place where there should be no sound, this light laugh sounded so very loud and clear. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. I knew you wouldn't die easily like that. He gazed at the gene reagent on his hand toyingly. You have even something like this as your trump card? What a pity. Regardless of how many miracles you can create, I have prepared well in advance. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. What else could he say? The more miracles he created, the more preparations his enemies would make before making a move against him. Evidently, energy exhaustion was merely the primary plan. This enemy had originally planned to let Chen Feng die from exhaustion. When Chen Feng had taken out this spatial teleporting gene reagent, the enemy had been compelled to reveal himself. The alternative to the first plan was to personally kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at that person. Who are you? This person felt familiar, yet he was certain he had never met this person before. Ah, that person merely replied with a smile. Die. Lightly, he waved his hand. Evidently, he was not planning to give Chen Feng any chance to delay this. Chen blocked before Chen Feng. Scram! Bang! Light swirled around, and instantly, Chen was blasted away. That's right. It only took this person an instant to defeat Chen. Fan looked at him in panic. You! Bang! With another flash, Fan was blasted away as well. The two new Beyond A1s were completely helpless before this person. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Who exactly are you? Such strength, he should be a Beyond A7 at the very least. Even if there were a lot of Beyond A classes everywhere, most of them were still around Beyond A1 or Beyond A2. They were still rather far from those true experts in Beyond A class. This person was most definitely one of those experts who had entered Beyond A class long ago. That person answered with another smile. He. Bang! The terrifying radiance descended, with Chen Feng as the target this time. Chen and Fan were alarmed. Chen Feng! They had both been blasted quite far away and were not able to assist Chen Feng in time. Moreover, with their strength, they would be no different than cannon fodder even if they arrived in time. They would not make a difference. Bang! The radiance erupted brightly. Instantly, the dazzling radiance spread all over. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. It's coming? He could feel the terrifying pressure amid the boundless white. This was the might of an apex expert, and also his final chance at breaking through. Spirit, Chen Feng urged with a cold gaze. Understood. Luck aura was fully activated. Hum. A faint aura swirled around. All the remaining energy in Chen Feng's body bloomed. From the moment he had noticed the existence of an enemy here, all his energy had been hidden away. Only a small portion of his energy had been used to maintain the fake cultivation state he had been in earlier. He still had his original strength. He was sure that this was his one and only chance. Even though the enemy had stopped his breakthrough earlier, in order to avoid suspicion, the enemy had still allowed Chen Feng to remain on the verge of breaking through, only stopping him from crossing over that single line. Only a thin line remained between Chen Feng and his breakthrough. He only needed to cross over this thin line and he would most definitely enter Beyond A class. As he had been sealed by this enemy, he had been unable to break through this thin line. Now, though, in this final moment where the enemy had the impression that Chen Feng could no longer survive, Chen Feng intended to make use of the enemy's power to break through this thin line, to break through using that extremely strong pressure and that terrifying might. Come! Chen Feng howled. Bang! A terrifying radiance erupted. All of Chen Feng's energy erupted. At this instant, the entirety of his power bloomed. The shaking radiance at the point of contact caused this clash to appear even more terrifying. The hearts of Chen and Fan chilled as they saw this. It's over. They had never expected that an enemy so terrifying would appear here while they were training. This time, Chen Feng's death was already assured. At present, the both of them were perhaps worrying about their fates instead. Hum. The faint radiance landed. Yet when they looked over, they blanked. At this time, they noticed that Chen Feng, who was supposed to be dead, was still standing there. All around his body, a faint radiance swirled. The feeble power surrounding him had become furious and fierce. Beyond a class. That was the power of beyond a class. Chen Feng had actually broken through during the crucial moment. How powerful. Chen gazed at Sifan blankly. They exchanged glances, indescribable alarm in their eyes. Chen Feng had actually entered beyond a class. Moreover, Chen Feng's beyond a class seemed even more terrifying than they had imagined. He was actually capable of blocking the power that had been capable of instantly blasting them away. The enemy looked at Chen Feng with shock in his eyes as well. You? He was still shocked even though he had already been aware that Chen Feng was good at creating miracles. When that person had drawn up numerous strategies to deal with Chen Feng, he had viewed them all with disdain, believing that he could easily kill someone like Chen Feng with a single slap. Now, he became speechless. Both his plans had been stopped by Chen Feng. This Chen Feng fellow was much more terrifying than they had estimated. Moreover, his luck was too astonishingly good. However, this should be the most he could do. He looked at Chen Feng coldly. Even if you have broken through, so what? The breakthrough had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, a beyond a class that had only recently broken through was simply not a match for him. Bang! He took a step forward as a terrifying radiance swirled around him. Today, I will most definitely kill you. His killing intent locked onto Chen Feng. Is that so? Chen Feng looked at him toyingly. Are you sure that you can kill me for real? Shwa! Chen Feng took out something from his bosom. It was another spatial teleportation gene reagent. Chen Feng sneered. Are you stupid enough to believe that I only had one of this on me? Silently, he took a step back. The anxious Chen and Sifan came over. The three of them fixed their gazes on this enemy, despite the fact that they seemed so powerless before such an opponent. Sorry. I have no intention of fighting you at all, Chen Feng stated proudly. Since I have already broken through successfully, goodbye. Chen Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, that person asked, don't you want to know who I am? Chen Feng stopped the activation of his gene reagent and narrowed his eyes. Who are you? That person smiled calmly. We met once. However, at that time, I was as dazzling as a deity and you failed to get a clear look at my appearance, that person said flatly. Slowly, the radiance around him intensified, even more so the radiance on his forehead. There, a single dot of light was shining dazzlingly, and slowly, the radiance coalesced into a diamond-shaped object. Finally, all the swirling radiance faded. Standing there, he seemed to be bathed in a white light. On his head was a white crown, and on his forehead was a flickering white diamond. It's you! Chen Feng cried out in alarm. Master Mu, the master of that fanatical religion. He was a self-proclaimed god, the founder of a certain religion, and that white hat was his crown. Indeed. The ancient race was the one trying to kill him? Chen Feng tightened his grip on the teleporting gene reagent. You won't be able to stop me. Of course I can't stop you. Master Mu looked at him with a wide smile. However, do you know how many believers I have? What? Chen Feng had a vague feeling of unease. Whoosh! A killing intent streaked at him from behind him. Chen Feng leaped, trying to dodge the attack. Pooh! Blood splattered around. Chen, who should have been protecting Chen Feng, could be seen pulling his hand back. As for Sifan, her hand was holding the teleporting gene reagent she had just grabbed from Chen Feng. You too. Chen Feng's heart trembled. He was aware that the ancient race had made numerous preparations. That was the reason he had used the so-called spatial teleporting gene reagent to force Master Mu to reveal all his trump cards. Unexpectedly, this was a truly huge trap. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, This guy is a walking disaster. Chapter 571, This guy is a walking disaster. Translator, Limestone Editor, Tenish. At the Genetic Union. The deputy president was looking at the data in front of him with a solemn expression. They had no intention of contacting Chen Feng and interrupting the training session. However, to be safe and maintain contact, they had been sending data packets without stop to Chen Feng's wristband. These data packets had no substantive usage. They were merely being sent to receive a response. With each request sent, a response would be received. That was all. The requests and responses matched each other without stop. Every single request they sent was answered with a response. Seems like they are in serious training, the deputy president muttered. He felt like he was the one with the most bitter of lives. When Chen Feng had been at the genetic union, the deputy president had to constantly worry about that fellow annexing the genetic union. Now that Chen Feng was out training, deputy president still needed to worry about any dangers that might befall him. This was the vision of the bigger picture someone at his position needed to have. However, the deputy president had been feeling that something was off. He frowned. Am I merely unhappy after falling for Chen Feng's scam? Don't worry. By his side, someone comforted him. Chen and Fan are there as well. Both of these children are peak beyond B classes, and they are among those with the greatest future in our genetic union. With them, Chen Feng will be safe. Hopefully so. The unease in deputy president's heart was extremely intense. Chen. Fan. Suddenly, the deputy president thought of something. Give me the information on both of them. Schwa. The information was shown. When the deputy president read about their strength, a trace of praise appeared in his eyes. The two of them were indeed geniuses. However, when the deputy president's gaze landed on the records of their past experiences, every single person would have a lot of recorded information about them. As members of the genetic union, almost every update of their profile would involve the inclusion of several thousand records detailing the new missions these members had undertaken since the last update. When all of these were added up together, it could reach even several 100,000 records. The deputy president skimmed past the records at high speed before suddenly stopping on a certain record. On a certain day, contact with Chen was lost at coordinate. This lasted 5 minutes. It might be due to enemy interference. Something like a lost signal, especially during a mission, was in fact a very common occurrence. After all, things like enemy interference or even a mere battle could cause the signal to be lost. They had long been accustomed to this. Besides, this particular record was detailing a mission from a very long time ago. What roused the deputy president's curiosity wasn't the date of the incident, rather, it was the location of this incident. This record was something from a long time ago. As such, nobody had noticed it. However, subsequently, when some incident happened at that same place, it was recorded down. These were the coordinates of the destroyed headquarters of the mysterious organization. Therefore, Chen lost contact with us at this place for 5 minutes? The deputy president contemplated. An accident? Or a coincidence? Schwa. He opened the records for Fan's battle history. This time, he utilized the filtering function to directly search for what he wanted. With astonishment, the same thing had happened to Fan as well. She had similarly lost contact with the Union for several minutes here. The deputy president's expression sank. Damn it. If it were only one person, it might be a mere coincidence. But if it was two of them? Contact Chen Feng, the deputy president stated abruptly. Oh, he might be in the midst of training, the technician reminded him in a low voice. They had been sending only data packets to Chen Feng, never disturbing him. Contact him immediately. Transmit the highest tier warning, the deputy president spat gravely. He did not feel like providing an explanation. Yes. The employee immediately did as he had been told. Alas, nothing happened. Even though all their data packets were still receiving responses as usual, Chen Feng oddly did not reply to them, as if he was too busy for them. Something has happened. The deputy president's heart thumped. Send reinforcements to the ownerless land immediately. Get all the experts we have near the ownerless land to head there directly. The entire genetic union started bustling with activity. An unsightly expression was on the deputy president's face. He sincerely hoped that he was mistaken this time. Chen Feng. He sighed. This guy was akin to a walking calamity. Wherever he went, mishaps followed. He hereby vowed that when Chen Feng returned, even if he needed to tie Chen Feng up, he would do it to ensure Chen Feng stopped going out looking for death. But then, suddenly, the deputy president recalled how Chen Feng's present authority had surpassed even his own. What bullshit is this? His head ached. He prayed that nothing bad had happened. Alas, the reinforcements near the ownerless land indeed rushed over, yet there were no replies whatsoever. The ownerless land, which was originally a human territory, had seemingly transformed into a black hole devouring all information and energy. Presently, at the depths of the ownerless land, Chen Feng's astonished expression slowly became cold. It's actually you guys. He had never imagined that the two who had been constantly helping him throughout the trip were actually puppets of the ancient race, believers of the white religion. Even luck aura had failed to detect their malice toward him. No, that wasn't right. If they truly harbored malice, luck aura would not have failed to detect it. Chen Feng looked at them. You too. Sorry. Chen was still speaking as coldly as usual. I was indeed genuine and sincere when helping you. If it was a different enemy or the devil race, I would most definitely help you. However, I am truly sorry. He looked at Master Mu, his gaze becoming fanatical as he continued, it is my honor to have the chance to serve the White Church. Chen Feng. He gained a rough idea of the truth. Rather than puppets or controlling them, this was pure brainwashing. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the brainwashing process of the mysterious organization was. On regular days, those brainwashed would behave normally. Only when it pertained to the White Church would they suddenly become fanatical. Using their words, this was the so-called faith. Chen Feng looked at the gentle young lady Fan and saw her present the gene reagent to Master Mu deferentially before prostrating in a fanatical and emotional fashion. Greetings, Master Mu. Master Mu stood there loftily. Finally, Chen Feng understood. You have both been brainwashed. Spirit faithfully analyzed the situation for Chen Feng. It seems like they encountered this Master Mu before when on a mission. During the encounter, rather than killing them, Master Mu brainwashed them and then allowed them to return, waiting for the day when they would finally be needed, such as right now. Well done. Master Mo caressed Fan's face and said, you are very obedient. He gave Chen a glance. The same for you. Thank you. With fanatical gazes, the both of them stood beside Master Mu emotionally. Evidently, receiving such praise was an utmost honor for the both of them. Now, Master Mu looked at Chen Feng. What else can you do? Do you have other spatial teleporting gene reagents? Master Fan stated deferentially. I checked him earlier. He no longer has any. Master Mu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad, indeed. Chen Feng sighed. So, this is your third plan for me? Master Mu smiled cruelly. Of course. He was rejoicing in the fact that his junior apprentice brother had helped arrange all this thoroughly for him before coming. Chen and Fan were obviously his third plan to deal with Chen Feng, their role being purely to prevent Chen Feng's escape rather than to kill him. Finally, this Chen Feng, who had escaped them numerous times, who had even killed his apprentice brothers, had been forced to an impasse. This time, escape seemed impossible for him. Alas, just as Master Mu was about to finish this. Suddenly, the diamond on his forehead flickered rapidly. Next, he staggered and nearly slumped down to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Bring It On. Chapter 572, Bring It On. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen supported him hastily. Lord! Damn it! Master Mu's expression sank. That was an alarm sent to him from his White Church. Shwa! He waved his hand. A huge screen appeared in midair. Within were the scenes playing out at the White Church. There, a mysterious person had appeared midair and was presently killing everything around him. Bang! Bang! The entire church cracked as those formidable believers were killed without any chance to even fight back. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. You finally arrived. Even though the energy, aura, and appearance of that person had been disguised, Chen Feng was still able to recognize him. This was precisely Qin Hai. He had indeed received Chen Feng's signal. Since this Master Mu had prepared numerous plans just to kill Chen Feng and someone was scheming for him behind the scenes, this ownerless land should have already fallen into enemy hands. As such, even if Qin Hai were to come here, he would most probably fail to rescue Chen Feng. In that case, they might as well force this Master Mu to return instead. With that, Chen Feng would be able to obtain additional time, and with the gained time, perhaps he would be able to discover a lifeline. His expression calm, Chen Feng analyzed everything that was happening. Master Mu looked at Chen Feng. It's you! He had obviously interfered with Chen Feng's communicator. Chen Feng sneered. Interference. Blocking? Interference? What a joke. Whatever Master Mu had used, it was only capable of interfering with Chen Feng's communicator. However, how could it hope to interfere with Chen Feng? As long as he wished, with a little luck value, he could even use the wind to shape the clouds above the sky to send a message for him. How naive. Do you think that my method of calling for help is as unreliable as your ancient race's drop-drop beatdown? He he. Chen Feng smiled calmly. TSK TSK. Oh great Master Mu, have you ever thought that while you are hunting, you are also prey at the same time? Pooh. Pooh. The mysterious man moved once again. Once again, countless members of the White Church died. That mysterious man was too powerful. Even those beyond-a-class experts of the White Church were not his match. They were of two completely different leagues. Lord! Countless believers knelt on the ground, calling out for Master Mu to return. He was the only person capable of stopping this slaughter. Master Mu's eyes gleamed coldly. I am going to kill you. Shua! His killing intent surged as he charged at Chen Feng. Alas, right at this instant, on the screen, the mysterious man had already reached the inner areas of the White Church. There, Master Mu's children were presently hidden in the room in fear. Master Mu's eyes widened. No! Chen Feng sneered. Return fast. Since your White Church specializes in faith summoning, I'm sure you have a method of instant teleportation back there, right? Master Mu was furious. You are courting death. He could naturally return instantly. However, that was because the White Church was his main base. After returning, if he wanted to come here again, it wouldn't be so easy. If he left, Chen Feng would certainly be able to escape. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, he had been alive for so many years, yet nobody had ever dared to threaten him. Suddenly, Master Mu shut his eyes. You have no idea what you are doing. Shua! Suddenly, the screen vanished. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Ha! Hum. Once again, the diamond on Master Mu's forehead gleamed. This time, the scenes of the White Church were not shown. Rather, a mysterious yet resplendent white radiance appeared. This white radiance was obviously somewhat different than normal the white radiance. Hum. The white radiance spread out. Stepping across millions of kilometers, the white ray returned to the White Church instantly. Shua! Next, everything in the White Church started to slow down. Master Mu had actually slowed the flow of time in the White Church with his own power. After doing this, Master Mu's face dimmed. He had been able to obtain an additional 1 second for himself, which would be sufficient to do what he wanted. Kill! Master Mu spat. At this instant, the entire world seemed to start transforming. With an ice-cold expression, Master Mu continued, I will most certainly return. However, I will still be able to kill you before leaving. I only need a split second to kill you. Bang! Swirling radiance flashed around Master Mu's hands. This threat of Chen Feng using his children had truly angered him. It was time to let this idiotic human experience how terrifying the supreme power of the ancient race could be. Master Mu erupted. Kill! His attack descended. This time, alongside him, Chen and Fan attacked together as well. The three of them surrounded Chen Feng, forcing Chen Feng to his death. Bang! Terrifying attacks poured down upon Chen Feng. Just end this. A trace of regret was apparent in Shen's eyes. At the same time, his eyes were also filled with resoluteness. They were a part of the Great White Church. Even if it was somewhat of a pity for Chen Feng to die, they trusted the White Church to bring them all into a new era. Holy shit! Not willing to return even with this? Chen Feng was stupefied. Do you think you are HKE? 1. Are you not afraid of Divine Protector Rocks? 2. Who? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Since he couldn't force this fellow to return, he could only fight with his all. Shua! Chen Feng stretched his hand out. God! Punisher! Bang! A terrifying attack erupted. A sneer appeared on Fan's face. Ridiculous! This ability again? Indeed, this Chen Feng fellow had exhausted everything he had. This God Punisher of Chen Feng's had already gone through numerous studies. Even though it was powerful, its might would only increase after the number of abilities released increased. From what she remembered, the might would only increase by 1% after each released ability? This signified that even if the sequence was changed and the strongest ability was released first, it wouldn't be too powerful. When Chen Feng had done this previously, it had been against a weak opponent. That was the only reason the ability had been able to defeat the opponent even without going through the amplification. Now that he was facing the attack of a Beyond a 9, what was the point? She was sure that this attack of Chen Feng's would most certainly be crushed after colliding with their attacks. Shua! White radiance bloomed from Chen Feng's hand. The radiance of God Punisher erupted and collided with their attacks. Bang! The radiance around the point of collision intensified. Come. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. Did these people believe that this God Punisher was still the same as the God Punisher from back then? As his strength had increased, as he'd entered beyond A1, the release speed of God Punisher had increased by more than tenfold. The speed of ability condensation had increased by at least tenfold as well. The previous God Punisher had required 1 minute to reach the final ability and erupt with the strongest attack, but now, only 5 seconds were needed. Naturally, Master Mu's attack would arrive instantly, not giving Chen Feng even 5 seconds of time. Schwa. Chen Feng waved his right hand downward slowly. First second, time quicksand. Schwa. Instantly, 1 second vanished. The God Punisher that had just started releasing was abruptly amplified by an uncountable number of times. This was God Punisher where the first second of amplifications had been entirely skipped by Chen Feng with his time quicksand. However, this was still far from enough to deal with Master Mu. After manually releasing time quicksand, without hesitation, he altered the sequence of God Punisher's ability release and released the time quicksand contained within God Punisher immediately after the manual release. 3. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, You Think It's Real? Chapter 573, You Think It's Real? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. God Punisher, unleash all abilities the user has previously used. In the second, time quicksand was released. Schwa. Once again, time moved forward for God Punisher. Suddenly, the radiance of the God Punisher in Chen Feng's hands intensified to a terrifying level. In the mere 2 seconds he had skipped with time quicksand, his God Punisher had skipped past numerous abilities, going through numerous amplifications. At this instant, he began releasing all the spirit arts from the spirit developer platform he had tried. All those spirit arts with weak time capabilities were unleashed together. Time skipped, 0.1 seconds. Time skipped, 0.2 seconds. Time skipped, 0.3 seconds. Time skipped, 0.1 seconds. Time skipped, 0.1 seconds. The 5 seconds required for Chen Feng to reach the peak amplification of his God Punisher were entirely skipped through in this manner. Instantly, God Punisher reached the end stage. The final few abilities, which were also the strongest in Chen Feng's arsenal, were waiting to be released. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Well then, let's end this. Xiao. A terrifying radiance bloomed. After the 5-second time skip, this God Punisher had gone through numerous amplifications and been boosted by numerous support abilities. Once again, Chen Feng's strongest nether gaze displayed its astonishing might. Bang! The red shone dazzlingly. A boundless radiance erupted. The entire world was covered by a scorching red. After a long time, when the night sky returned, and everyone there trembled. How is this possible? This was the first time Master Mu had cried out in alarm. Chen Feng had been injured. All his veins had burst apart, his blood drenching his clothes red. However, Chen Feng had still survived. He had survived the combined attack of a peak beyond A9 and 2 beyond A1 warriors. Pooh! A slight feeling of pain arose from Master Mu's chest. He rubbed his chest with his hands and noted that both his hands were dyed red with blood. He had actually been injured as well. Only now did he realize with shock that he, Chen, and Sifan were all drenched in blood. All three of them had suffered similar injuries to Chen Feng. They had actually been evenly matched in the collision earlier. Master Mu's pupils shrunk as he realized that Chen Feng had actually evenly matched that scary attack from them earlier. How was that possible? This, all three of them were stunned. This was a result far exceeding their expectations. He. With blood all over his face, Chen Feng stated coldly, beyond A9? Nothing much after all. Schwa. The silence became stifling. They had never expected that this would be the result. Chen Feng's God Punisher, which required a cast time, was actually capable of erupting with such power instantaneously as well. Chen Feng was already this powerful after a while of not seeing him? They were all shaken. Suddenly. Hum. A crack appeared on the diamond on Master Mu's forehead. Schwa. His expression changed. Xiao. Light swirled, and instantly, he vanished. He had exhausted all he could just to deliver this single fatal attack to Chen Feng. Even if Chen Feng was still alive, it was unlikely that he could last any longer. Alas! From amid the flash of light where Master Mu had vanished, a voice filled with killing intent drifted out. I will leave Chen Feng to the both of you. Without God Punisher and with all his energy exhausted, he is no different than a cripple. Now, kill him. The voice vanished. The gazes of Chen and Fan landed on Chen Feng. Indeed. Now that Chen Feng had already used his God Punisher, he was no different from a cripple. When such an excessively powerful ability like God Punisher was used, if the user failed to kill the opponent, it would signify the death of the user instead. They took a step forward. Sorry. You guys? Chen Feng chuckled. With his blood-drenched face, his chuckle seemed rather horrifying. Do you really think that I no longer have other trump cards? He asked toyingly. Their expressions changed greatly. That is not possible. The requirement for the God Punisher is obviously the exhaustion of all the user's energy. How naive. Chen Feng's expression became sinister. The actual duration of God Punisher is much longer. How long did I take to release the previous God Punisher? Naturally, the full release would require all my energy. However, you guys are only aware of God Punisher. Are you aware that if time quicksand is used inversely, time will flow backward? Are you guys aware that all the energy I used during that 1 second of eruption recovered to the level 1 second prior to that? Chen Feng asked with a toying smile. Shwa. His hand raised, a red radiance started condensing in his hand. That was a huge red weapon exuding a beyond-a-class aura. Bang! Chen was utterly dumbstruck. This weapon, it was actually an energy weapon. And indeed, on this weapon lingered the aura of a beyond-a-class, an aura much more powerful than even he and Fan. This Chen Feng fellow had indeed recovered to his level from 1 second prior, recovered to his peak condition. Do you know? Compared to that little white hat guy, my hatred for you guys is deeper. Chen Feng mumbled. Enemies are not what's scary. What's scary will always be traitors. The two of you, enjoy your time in hell. Bang! The red shone intensely. The red weapon in Chen Feng's hand started shining with a terrifying radiance. Damn it! Chen and Fan shivered. They recalled how during the final eruption of Chen Feng's God Punisher earlier, it had precisely been an ability with a red radiance that had defeated all three of them, including Master Mu. And now, Master Mu was no longer here. Could both of them, new beyond A1 warriors, truly defend against this attack? They gulped, and for the very first time, they lost their calm. Bang! With wide strides, Chen Feng walked toward them. Chen and Fan exchanged glances before looking at the gene reagents they were holding. Yes, they could still use the spatial teleporting gene reagents. Run! They made an immediate decision to first leave here before deciding on their next course of action. Pop! Without hesitation, they activated the gene reagents with all their power. They stood together, braced for the teleportation. Neither of them noticed the odd expression on Chen Feng's face. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted and swept everywhere. Chen and Fan's eyes widened. With an unbelieving expression, they gazed at the exploding spatial teleporting gene reagents in their hands. Suddenly, they realized something. This gene reagent. Shwa! They raised their heads. The energy weapon in Chen Feng's hand had already vanished. With a kind expression, Chen Feng waved at them. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere before the both of them turned into nothingness. This two gene reagents weren't particularly powerful. Fortunately, they had been right in the hands of those two when they'd exploded. Moreover, the two hadn't activated any defenses against the explosion. MHM. Perfect. Chen Feng waved with a wide grin on his face. Enjoy your journey to the underworld. Spatial teleporting gene reagent? You guys actually bought that? If I truly had something like that, why would I have wasted so much time with you guys here? I would have escaped long ago. Shortly after seeing the two off, Chen Feng slumped down onto the ground weakly. His energy had been excessively overexerted. The energy sword in his hand softened and started swirling around Chen Feng's body. Without a doubt, this sword was actually Xiaoying. Seems like your only use is to scare others nowadays, Chen Feng lamented. The enemies he faced nowadays were too powerful. As such, the only roles Xiaoying could play were scaring others and acting as a scout. Hold on. Xiaoying had another ability, the ability to summon the showering sister. Chen Feng thought about it and decided to give up on such a death-courting thought. Who? He heaved a long sigh of relief. After a short rest, he crawled up with great difficulty. This place was too unique. As such, his energy would not recover at all. If he did not leave now, he would most probably die from energy exhaustion alone, even though he was now beyond a class. Time to leave. He stood up. Beyond his expectations, he had only walked a short distance before he was once again surrounded by a bunch of ancient race members. These fellows had been here waiting for him for a long time. Master Mu said that you might survive. Surprisingly, you have indeed survived. He. Those two fellows are indeed useless. Did I not say that humans are completely unreliable? Now then. Bang. Numerous attacks erupted. Shit. This was the only thought that surfaced in Chen Feng's brain. In his present situation, he was truly incapable of doing anything. If he stayed in the ownerless land, he would be exhausted to death. Now that he was leaving, he was surrounded by enemies instead. What could the present him, with all of his energy exhausted, do to deal with this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, New World. Chapter 574, New World. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Spirit. Chen Feng urged inwardly. Spirit nodded obediently. Understood. Schwa. Schwa. Numerous layers of killing intent erupted as various terrifying streaks neared Chen Feng. The only thing he could do now was spam his luck value. Alas, right as Spirit was about to activate Luck Aura, suddenly, a black shadow flashed past. Instantly, Chen Feng's weakened body was knocked flying away. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. What was going on this time? Schwa. Before he could even do anything, numerous swirling radiances of multiple colors flashed before his eyes. Chen Feng could only feel a powerful force dragging him before he lost all perception. At this moment, in the ownerless land, the ancient experts were watching on with blank expressions as well. Where Chen Feng had stood before was now completely empty. That black flash had streaked past and Chen Feng had vanished. Where is he? No idea. Are you all blind? The ancient experts were furious. After a long time, when Master Mu returned, his expression became ashen as he heard what had happened. When he had returned to the White Church, that mysterious person already departed. That expert hadn't waited around to meet him at all. As such, he had taken a trip for nothing. Now that he had returned here, Chen Feng was gone as well. Just like that, an adult had vanished into thin air. There are some traces of spatial power here. Suddenly, Master Mu recalled Chen Feng's spatial teleporting gene reagent from earlier. Chen Feng had to have used that gene reagent. This Chen Feng fellow had to have kept one more behind as a trump card. Even though Sifan had failed to detect it, with Chen Feng's capabilities, it wasn't odd for him to have been able to hide one from Sifan. Chase. Master Mu ordered without hesitation. He gathered all of them together before activating the spatial teleporting gene reagent he had grabbed from Chen Feng earlier. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted. Bloody chunks of flesh flew everywhere. Master Mu was dumbstruck. The ancient experts that had still been alive and well earlier were now all chunks of meat. Master Mu was the only one left alive. He rubbed his face and discovered that he seemed to have sustained injuries as well. This spatial teleporting gene reagent was a freaking fake? Master Mu's body chilled. He gazed at a certain skull that was flying toward him. Nmhm, only half the head remained. This was the head of one of the ancients that had reinforced him earlier. He recalled that this fellow was the son of his junior apprentice brother. How was he supposed to answer to his junior apprentice brother? A mournful scream echoed through the air. Chen Feng. At the same time, at a certain unknown location, Chen Feng woke up from the darkness. He could vaguely recall that during that final moment, he had felt some sort of warmth around his body, like someone had been embracing him. That familiar feeling. Chen Feng raised his head. A face capable of giving children nightmares entered his sight. Kong Bai looked at him with a smile. Heh, you're awake? Chen Feng retracted his hand that had instinctively prepared to attack. This face was so ugly at the first glance that he had thought that this was someone from the devil race. You rescued me? Chen Feng asked with a smile. What else? Kong Bai curled his lip. Anyway, at that time, I was peeing. When I saw my pee that was supposed to shoot forth over 30 meters to distort and form an SOS shape, I knew something must have happened to you. Chen Feng. Therefore, this lord here locked onto your aura and transmigrated over there to rescue you, Kong Bai stated proudly. Chen Feng was alarmed. Transmigration? Kong Bai looked at him with an odd gaze. Of course. How else am I supposed to get there? Spatial abilities? What kind of joke is that? Do you have any idea how many ancients were guarding the ownerless land? If I dared teleport there directly, I would have been killed long ago. As such, I had no choice but to transmigrate over. Where are we now, then? Chen Feng looked around. The environment looked rather unique. It seemed to be a place he had never been to. He raised his head and noted that even the stars in the sky looked somewhat different. Even the moon wasn't white. Rather, the moon was an icy blue color. What damnable place was this? Kong Bai looked at him with a solemn expression. How am I supposed to know that? Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled that Kong Bai had once mentioned that he had once tried transmigrating numerous times, wasting a large number of years before he was able to return to the genetic era. In short, this time. Spirit, is there any luck value left? Chen Feng asked hastily. They had been able to easily return during their previous transmigration thanks to the combination of Kong Bai's ability and Chen Feng's luck value. However, the further they had transmigrated, the more luck value they would need to transmigrate back. Therefore, please wait a moment. Spirit took a glance and said, you have 3 luck value left. Instantly, Chen Feng's heart chilled. He had nearly exhausted his supply of luck value when trying to save himself earlier. This time, things were getting troublesome. He looked at the fellow beside him and sighed. Even if it had been Wang Yao instead of this person who had rescued him, wouldn't it be better? Spirit shook her head decisively. That's not possible. Wang Yao was too far away and couldn't be reached in time. Furthermore, the experts of the ancient race were heading over there as well. Even if Wang Yao arrived, it wouldn't have helped. Moreover, your luck value was rather limited as well. In that situation, only Kong Bai could save you. That was already the most optimal choice. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Fine. Let's first look around. What do you normally do after transmigrating? Chen Feng asked Kong Bai. This fellow should be experienced in this. Oh, I normally gather information about the new place. Kong Bai scratched his head. I first disguise myself as a monster or a freak before going out to cause disturbances. Then I'll vanish and reappear using a brand new identity that fits the culture of that world. Naturally, at times, the world I arrive in is one where there is no culture, only primitives or beasts. Chen Feng felt helpless. This guy obviously had a tendency to act rashly. Let me give it a try? Kong Bai was eager. Since he had returned to the genetic era last time, it had been a while since he had last transmigrated. He had been afraid that after once again transmigrating away, he wouldn't be able to return. Now, though, with Chen Feng around, he wasn't as stressed. Chen Feng shook his head. There's no need for that. Shua! A red flash streaked out of his hand. Instantly, Xiaoying vanished. Ha! It's that snake capable of hardening up? Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. He clearly remembered how, several times in the past, Chen Feng had used the hardened version of this snake to act tough during fights. Chen Feng's face darkened. Could he use a different term than harden? Kong Bai realized his fault and coughed awkwardly. When snake and harden were used separately, it sounded right. However, when used together, it was capable of sparking colorful imaginings. Shua! With a flash, Xiaoying returned. The scene scouted out by Xiaoying appeared in Chen Feng's brain. However, surprising Chen Feng, within a circumference of 50 kilometers around them, not a single lifeform could be found. There were no animals or vegetations. This seemed somewhat odd. This place obviously had an environment suitable for life. The air. Shua! He transmitted what he had seen to Kong Bai. As Kong Bai saw the scenes, his expression became unsightly. Based on his years of experience transmigrating, such a unique situation signified only one thing: this was a place where no life forms existed yet, a newly formed world in its most primal form. In short, we have transmigrated to a newborn world? Kong Bao howled in grief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, Beyond the Starry Sky. Chapter 575, Beyond the Starry Sky. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Congratulations. Humanity's dream since countless years ago, of searching for a habitable planet, has been realized by you. Kong Bai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, this planet was habitable for humans. However, the thing was that they couldn't return either. It was quite possible they might even starve to death here before Chen Feng could recover. Kong Bai gazed at Chen Feng passionately. How long do you need to recover? In such a circumstance, only Chen Feng's luck aura could bring them back. Please wait a moment. Chen Feng asked Spirit the same question. 700 luck value, answered Spirit after her calculations. This is the most basic consumption to return to the genetic era with Kong Bai's ability. This amount does not consider the numerous mishaps or accidents that might arise. I would recommend you save more luck value before even attempting to return. Chen Feng's heart chilled. 700? At present, only a single month was left before the ancient race conquered the entire world. Based on his recovery rate of 24 luck value per day, he would require 1 month to obtain 700 luck value. This also signified that from today onward, he could no longer use any luck value, not even a single point. Only by doing this would it be possible for them to return in 1 month. The moment he started using his luck value, by using a tiny bit here and there occasionally, he would probably fail to return even after the ancient race had eliminated all of humanity. This was the scariest prospect. 1 month. Kong Bai wailed. Even with the physical body of a beyond a class, they might still starve to death after going without food for an entire month. Just as they were discussing possible solutions for their present situation, suddenly, red light blazed in Chen Feng's illusory world as the sound of alarm resounded. Danger detected. Schwa. 1 luck value exhausted. Chen Feng's pitiful 3 luck value had been reduced once again. His alarm system had activated to give him a warning in advance. Chen Feng's face darkened. Damn it. He was so numb to the normal activation of his alarm system that he had forgotten that it was not possible for this alarm system to work without luck value. If you want to return in a month, I suggest the closure of your luck alarm system, Spirit proposed. Chen Feng sighed. Shut it down, then. It seemed like he could only rely on himself for this 1 month. If he exhausted his luck value and couldn't return on time, only death would await. If he decided to not use his luck value and were to encounter danger here, death was still what would await him. Well then, he would have to see for himself what danger this planet had. Chen Feng increased his vigilance. The luck alarm system was something that provided a warning in advance. As such, they had yet to see the supposed danger. Chen Feng was rather curious, what danger could there be in this place without any life forms? Environmental factors? A volcanic eruption? Chen Feng's concentrated his mental senses. Right at this instant, a black flash charged at them from far away. Xiao. The cold ray bloomed. Careful. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng pulled Kong Bai with him as they dodged. Bang! A thick and sturdy huge black tree brushed past them before smashing into the thicket behind them. The terrifying attack left numerous long cracks on the ground. A tree? Both of them blanked. There were trees here? Just as they were feeling doubtful, a lot of vegetation appeared all over the barren land around them. Starting from their immediate surroundings, the vegetation spread everywhere until all they could see was vegetation. Suddenly, this desolate land had transformed into a forest. Holy shit, Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. What in the world is this? He had transmigrated numerous times, yet this was his first time seeing something so mystical. Vegetation? Where had it come from? They had obviously not found any while scouting earlier. Underground? Kong Bai looked questioningly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. The underground was inspected as well. Xiaoying is capable of full environmental scouting. Even under the ground was checked. Then, this place. Their expressions became solemn. What damnable world was this, exactly? Suddenly, Chen Feng heightened his vigilance. Be more careful. Understood. Kong Bai concealed his aura rapidly. The both of them were experienced combatants. As such, they were well aware of how they should conceal themselves when in such an unfamiliar world and strange era. Xiao. Xiao. Just as the two of them were feeling curious, numerous cold gleams of light appeared from amid the darkness. 2 huge trees pierced through space and shot toward them from far away. Schwa. The two of them were able to easily dodge the attack. With their present strength, it was rather easy for them to dodge such an attack. However, this seemed to be a mere prequel to what was to come. Subsequently, numerous weird attacks suddenly appeared. From underground, twining leads might abruptly appear. From above, the sky might suddenly rain down a lot of vegetation upon them. As for in front of, behind, to the left, or to the right of them, attacks might come from any direction. Chen Feng was alarmed. What damnable place is this? There were no people or beasts, only never-ending attacks. Kong Bai had a stupefied expression on his face. No idea, he said. He had transmigrated so many times before, yet he had never seen such a weird place, a place where a forest would appear out of thin air, or attacks would appear out of nowhere. Bang! Bang! The attacks were increasing in strength. Initially, the attacks had only been at the strength of F class. Slowly, they had increased to E class, D class, and so on until now, when they reached A class. The strength of the attacks here seemed capable increasing without limit. As they were about to fail to last, the attacks suddenly halted. All the trees, weeds, and everything else seemed to suddenly become obedient. "St stopped?" Kong Bai asked as he panted. "I guess so." Chen Feng had a calm expression. He kept feeling like something did not seem right with this world. Shwa! With a red flash, Xiaoying returned. Earlier, Xiaoying had been scouting around without stop for him so that he could see these attacks coming in advance. Only with that had they managed to forcefully survive the seemingly unstoppable attacks. Now that Xiaoying had returned, everything he had seen earlier was replayed in Chen Feng's mind. As Chen Feng saw the scenes, he was alarmed. This. Light swirled around. From the scene Xiaoying had witnessed, Chen Feng could clearly see that those things had indeed appeared out of thin air. Flowers, grass, trees, everything here, including the attacks, had all appeared out of thin air. Were those actually fake? Illusions? Shwa! Chen Feng pulled at a random tree. The intense pulling force he felt from his hand confirmed that this was indeed a real tree. He found a random fruit tree and plucked a fruit from the tree to eat. After eating the fruit, the energy within his body started to replenish slowly. These fruit trees were real as well. All of them are real. Chen Feng muttered. If the vegetation was all real, how was it possible for everything to have appeared out of thin air? This world seemed much more mystical than he had imagined. Chen Feng gazed into the distance. Seems like we have arrived at an amazing world. True. Kong Bai focused his gaze. Creating something from nothing, this seems to be the prerogative of a god? He. I am curious, what power exactly is that? Suddenly, a strong, chilly breeze brushed past them. They raised their heads abruptly. Wind appeared. Gee. Goo goo. From the forest, the sounds of birds and other odd sounds suddenly appeared. The initially deadly silent forest was suddenly filled with life. Vaguely, howls could even be heard. Even animals had appeared. This world was actually slowly becoming a world with a complete ecosystem. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the ground trembled. The trees around them trembled violently. The weeds of the forest split apart noiselessly. From far away, a huge creature slowly walked toward them. It was actually a huge elephant with blood-red teeth. Hum! The teeth glowed with a red light. The head of the elephant rose as its gaze landed on Chen Feng, killing intent simmering within. Holy shit, peak beyond a class. Kong Bai was alarmed. He had never expected that a random huge creature would actually possess the strength of a beyond a class. What the hell? This elephant wasn't any weaker than the master Mu they had faced earlier. What kind of place was this world, exactly? Let's go. Instinctively, Kong Bai wanted to flee, but he was stopped by Chen Feng. Hold on. Kong Bai was somewhat dumbstruck. Chen Feng ignored him, focusing his gaze on that terrifying elephant before sweeping his gaze past every single weed in the forest. Ultimately, he raised his head to gaze at the starry sky. Creating something out of nothing. This was a magical world. Thankfully, even without luck value helping him, Chen Feng still had his sharp intuition. He had an odd feeling, a feeling that beyond the starry sky, someone was observing them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Mysterious World. Chapter 576, Mysterious World. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the unknown world, Chen Feng was gazing up at the starry sky. He had an odd feeling that even though there was only a patch of darkness up there, someone was observing them. Xiaoying, Chen Feng urged inwardly, stay here in your void form. Do not show your real body no matter what. Shwa! Chen Feng and Kong Bai retreated rapidly. Although the beyond a class creature was powerful, fortunately, it wasn't fast. With Chen Feng and Kong Bai's present strength, they were able to flee with only some difficulty. Bang! Bang! The gigantic creature chased after them for 5 kilometers before giving up. Damn, I was almost scared to death. Kong Bai panted endlessly. That fellow's defense is too scary. My attacks couldn't even move it. Chen Feng gazed at him in amazement. You actually attacked? Oh. An awkward expression appeared on Kong Bai's face. A small attack. Chen Feng cautiously probed, demonic mirror? Kong Bai remained silent. It seemed like Chen Feng had guessed correctly. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Kong Bai's demonic mirror had even failed to work on a giant creature like that? Was this giant creature the handsome one, or was Kong Bai the one that was too ugly? Kong Bai's expression darkened. What kind of gaze is that, Chen Feng coughed. Don't worry about it. Shwa. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind. This was the scene transmitted to him by Xiaoying. As his strength increased, Xiao Ying's strength increased as well. After all, Xiaoying had merged with Chen Feng's spiritual energy. As such, the two of them could still maintain communication even when far away. When Xiaoying had scouted around earlier, it had been equivalent to gaining vision of the entire map. In Chen Feng's illusory world, the map was imprinted within his mind. His map contained everything within 50 kilometers. This was also how they had managed to flee from the giant creature easily. Xiaoying was still presently remaining around 50 kilometers away from him. As the scene flashed through his mind, Chen Feng saw an astonishing scene. His pupils shrunk abruptly. What had he seen? Earlier, the place they had just departed from had suddenly transformed into ruins. No, to be more accurate, it had transformed into an unexplainable state of nothingness, a blank slate. That place remained in a state of nothingness where nothing existed. Everything around Xiaoying was in a state of nothingness. Chen Feng raised his brow. Things are somewhat odd. That was a place they had been to, a place they had seen themselves, a place they had experienced themselves. How had it transformed back into a state of nothingness where no plants or animals existed? This place. Suddenly, Chen Feng's back chilled. Mysterious vegetation, the sudden appearance of lifeforms, and then them all vanishing mysteriously. They seemed to have truly arrived at a rather amazing place. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Let's go back." Ha! Kong Bai's foot trembled. Where? Where we came from. The place where we first descended into this world. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. I need to verify something. Immediately, a tearless crying expression appeared on Kong Bai's face. He thought of that damnable huge creature. Wasn't returning there the equivalent of seeking death? Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. That thing can't outrun us anyway. Soon, they returned. That giant creature was nowhere to be seen along the way. They traveled through the forest without stop. When they were around 10 kilometers from their destination, Chen Feng stopped. This place. Chen Feng shivered. Where Xiaoying was, the world once again existed. Vegetation, lifeforms, and the lush forest, everything had reappeared. Why? Chen Feng could not understand it. He retreated 200 meters and, with astonishment, noted that where Xiaoying was, everything had once again turned into a state of nothingness. And when Chen Feng advanced, once again, everything there reappeared. That place 10 kilometers away from Chen Feng, a place where the naked eye couldn't see, he was seeing clearly through Xiaoying. He witnessed the birth and destruction of all living beings. He saw the growth and disappearance of the forest. Everything there seemingly changed in accordance with their distance from that place. If Chen Feng advanced, those things would appear. If Chen Feng retreated, those things would vanish. The distance to trigger all this was 10 kilometers. Suddenly, a dreadful thought surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, Xiaoying. With me as the center, take a spin 10 kilometers around me. You don't have to make a perfect circle, you can move in a wavy line. Shwa. Xiaoying started moving around him. Next, an even more astonishing scene appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Distantly, as Xiaoying moved, the environment would appear and disappear. When Xiaoying neared Chen Feng, everything would appear. When Xiaoying pulled away from Chen Feng, everything would vanish, with the distance between Chen Feng and Xiaoying being the determining factor. Shwa. Shwa. Once again, Xiaoying scouted the entire region. This time, Chen Feng was casting his senses out and was able to clearly feel everything Xiaoying could feel. As Xiaoying was moving around in his illusory state, even the world failed to detect Xiao Ying's existence. Finally, by the time Xiaoying returned, Chen Feng's entire body had already chilled. This was a world that would only exist 10 kilometers around Chen Feng. Apart from this, everything remained in a state of nothingness. Wherever Chen Feng went, the world would be created. Whenever Chen Feng went away, the world would perish. Everything seemed to happen so lightly. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Kong Bai, walk in that direction and stop around 500 meters from me. Remain within my sight." "All right." Kong Bai walked over without hesitation. There, Chen Feng sent Xiaoying out scouting once again. He noted that with Kong Bai as the center, a perfect 10-kilometer circle around him was a world, and everything outside was in a state of nothingness. As such, this was a world with Chen Feng and Kong Bai as the core? Chen Feng contemplated. But then, how had Xiaoying scouted the distance of 50 kilometers around them earlier? This was strange. Unless... Xiaoying. "Return to my body before leaving again with your physical body to scout around," Chen Feng said. Soon, Xiaoying returned and left once again. Next, everywhere Xiaoying went, a world filled with life could be seen. The nothingness from before was nowhere to be seen. With this, Chen Feng concluded that a world had been formed 10 kilometers around Xiaoying as well. This was a world that only recognized physical objects. This world was incapable of sensing Xiaoying's illusory state, thus allowing Xiaoying to see the nothingness. Without Xiaoying, Chen Feng and Kong Bai would most probably have spent their entire lives here without realizing that. This world was much scarier than they had imagined. Chen Feng was fearful. False world? No, this was a real world. The vegetations and animals that had appeared from nothingness were all real, merely depending on where Chen Feng's group was. This felt rather unreal, like a movie scene where the required environment would only be constructed where the scene required it. Outside of the constructed environment, nothing existed. Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Feng remembered a particular movie in his previous life, The Truman Show. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Have You Gone Insane? Chapter 577, Have You Gone Insane? Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. In The Truman Show, the main character lived in a fake world that was artificially constructed. Wherever the main character went, pre-planned occurrences would happen. The families, friends, wife, and children of the main character were in fact all actors and actresses. From the birth of the main character to growing up and getting married, everything was watched by countless people and broadcast as reality TV. This continued until one day, the main character noticed some abnormalities. Now, Chen Feng was experiencing something similar. Without Xiaoying, Chen Feng would never have seen the state of nothingness outside the area 10 kilometers around him. This world, is this a different version of the Truman Show created by some supreme existence? Chen Feng was alarmed. However, as he thought about it, there seemed to be some differences. In the Truman Show, everything had played out according to the script, having the main character grow as had been decided in the script. Here, though, if Chen Feng and Kong Bai had been too weak, they would have died the moment that giant elephant had appeared earlier. This place. Chen Feng's brain spun at high speed. He had to figure out what was going on here as soon as possible. What's going on? Kong Bai had a solemn expression. He was aware that Chen Feng must have discovered something. Chen Feng signaled him to stop talking. Shoo! He could sense that someone was observing them even though he was not aware of where this observer was. Suddenly, the earth trembled. It seemed like yet another giant creature was heading toward them from far away. From the booming sound of the ground, it seemed like this time, it was an entire group of giant creatures. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Here we go again. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely flee without thought when encountering beyond-a-class beasts. However, here, in this mysterious world, these fellows seemed to be something that had been freshly created as well. Chen Feng could see very clearly that on the border of the 10-kilometer radius, far away from them, these giant creatures had appeared out of thin air. Let's go. Chen Feng pulled Kong Bai along as they left. Just as these giant creatures were about to leave the 10-kilometer radius, just as they were about to disappear into nothingness again, or perhaps the exact moment when they vanished, Chen Feng turned around suddenly. Shwa! Those giant creatures that were in the midst of disappearing were once again reassembled. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Now! Shwa! Instantly, Xiaoying transformed his body from an illusory state to a physical state. Pooh! Pooh! The terrifying red flash streaked around before vanishing. Just like that, the several huge and terrifying beyond-a-class giant creatures vanished, or perhaps one could say that they were killed by Xiaoying. Chen Feng rushed over. As he arrived, corpses could be seen sprawled all over. Success! His heart jolted. Regardless of how powerful these creatures were, they were still at their weakest during their moment of birth, or perhaps that was the moment before their birth had fully been completed. Feng glanced over. Indeed, some of them had yet to even form their tails before being killed off. Xiaoying was very weak. Under normal circumstances, if Xiaoying dared to transform from his illusory state into a physical state and appear within the body of an expert, even the organs of the expert would be sufficient to kill Xiaoying. But these fellows here. Kongbai was amazed. How did they die? I have an ability capable of long-distance attacks, Chen Feng stated calmly. The only con of using the ability is the huge energy exhaustion. Earlier, I guessed randomly at their rough location. Surprisingly, I was able to lock onto them. What a cheat ability! Kongbai exclaimed in admiration. It is a must-have ability. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use it anymore for now. Chen Feng shook his head. The meat of these beyond-a-class mutated beasts should be filled with energy and nutrition, right? Do you want to give it a try? Kongbai's eyes gleamed. Soon after, the two started roasting the meat right on the spot. In the short term, we are probably stuck here. I was worried that there wouldn't be anything here. Surprisingly, there are giant creatures and vegetation. I suppose it will be enough for us to survive. Kongbai spoke as he ate. We only need to be more careful. The monsters here are way too strong. Chen Feng did not say much. He had initially been planning to expose this ruse and see if they would be able to leave that way. But since someone was observing them, Chen Feng was curious about what exactly that person wanted. When you are observing someone, please remember that you are being observed as well. Through Xiaoying, Chen Feng could observe this world from a different perspective. Naturally, to avoid the exposure of Xiaoying, Chen Feng would temporarily stop using such a method to kill the giant creatures. Let me see exactly what world this is. Chen Feng's heart was burning. At present, he had nothing to be worried about anyway. He was already a beyond a class and seemed to lack only a single beyond a class gene for his fusion. Although this place seemed rather bizarre, there were a lot of giant beyond a class creatures around. If he could obtain his new gene here. His eyes gleamed at this thought. On the next day. Bang! Bang! They started exploring this land. This was a mystical world that made all sorts of mystical assassination attempts on them. Even a random plant by the road could suddenly transform into a killer. Powerful life forms seemed to be everywhere. Chen Feng and Kongbai had seemingly stepped into a forest filled with numerous dangers. Here, all the monsters were at the level of beyond a class. Having killed those beyond a class creatures previously, the monsters here seemed to have increased in strength. While fleeing, Chen Feng was looking for a gene suitable for him. Alas, Kongbai had never imagined that ultimately, Chen Feng would select a rather normal gene. Giant Elephant Gene. Ability, increase the quality of one's body. Class, A. That's right. This was an A-class gene reagent. A truly useless gene reagent. This was especially true for Chen Feng, as this ability was completely at odds with his existing abilities. Kongbai looked at him in astonishment. Have you gone crazy? Chen Feng was never one to rely on the quality of his body. Let alone God Punisher and Nether Days, all his abilities were pure energy eruption abilities. Why had he suddenly decided upon a body-quality gene reagent? This is the most optimal choice. Chen Feng shrugged. In this world, this is the only gene reagent that can be produced. Naturally, the most important reason for his choice was due to the strength of the monsters here, which was increasing without stop. If he chose not to fuse with a gene reagent, he would soon be unable to defeat these monsters and would be ravaged by those monsters instead. At that time, could he rely on Xiaoying all the time? Chen Feng was certain that if he employed Xiaoying more frequently, that observer would discover some abnormalities. At that time, he would not be able to even observe this world through Xiaoying. At that time, it would be game over for real. As such, he had to fuse with an A-class gene reagent. Even if the ability provided by the giant elephant gene reagent was rather useless, at the very least, it was a genuine A-class gene. After fusing with it, Chen Feng would officially step into the realm of a class. He would finally be able to start further improving his strength. You must consider this properly, Kongbai stated with a solemn expression. Every single fusion is of the utmost importance. If you have decided to fuse with this gene just so you can leave this place earlier, you will be forever weaker than others of your level. You must know that the reason you are always able to fight those who are of higher level than you is thanks to the genetic abilities you have fused with, which have always been powerful. This applies to both me and you. If you fuse with a trash ability, in the future, you will not be able to fight those of a higher level anymore. Furthermore, your combat strength will even drop greatly. Kong Bai was worried that Chen Feng would make a rash decision. Right now, things are not yet that dangerous. We can wait until we return before selecting the strongest fusion gene reagent. I believe that the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and everyone else will assist to get you the best of the best, the fusion gene reagent most suitable for you. I am aware of that. Chen Feng smiled and patted Kong Bai's shoulder. Trust me. You? Kong Bai could only give up advising Chen Feng. Since Chen Feng had said that, perhaps there were some methods of mutating this ability? Unknown to him, Chen Feng had no hidden plans at all this time. The only reason he had chosen this damnable giant elephant gene reagent was because this was the easiest gene reagent to produce here in this world. The materials required to produce this gene reagent were in abundance here. Under the premise of not wasting his luck value, the giant elephant gene reagent was his only option. Naturally, the other reason for this choice was due to the abundance of such giant elephants everywhere in the forest. After fusing with it, Chen Feng could employ the gene strengthening process and slaughter these giant elephants to increase his strength. He would increase his strength rapidly and might even reach the peak of Beyond in. At that time, he had something even more important to do. This was also the reason he was rushing to increase his strength and had selected the giant elephant gene reagent. Naturally, he would have to first focus on the present. He licked his dry lips. Hunt a suitable giant elephant for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Crazy Improvements. Chapter 578, Crazy Improvements. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. In the unknown world. Chen Feng shook his hands after finishing the production of a brand new gene reagent. This was absolutely the most ordinary gene reagent Chen Feng had ever produced in his career. It had not been produced with the best or a unique blood essence, nor had the formula been improved by luck value. This giant elephant fusion gene reagent was so ordinary one couldn't even hope to find anything special about it. Kong Bai sighed. Are you really going to fuse with this gene reagent? Chen Feng nodded. This gene reagent was already produced with the best giant elephant blood essence he could find. This fusion gene reagent didn't have any major functions. After using it, the gene would merely fuse with Chen Feng's body, improving his body quality greatly. Kong Bai smiled bitterly. This thing was rather simple to understand. Chen Feng's previous efforts had been skewed toward spiritual energy. 9/10 of his specialization was spiritual energy, while 1/10 of his specialization was body quality. After fusing with a body-related gene reagent instead of a spiritual energy-related gene reagent this time, the ration would become 6-4 between energy and body. Naturally, 5:5 might be the end result as well. More importantly, selecting this gene reagent might signify that Chen Feng could never use a 6-star secret art. One ought to know that every single 6-star secret art was something that centered around a certain gene. A huge factor influencing one's choice in one's core gene was due to the 6-star secret art that person decided upon. Since this giant elephant gene had been obtained from this alien world, it was possible that this gene would be incapable of working together with other genes to form 6-star secret arts. The difficulty would be further compounded by the fact that all the other genes Chen Feng had fused with in the past were energy-based. After selecting this gene, Chen Feng would never be able to use secret arts. Naturally, since Chen Feng was already powerful, this disadvantage might not be immediately obvious. But what about in the future? When everyone was in peak beyond a class, when everyone had reached the limit of humanity, the bottleneck of humanity, the only way one could hope to obtain an advantage over others was through one's genetic abilities. At that time, the gap between a 5-star secret art and 6-star secret art would be as huge as the sky and the earth. Even if Chen Feng had been focusing on individual abilities, with him lacking a core ability to rely upon. Kong Bai shook his head at the thought. A faint radiance swirled around. Chen Feng completed his fusion. This fusion was so ordinary that nothing special could be found from it. Such a breakthrough was so ordinary that not even a special phenomenon was generated upon breakthrough. Everything seemed way too bland. Bang! Chen Feng cast his senses inward and sensed the power within him. The quality of his body had roughly tripled. His body quality, which had originally only been B class, had successfully improved to a class. Even if it wasn't much among a classes, at the very least, his defense had increased greatly compared to before. He was able to take more of a beating now. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dangers of the forest remained. Kong Bai and Chen Feng continued dodging wave after wave of attacks upon them. Kong Bai looked at Chen Feng. What do we do next? Chen Feng looked at the distant giant elephant. Kill. Since I have fused with the giant elephant gene reagent, I will fully make use of it, pushing the gene strengthening process to the end. Gene strengthening was a process where one selected a mutated beast with higher attributes than the genetic warrior and then plundered the attributes of the mutated beast that were higher than the genetic warriors. This was the process of improvement most familiar to most genetic warriors. Kong Bai nodded. All right. This was most certainly the reason Chen Feng had decided to give up on his future and focus on the present, to increase his strength as soon as possible before escaping this dangerous and damnable place. However, Kong Bai failed to notice that the giant elephants they faced seemed to be becoming stronger and stronger. Beyond A1. Beyond A2. Beyond A3. Finally, eventually, Kong Bai realized that something seemed off. The mutated beasts seemed endless in this damnable forest, and their strength was increasing constantly as well. Regardless of how many beasts they killed, it seemed to serve no purpose. Kong Bai was alarmed. How many of these fellows are there? No idea. Chen Feng smiled calmly. But then, isn't this the best opportunity to increase my strength? Bang! Yet another giant elephant was killed, and once again, Chen Feng completed the gene strengthening process. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. As the mutated beasts appeared without stop, Chen Feng's strength increased without stop as well. This was a rapid improvement in the truest sense. Regardless of where one was, one would never be able to see such a huge number of mutated beasts, and mutated beasts that would actually increase in strength at that. This seemed like a perfect strength increase service prepared especially for Chen Feng. Beyond A5. Beyond A6. Now, even Kong Bai was no longer able to deal with the appearing enemies. Despite that, Chen Feng, who had previously been beyond A1 class, had actually managed to forcefully reach beyond A5 from gene strengthening alone. This was indeed a frightening speed, a speed that caused Kong Bai to be speechless. For the very first time, he wondered if Chen Feng's choice of fusing with the giant elephant gene wasn't the wrong choice after all. Bang! Bang! The battle in the forest continued. Numerous giant elephants died in battle as Chen Feng's strength increased without stop. Beyond A7. Beyond A8. Chen Feng's strength increased constantly. After half a month of this, Kong Bai alarmingly noticed that Chen Feng had actually reached the peak of beyond a class. That's right, in half a month, Chen Feng reached the peak of beyond a class. Kong Bai was dumbfounded. He gazed blankly at the corpses of the giant elephants that were sprawled everywhere. It seemed like this was the actual reason Chen Feng had decided on this gene? Because these giant elephants were everywhere? The process of reaching peak beyond a class, which would take someone around 30 or even 50 years, had been shortened by Chen Feng to a mere 15 days. This speed was so fast that no words could be used to describe it aptly. One ought to know that in the genetic world, in the genetic era, beyond a class mutated beasts were rather rare. It was basically impossible for beyond a classes to improve by way of gene strengthening, as suitable mutated beasts were basically impossible to find. As such, they had no choice but to grow in strength slowly. To reach beyond A2 from beyond A1, around 3 to 5 years would be required. To reach beyond A3 from beyond A2, an even longer period would be required. As such, reaching beyond A9 was a long process. That was why even with the huge amount of beyond A classes appearing thanks to Beyond X gene reagent, they were still unable to catch up to the older, original Beyond A classes. The gap between the new and the old was extremely huge. Yet when it came to Chen Feng, his speed of growth had truly alarmed Kong Bai. Bang! Distantly, a peak beyond a class giant beast appeared. Let me deal with it. Kong Bai took the initiative to attack. Hum. A bizarre vibration flashed out. Kong Bai's attack was ineffective. Instead, he was directly flung away by that giant beast. This was a beast whose Kong Bai had no hope of matching. This beast was way too powerful for him. Let me do it instead. Chen Feng took wide steps forward and easily beat that giant beast up. He had already been someone capable of challenging those of a higher rank before this. Now that he was a peak beyond a class, it was an extremely simple affair to deal with a beast at this level. Pooh. The giant beast collapsed loudly. Damn it. Kong Bai was filled with envy. I feel like fusing with a giant elephant gene myself as well. Future? Screw that. Such quick growth. Even if a part of this speed had to do with Chen Feng's existing prowess, this rapid growth was something Kong Bai had never witnessed before. If all of humanity could grow at such a speed. What was a mere ancient race? What was a mere devil race? Both could be eliminated easily. Chen Feng stretched. Finally, I have reached the peak. He could sense the powerful strength contained within his body. Even if this giant elephant gene didn't have a powerful genetic ability, the gene strengthening processes Chen Feng had spanned without stop had pushed all his attributes to an unimaginable height. Bang! With a single wave of his hand, a force so powerful that it was akin to an explosion could be felt. With one proper genetic ability as a cost, Chen Feng had amassed such high attributes and reached the peak of the food chain. Chen Feng smiled. Well then, it's time to start. Kong Bai blanked. The start of what? Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. You will know soon enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Chen Feng's Real Goal. Chapter 579, Chen Feng's Real Goal. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa. Schwa. The forest was still filled with danger. The powerful environmental forces and giant beasts appeared without stop. However, against Chen Feng's peak beyond a class strength, all of them became nothing. He was able to deal with them easily. However, due to this, the dangers of the forest became even more vicious and the beasts became even stronger as Chen Feng dealt with them without stop. Peak beyond a class, dealt with. A slightly more powerful peak beyond a class, dealt with. Even more powerful peak beyond a class, dealt with. 1, 2, 3, and so on. The beasts of the forest became stronger and stronger, and gradually, they reached some sort of limit. At that point, the forest shook in an odd manner. Hum. A petrifying aura erupted. Kong Bai's expression sank. Not good. This aura. It's finally here? Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. S-Class. That's right. This was Chen Feng's true goal, S-Class. After discovering that the beasts here could become stronger without end, Chen Feng had wondered, when the strength of the beasts here reaches a certain limit, will a transformation occur? Will the beasts enter a brand new realm? Chen Feng had considered this possibility and had, without hesitation, initiated his plan. Regardless of what place this was, regardless of whether this place was real or not, Chen Feng could clearly feel that the power he had gained after his improvement was the real deal. That alone was sufficient for him to initiate his plan. As such, Chen Feng had increased his strength without stop. He had chosen Giant Elephant Gene since it was the easiest gene to improve here. Only with this gene could he reach peak beyond a class in the shortest time possible to force the appearance of an S-Class in this forest as soon as possible. Even if this was merely a guess, what they stood to gain was simply too astonishing. As such, Chen Feng had initiated his plan without any hesitation. Now, it seemed like his gamble had paid off. Bang! That terrifying aura pervaded the forest. The powerful S-Class aura engulfed the entire forest. Even when the S-Class beast was still at the fringe of the forest, outside the 10 kilometers Chen Feng could monitor that aura. Kong Bai was horrified. This was your true goal? Fusing with the Giant Elephant Gene. Entering S-Class as soon as possible. Everything Chen Feng did was much more shocking than he had ever imagined. Chen Feng smiled. This is the only way we can leave this place, right? If he guessed correctly, after killing this fellow. Amazing. Kong Bai had nothing but praise for Chen Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that Kong Bai had already had his eyes on a particular A-Class gene reagent, he would have probably followed Chen Feng's lead and fused with a Giant Elephant Gene. Naturally, at this point, his mind was wavering and he was reconsidering his decision. Bang! Bang! The S-Class giant beast started moving. The earth shook. Kong Bai's mood became solemn. That fellow is coming. He could clearly feel how frightening that S-Class beast was. It was something he had no hope of dealing with. The opponent could probably kill him off with a single sneeze. I will be dealing with it, Chen Feng said solemnly. He knew that the gap between him and an S-Class was. Kong Bai was not the only one incapable of dealing with an S-Class here. Even Chen Feng himself wasn't a match for that S-Class even though he was already a peak beyond a class. A peak beyond a 9 and an S-Class were simply in two different leagues. This was something he had realized before when Li Lei had been defeated by a single slap from the Devil Race's S-Class. In the real world, Chen Feng would most certainly have turned around and fled immediately upon encountering an S-Class. But here, in this forest. Schwa! Schwa! Chen Feng streaked about in the forest, maintaining a distance of about 10 kilometers between him and the beast. Due to this, the beast remained in a limbo of creation and destruction. Indeed, the moment the beast went out of the 10-kilometer radius, it would vanish even though it was an S-Class. Chen Feng's gaze shone brightly. Once again, he saw the disappearance of that beast followed by its reappearance. His eyes gleamed coldly. Now! Xiao! Xiao! Xiaoying started attacking. As this S-class beast had yet to fully take form, as its body was in the midst of reconstruction, Xiaoying appeared abruptly before charging at the beast with a powerful spiritual attack. Bang! Bang! The attack erupted. With the sudden appearance of Xiaoying, the world 10 kilometers around Xiaoying started taking form rapidly. As such, the beast started taking shape at a rapid pace as well. Shua! Instantly, Xiaoying disappeared again, leaving no trace behind. Once again, the body of the beast started fading away. Feng watched on calmly. Very good. This was the might of Xiaoying, the ability to transform his body between the illusory and the real world at will. Only by constantly switching could they deliver a serious injury to this terrifying S-class lifeform. Naturally, controlling the distance was extremely important as well. Not only did Feng need to ensure that the beast remained in the limbo of creation and destruction, he had to ensure that the beast would not disappear completely for real either. That was because the moment the beast vanished fully, when it reappeared the next time, its body would be brand new as well. As such, Feng had to ensure the continuation of the limbo. Shua! Shua! The distance between them changed without stop. A distance of 10 kilometers. A distance of 9.8 kilometers. A distance of 10 kilometers. A distance of 9.8 kilometers. Xiaoying switched between the illusory and real world without stop, causing the world to maintain a cycle of destruction and creation. With this, the aura of that S-class beast started weakening. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the entire forest started shaking at an odd frequency. The entire forest started showing signs of collapse, seemingly on the verge of destruction. Holy shit, Feng, what have you done? Kong Bai wiped his sweat. Feng ignored him and fixed his gaze on that distant battlefield. Vanish. Appear. Vanish. Appear. The aura of that S-class beast was already extremely weak. Xiaoying continued appearing within the body of that beast and attacking when it was in a weakened state, delivering heavy injuries to that beast without stop. Xiaoying's final attacks caused one to feel rather speechless, as Xiaoying had directly appeared at that place. Howl! Howl! A furious and dreadful howl resounded without stop. The howl sounded even more terrifying, yet the aura was becoming weaker. At this moment, the entire forest was flickering without stop, the entire world became even more bizarre, seemingly reaching some sort of limit that the world wasn't supposed to reach at all. Faster, faster, Feng urged inwardly. Bang! Bang! The forest continued to be destroyed. The radius of 10 kilometers started shrinking. As Feng noticed this, he reduced his distance with the beast, maintaining the balance so that the beast would remain in limbo. Once. Twice. Thrice. 10 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 5 kilometers. As the distance reached 2 kilometers, when the beast was somewhat within view, the S-class beast howled. Feng's eyes gleamed. Here it comes. Bang! One last time, Xiaoying erupted, blooming within the body of that beast. Pop! Blood splattered everywhere. The S-class beast had ultimately failed to fully form its body. This beast that would be an utterly terrifying existence wherever it was placed had, in this map hack-like manner, in this world, been killed by Xiaoying. How lamentable. Bang! The body that was 99% complete collapsed loudly to the ground. With a rapid speed, Feng rushed over and extracted the blood essence. S-class blood essence, obtained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Appear. Chapter 580, Appear. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! Along with the death of the S-class beast, the entire world started trembling. The S-class blood essence extracted by Feng had seemingly exhausted all the energy supporting the existence of this world. Ka! Ka! Countless cracks appeared below their feet. The initially intact space started cracking, akin to a shattered mirror. Numerous bizarre seals appeared before shattering with a loud crack. Bang! The entire world collapsed. The world before them vanished instantly, plunging them into boundless darkness. Spirit, Feng urged inwardly. All right. Spirit prepared to activate Luck Aura. Feng looked at Kong Bai. Kong Bai, prepare yourself. Kong Bai nodded. Understood. The moment an irreversible crisis befell them, Chen Feng and Kong Bai would have no choice but to forcibly transmigrate. As for their ultimate destination or whether they could even survive, those were unknown. However, as they both were preparing for the worst-case scenario, a sliver of light appeared amid the dark world. Shortly afterward, the entire world became brightly lit once again. Light shone brightly. The entire world was once again firm, and before them was still the lush and green forest. Around them was still the familiar air, yet Chen Feng could keenly feel that this was no longer the same world as before. The unfamiliarity of the space here. This signified that the world earlier had already been destroyed and that this world was brand new. However, as they looked around, before Chen Feng could even awaken from his stupor, he heard numerous high-pitched yells, mixed sounds, and tremendous cheers. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Kong Bai! Kong Bai! They are out! Ha ha, this is too awesome. It has been a long time since I saw someone pass this level. Chen Feng, I love you! Numerous thundering yells resounded. Finally, the uncomfortable feeling brought about by teleportation vanished. Chen Feng focused his gaze and finally saw that beyond the forest, there were countless people. These people resembled humans yet at the same time did not seem human. They had 2 horns on each side of their forehead. Apart from this, they were completely the same as regular humans. There were males and females, and there were young ones and old ones, all of them cheering frantically. The passion with which they were yelling was not unlike a hardcore fan of a superstar. Hold on, they seem to be shouting my name? Chen Feng's brain operated rapidly. Shua! He swept his gaze around. Instantly, the real surroundings were revealed to him. With shock, Chen Feng found that the world they had been in was actually a world that had been reduced in size by 10 times. A radius of 10 kilometers? Not quite right. That was because this arena they were in had a circumference of 1 kilometer. After magnifying this 1 kilometer 10 times, the radius of 10 kilometers had been created for Chen Feng and Kong Bai. For those incapable of viewing things beyond these 10 kilometers, this would be akin to a boundless world. The world they had been in was in fact this arena, an arena with a circumference of 1 kilometer. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Around him, countless people yelled his name. He felt as if he was performing in some sort of concert. Shua! Shua! A huge screen appeared midair. The remarkable battles of Chen Feng and Kong Bai were enlarged. The numerous times they had turned defeat into victory brought endless excitement to the spectators. Numerous people cheered. Chen Feng and Kong Bai exchanged glances, both feeling their hearts chilling. These scenes. In other words, everything they had experienced, those experiences of life and death, all of that had merely been entertainment for the people of this world? Hello, oh great warrior. A middle-aged man walked toward them. The horn on his head glowed with red. I am truly too excited. He regarded Chen Feng as he said, it has been a very long time since someone survived the arena of life and death. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Arena of life and death? That's right. This great place is named the Arena of Life and Death, the middle-aged man explained in excitement. I am the host of this place. My name is Ruo Shui. I know that both of you are presently filled with doubt. However, it does not matter. I will provide an explanation. I believe that all the spectators here are also looking forward to what you two have to say, Ruo Shui stated. Chen Feng looked around. Indeed, expectant expressions could be seen on the faces of everyone present. Chen Feng asked the question he was most curious about. What is this place? Ha ha. Smiling, Ruo Shui answered, I knew that you, great warrior, would ask this question. You must be curious about the reason you that appeared here in this world. In fact, this is the blessing granted by the great God. The Arena of Life and Death is the program with the highest ratings and viewers here in our world. Every single season, we select several life forms from alien worlds to participate. They enter the Arena of Life and Death, and they have to survive the numerous dangers of the forest and the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Ultimately, they will also have to defeat the strongest beast. You both were selected for this season. With a smile, Ruo Shui continued, you do not need to be anxious or angry. I was once interrupted when my explanation reached this point. As such, please allow me to finish my explanation. We have no malice toward you great warriors. When selecting warriors from alien worlds, we select from the terrifying spatial current, the current with a mortality rate of 99.99%. Under normal circumstances, entering the spatial current is akin to a sure death. Our great God used his divine power to rescue those people from the spatial current, giving them a chance at a new life. However, there is a limit to the number of beings we can sustain here. As such, we can't take in everyone, and thus, this arena of life and death came into being. Only the most powerful and outstanding of warriors that have survived the arena of life and death are qualified to stay here. Welcome to our world, Ruoxue said proudly. As an original inhabitant of this world, he indeed deserved the pride he felt. Spatial current. Chen, Feng and Kong Bai exchanged glances. They had never expected that this had actually happened to their transmigration. In short, when Kong Bai had been randomly transmigrating them, he had accidentally stumbled upon the summoning of this world? Chen Feng did not believe this. This must be due to luck value, Spirit stated after giving it some thought. There was no helping it, as at that time, the circumstances had truly been too dangerous, and Chen Feng's luck value had been pitifully low. Perhaps this had been the only method of survival his luck value had been able to find for him. Therefore, Chen Feng rubbed his head. He finally understood what had happened. Who could have guessed that he would star in an alien world's reality show? Shem seemed like he was also now a superstar due to him surviving the show? Chen Feng smiled forcefully. So, we are considered superstars now? Kong Bai shrugged indifferently. I guess so. It seems like our selected warriors this time are indeed intelligent, to be able to absorb everything in such a short time, Ruoxue exclaimed in admiration. He was rather amazed at the receptivity of both Chen Feng and Kong Bai. One ought to know that during his time as the host of the show, he had witnessed way too many weird people. Some had collapsed because they couldn't accept the truth, and others had decided to attack him after figuring everything out. There had even been some who had started crying for their parents after the collapse of the arena. The weirdest contestant he had seen was a person who, upon arriving in the arena, started shouting, "I have actually transmigrated. There must be a system somewhere." Next, that person had shouted, "System, show yourself. Grandpa, descend. This is not an unlimited space. Main deity, get your ass out here." That person had continued spouting all sorts of nonsense from his mouth. He had attracted quite a bit of attention back then, causing people to discuss what, exactly, the system that person had spoken of was. Naturally, that person had ultimately been killed by the beasts in the area. The system, the grandpa, the main deity, everything he had spoken of had ultimately ended up as a puzzle of the arena. The people guessed that those might have been the powerful trump cards of that person. Alas, after descending upon an alien world, that person's abilities had been ineffective. People like this were numerous. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bai, these two were in fact the calmest of the contestants he had ever seen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, The Only Chance. Chapter 581, The Only Chance. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Worthy of being a warrior indeed, I seem to remember that in this arena, any contestant that survives for a month will be considered to have passed, yet Chen Feng and Kong Bai actually managed to kill that big fellow and crash the entire world. How powerful, the fans around them exclaimed in admiration. He. Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. He was not one to go and make a big deal out of everything. Only by planning things out properly would he stand a chance. At present, there was no apparent danger. As such, he would take this chance to gain a proper understanding of this world. As for Kong Bai, this guy was way too used to weird occurrences due to his rich transmigration experience. Well then. Ruoxue took out a shiny contract. Would the two of you please sign the contract? Since the both of you are survivors of the arena, you will both naturally be considered artists under our company. After signing this contract, we will provide suitable identities for the both of you. Naturally, as for the heights you two can reach in this world, that will have to depend on yourselves. Schwa. Light swirled before them and a contract filled with unfamiliar characters appeared. Chen Feng pondered lightly. All right. In truth, he and Kong Bai had no other choice. This was an extremely unique world. All the people here had horns on their head that contained dreadful power. Every single person here had astonishing power. Chen Feng did not doubt that they would meet a bad end were they to resist the people here. Schwa. He and Kong Bai inputted their spiritual energy into the contract. The contract glowed faintly. Next, the information pertaining to the both of them appeared on the screen. Moreover, a huge featured article about them appeared, driving all the fans there crazy. Chen Feng, I love you. Kong Bai, I want to make babies with you. Chen Feng. Finally, he understood why he had kept feeling like someone had been observing him. This world, the people here. He looked at Kong Bai. It seemed like they had indeed arrived at a rather amazing world. All right. The both of you may go take a rest now. Ru Shui was all smiles. You are warriors worthy of respect. As such, we have provided a perfect service of clothing, food, housing, and transportation for you both, which will remain until the next event. Chen Feng raised a brow. Next event? That's right. Ru Shui smiled. After all, you are superstars here. As such, there is a need for you two to keep hold of your popularity. Thus, we will arrange some events for the both of you to participate in once per week. What are the events you are talking about? Chen Feng questioned. Something like an adventuring event. Smiling, Ru Shui explained, the strength of the enemies will be somewhat increased. I trust that you both will definitely be able to achieve success again and gain even more fans. Finishing his explanation, Ru Shui nodded his head before leaving. Chen Feng and Kong Bai were brought to a huge room with every accommodation one could wish for. There were even servants assigned to serve them. Living here, one could enjoy the life of an emperor. Naturally, due to the huge amount of fanatical fans, the company had proposed that before their strength reached a certain standard, they should not leave this dwelling. Chen Feng's glance swept past the huge barrier in the distance. He tried walking over, and as he arrived, a virtual window popped out. Ding! Due to your weak strength and the high frequency of injuries caused by fanatical fans, we do not recommend your departure. If you insist on leaving, please contact the person in charge. We will review your request as soon as possible. If you have any requests, please do contact us. We will provide the best of services to you as soon as possible. This company here is quite human-like, Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. The company here felt even better than the entertainment companies in their world. Chen Feng sneered. Is that so? That's right, this was a new world for them. Here, they were celebrities. Everything seemed so perfect. However, Chen Feng was able to rearrange his thoughts shortly after and started analyzing the actual situation here. Restricting our travel, providing food and accommodations, and joining an event after a certain interval to attract spectators. Chen Feng sighed and looked at Kong Bai, who was still in the midst of excitement from all this. Do you not feel that we are no different than animals in a circus? Kong Bai blanked. Holy shit, that's not true, right? He sank into contemplation and tried viewing it from Chen Feng's perspective, and he noted that it was indeed as Chen Feng had said, they were no different than circus animals. The so-called God and rescue, all of that was a load of shit. Essentially, this was an entertainment company that had kidnapped some aliens to improve the ratings of their show, using the numerous alien species as a means of boosting their ratings. Chen Feng was certain that among the summoned lifeforms, there were all sorts of species. Naturally, none of them would be allowed to leave alive. The rationale for this was that if Chen Feng was the one running the show, he would most certainly not allow aliens to loiter around his world as well. Therefore, those people would definitely not grant them freedom. As Kong Bai thought about it, his heart chilled. Without a doubt, they would be locked here and let out once per week to join the events. They would have to entertain the spectators like monkeys, continuously attracting fans. The stronger the enemies they faced, the more desperate their battles would be. In turn, the spectators would get even more excited, until one day when they finally perished. This damnable world, Kong Bai cursed in rage. Perhaps, this is not bad for us, Chen Feng stated calmly. Whether this was an opportunity or a calamity remained to be seen. Even if these people were keeping them like some pets, it wasn't like they had nothing to gain at all. For example, the world where the events would be held, the world where they could temper themselves, those would be real, including the energy and blood essence they gained. Chen Feng rubbed the S-class blood essence he had in his bosom. He was still keeping this thing around. The power system of this world seemed completely different than the genetic era. As such, they were not aware that what Chen Feng had extracted was in fact blood essence, nor were they aware of his reason for extracting the blood essence. Moreover, they were not aware that the extracted blood essence was something Chen Feng could use to increase his strength. For Chen Feng and Kong Bai, this was an opportunity, the best opportunity, in fact. After all, it was simply impossible for Chen Feng to get his hands on an S-class gene reagent under normal circumstances. It would be apt to say that nobody could create an S-class gene reagent, as S-class beasts had never existed. But here, there was a chance. Chen Feng turned on the commodity menu and took a look at it. Here, all sorts of delivery services were provided. Anything he wanted, he would be able to obtain. Evidently, the company was hoping that Chen Feng and Kong Bai could increase their strength as well, as shown by what was available for sale. After all, the stronger Chen Feng and Kong Bai became, the higher the chances of their survival and the more money the company would make. Chen Feng took a glance and noticed countless amazing medicinal herbs that did not exist in the human world. Here in this world, the herbs would either be crushed and pasted on one's body or would be directly consumed to increase one's strength. The reason for such a crude method of using the herbs was the lack of gene production here in this world. Chen Feng pondered. It seems like the standard of their gene production is extremely low. Kong Bai curled his lips. Or perhaps they do not need gene production at all? That was quite probable as well. In any case, this was still a good thing for them. Chen Feng could make use of this chance to gather sufficient materials to produce the S-class gene reagent. Or perhaps he could even improve the S-class formula with everything provided here. If I can enter S-class. Chen Feng's eyes shone. This might be the only way they could escape their current predicament. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Must Return Alive. Chapter 582, Must Return Alive. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Genetic Union. All the higher-ups had assembled together and were discussing a truth they did not dare to face. Something had happened to Chen Feng. Chen, Sifan, and Chen Feng had all lost contact with them. The entire training camp was filled with the aura of the devil race. The Genetic Union's reinforcements had indeed gone over and had been able to regain control over the training camp, yet no traces of Chen Feng had been found. This signified that he had probably been kidnapped or killed. Isn't this good? The head of the finance department had always harbored a dislike for Chen Feng. Now that Chen Feng was no longer here and he had left no family members behind, the Genetic Union could take over everything he had created. What a perfect conclusion. Schwa! Everyone's gaze landed on him uniformly, disdain in their eyes. I know that you are the nephew of the president. Would you believe me if I told you that if you said something that's stupid again, you wouldn't leave this place alive? The research department head was furious. Were these people not clear yet on what Chen Feng's existence meant for humanity? The lack of foresight here was truly shocking. All right now. The deputy president waved his hand and interrupted them. At present, are there any ways of discovering any traces of Chen Feng? Nope. The scout department head shook his head. The only thing we were able to discover was the fact that on that day, something happened to the three of them at the same time. All other information was covered up by the devils. Are there no ways of clearing the cover-up? The deputy president asked with a frown. The scout department head sighed. We need time for that. Hasten it, the deputy president said solemnly. Whatever traces could be found at the training camp would be their only clues. That was the only way they could try to infer on the truth of what had happened that day. Chen and Sifan were confirmed dead. However, if Chen Feng had merely been captured, they definitely had to rescue him. At the mysterious organization. Xin Hai, with an ashen complexion, was looking at the news he had received. His source of news was different from the people of the Genetic Union. His news had been received from the Land of Legacy, where Master Mu had ultimately labeled Chen Feng's fate as sure death. Nobody could hope to survive in the spatial currents Chen Feng had landed in. Xin Hai blanked. Dead? He could not believe that a day would come when Chen Feng would really die. He could not believe this, but then, Master Mu had personally confirmed this. Oh, wait, there was that person that he had forgotten about. Xin Hai grasped his fists tightly. At that time, he had seen Chen Feng's request for help. As such, he had moved out and attacked the church to force Master Mu to return. Alas, there had actually been two experts of the Land of Legacy acting against Chen Feng on that day. If Xin Hai had known this earlier, if he had noticed this earlier, he could have. The most lamentable of all was the fact that when he had returned, his fellow apprentice brothers had all told him amiably that they hadn't told him about their plan as they'd been worried about troubling him. That's right, they hadn't suspected his identity. Rather, they had merely been worried by the prospect of troubling him. Bang! Xin Hai slapped the table in front of him into pieces. D. His wristband buzzed. Wang Yao was trying to contact him. Evidently, she had also received some news and was trying to get an update from him. Xin Hai looked at his wristband, not knowing how he should even begin to tell her the truth. What to do? Suddenly, Xin Hai's gaze landed on the next name in his contact list. Hold on, this might not be a helpless situation. He recalled how they had once returned to the past to change the history. This might seem unlikely to succeed, as he might not be able to return from the past this time. However, if he was able to rescue Chen Feng. Xin Hai contacted Kong Bai. Surprisingly, Kong Bai had disappeared as well. Xin Hai got someone from the ancient race to divine news of Kong Bai. Astonishingly, both Kong Bai and Chen Feng had disappeared at the exact same time and place. Could it be? Suddenly, Qin Hai laughed. Regardless of whether it was Chen Feng or Kong Bai, if they were alone when they encountered such an impasse, they would have no way out. However, when the two of them were together, nobody could take them away forcefully. They are fine, replied Qin Hai to Wang Yao's message. He began staring into the distance. I shall be waiting for your return. Reporting, Lord, traces of the rebels have been found, one of his underlings reported in excitement. This was their final battle. After getting rid of this final rebel army, they would finally have united the entire ancient race as one. Excellent. Qin Hai's gaze became sharp. Start surrounding them. We shall talk about further actions after that. The underling was somewhat dumbstruck. Could they not attack directly? Why was there a need to surround them? With the number of rebels, it would take a week to surround them. This is the final battle. As such, we must make ample preparations. The reason for first surrounding them is to prevent anyone from escaping. I do not wish to see anyone escape, thus delaying our eventual unification of the ancient race. With this being our final battle with them, they will most certainly have prepared numerous trump cards. I wish to avoid more casualties as well. Therefore, before they discover us, we should take our time and make as many preparations as we can afford. Slowly, until we devour their entire army, Qin Hai stated with a hooded gaze. All right. The underling did not doubt Qin Hai's words and left to implement the order. Qin Hai stared ahead in silence. This was the longest he could drag this out. Chen Feng, Kong Bai, you both must return alive. Twin Horns World. That's right, that was the name of this world. The people here had observed numerous lifeforms and, through that, granted this world this unique and prideful name, Twin Horns World. At present, within a certain room, Chen Feng was painstakingly studying the breakthrough into S-Class. Under normal circumstances, one would first need to break through into the new realm before fusing with a new gene reagent. At present, the limit of humanity was PK class. Breaking through into the next realm was an impossibility. As such, an S-Class gene reagent would be required to force this breakthrough. Thus, some contents that would normally only be consumed after the breakthrough needed to be added to the fusion gene reagent. Gene reagent. Chen Feng's head ached as he looked at his low luck value. Attempting to create an S-Class gene reagent were akin to a bottomless pit. Chen Feng got spirit to make an estimation for the amount required. It turned out that over 1,000 luck value would be required for that. That was a rather frightening amount. Chen Feng sighed. Seems like I can only rely on myself this time. Fortunately, this was the arena of life and death. Although this damnable company had restricted their freedom, they had provided a huge amount of resources as well. Nearly all the resources he could think of would be supplied without limit. All these resources would require credits to be purchased, which could be earned by surviving the arena of life and death. Purchase, purchase, purchase. Spam, spam, spam. Without rest, Chen Feng purchased the materials and improved his formula without stop. However, after only one day, his credits were fully exhausted. This consumption rate was incredibly frightening. Next, Chen Feng began his new life as a debtor. Here, one's credit could go into the negatives. Perhaps this system had been put in place to placate some powerful warriors, or perhaps it had been put in place to scam the participating warriors. Regardless, the company had a debt mechanism with a terrifying rate of interest for the credits owed. Every 9 credits one borrowed, one would have to repay 13 credits. They opined that this would be a better method of controlling those alien warriors. Moreover, helping these warriors grow in strength would be beneficial for them to earn even more money. However, Ruoshui frowned as he read the data regarding Chen Feng. Due to the high interest, the majority of warriors avoided going into debt. Only a small amount of them, those that were in a rush to break through or that felt a sense of crisis, would agree to go into debt just to purchase more materials. Even so, these people would repay the debt as soon as possible. They wouldn't dare to stay in debt for a prolonged period of time. Yet this guy named Chen Feng. Each credit here was extremely precious, capable of purchasing a huge amount of items. As such, even in their entire history, the highest amount of debt a person had ever owed them was a mere 2,000 credits. That was a debt someone had incurred to prepare for the coming event. Ultimately, that person had been able to defeat the enemy in the coming event, bringing their company great profit. As for Chen Feng, Ruoshui tried calculating what Chen Feng currently owed them. 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 5 zeros, 6 zeros. Hold on. What in the world, it reached 7 figures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Charge, Charge, Charge. Chapter 583, Charge, Charge, Charge. Translator, limest editor, 10-ish. 10 million. By himself, Feng had taken out a loan of 10 million credits. Has this guy gone crazy? Ruoshui did not dare to believe this. How much was 10 million credits? It was sufficient to buy even a small town. How many treasured herbs had this fellow bought to be in so much debt? One ought to know that surviving each event would grant one only several thousand credits. The amount Feng owed, plus the interest. Was this guy planning to spend his entire life paying this debt? Ruoshui was alarmed. The entire company was shocked. Even if Feng would be more powerful in the next event, the more he improved himself and the ultimate profit he brought would belong to their company, thus putting them in a position where they would not suffer any losses. This was still too risky an investment. This sum. What to do? Just as they were all discussing this, Schwa. Suddenly, the 7 figures indicated on their screen started flickering rapidly before settling on 8 figures. Ruoshui was dumbfounded. Everyone in the company was dumbfounded. 8 figures? They were all stupefied. Was the difference between 7 figures and 8 figures only a single zero? No, that was an investment of 10 times the amount, an amount one shouldn't even hope to finish spending. Ruoshui almost lost his voice. Fast, lock his account. What exactly was that fellow planning? They all gnashed their teeth. They suspected that this guy was planning to plunder their riches before escaping or something like that. However, through their observation, they noted that Feng was indeed immersed in painstaking training. The resources hadn't been sent elsewhere. They had all been sent to Feng and used by him. No traces of any item transfers could be found. What now? There's really someone capable of swallowing this many materials? No idea. Theoretically, the amount of energy each person can absorb within a certain time frame is limited. After all, if one's energy is increased excessively, it might become unstable, leading to an accident. Yet this Feng. They exchanged glances. Do you all still remember Feng's strength back then? Someone asked suddenly. You are saying. That's right. When he first arrived, he was even weaker. However, he progressed rapidly during the event, and finally, when he exited the event world, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than when he had first arrived. Their hearts thumped. Wasn't this the truth? If so, after Feng absorbed so many resources. Seems like our company is going to create yet another legend. All their hearts thumped. An investment of 10 million credits was the largest investment their company had ever made. Although this had happened accidentally, if they were able to make use of this properly, this would also be their chance to earn their biggest profit yet. How about Feng's credits? Freeze his account. The rest of them glared at the one who had asked the question. What in the world, was 8 figures not high enough? Although they sounded rather confident, in fact, the only reason they had allowed this to happen was because Feng had acted too fast. They hadn't been able to stop him. Now, they would not allow Feng to continue squandering their resources like that. Resources worth 10 million should be sufficient for Feng to enter a new realm. This was how all of them thought. Alas, they never could have guessed that all the resources had not been used by Feng to increase his strength. Instead, he had wasted all the resources. 1 experiment, 2 experiments, 3 experiments, never-ending experiments. The difficulty of researching S-Class and breaking through into S-Class had far surpassed Feng's imagination. The fact that his research was focused on pushing one who had yet to enter S-Class into S-Class caused his research to become even harder. 10 experiments, 100 experiments, 1,000 experiments. Feng became crazy. It reached a point where he was already numb to failure. This continued until one moment when a crisp sound echoed. This familiar yet moving sound reached him, yet he did not even notice it. Just as he was about to subconsciously discard this experiment and start a new one, he blanked. That sound. Slowly, his gaze swept past the gene reagent before him, and his expression froze. This. Suddenly, an overjoyed expression appeared on his face. Succeeded. He had finally succeeded. A faint radiance swirled around. The gene reagent before him seemed to contain endless power. I have truly succeeded. Feng muttered. It had been a very long time since he had last experienced such a feeling. Prior to this, with his cheat-like luck aura, he had been able to easily crush all other producers in terms of gene production until he had finally been able to gain ownership over the entire Gene Production Association. And now, without luck aura assisting him, he had been able to once again experience what excitement truly meant. 6 days. Over 10 million credits. Finally, in the final moments before his next event, he had succeeded. XX Fusion Gene Reagent. Class, S. Function, unknown. Effect, unknown. This was his latest research result. Without luck value doing the estimations for him, without the database of the genetic world to be referred, even Chen Feng himself was not aware of what he had just created. However, at the very least, he could confirm that this was indeed a fusion gene reagent. Tick. Tock. Time passed without stop. Chen Feng inhaled deeply and braced himself. Did he have any other option? Gulp. Without hesitation, he swallowed the gene reagent. Bang! Instantly, terrifying energy erupted within his body. Bang! Bang! That tiny bottle of liquid transformed into frightening energy. It was boundless, akin to a tsunami raging through Chen Feng's body, shining with a wanton splendor. Pooh! Chen Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! Bang! Booming explosions reverberated all throughout his body, as if a blacksmith was using a hammer to temper his body unceasingly, pounding upon his heart without stop. Pooh! Pooh! His blood veins all ruptured, his blood splattering everywhere. Dot. Chen Feng used the energy to forcefully bind his splattering blood. Right now, his entire body was translucent, like a body sculpted from diamond. Every single one of his blood veins had ruptured, but they were being forcefully kept together with energy. He was in a rather dreadful condition. Damn it! His heart chilled. He had still underestimated how terrifying the process of breaking through into S-Class was. After all, a class was the limit of humanity, a bottleneck nobody had surpassed before. He had initially believed that no human had ever reached that realm due to a lack of S-Class genes. Alas, it seemed like the human body itself was incapable of supporting such power. S-Class was simply too terrifyingly powerful. Even a tiny drop of S-Class energy would be sufficient to blow up Chen Feng's body. He felt like his present body was like a huge inflated balloon that was on the verge of exploding. The S-Class energy within his body expanded without stop, almost unable to be suppressed. Bang! Bang! He could feel some of the veins within his body popping apart. Damn it! He smiled bitterly. At this moment, he was incomparably thankful that he had fused with the giant elephant gene. Although this gene had not granted him a rather huge improvement in combat power, at the very least, his body quality had been improved to a class. Otherwise, the instant he had swallowed the S-Class fusion gene reagent, his body would have exploded. Even so, how long could he last? Schwa! Schwa! His body was processing the energy without stop. Unfortunately, the S-Class energy was too terrifying, far surpassing the level Chen Feng could absorb. As such, Chen Feng's body seemed to be heading in a rather bleak direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Strengthening. Chapter 584, Strengthening. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What to do? Chen Feng's brain spun rapidly. Luck value? Probabilities? He had once used his luck value during gene strengthening to reduce the pain, completing his transformation in advance. However, this would be of no help here, as this was not a situational strengthening he was undergoing, a process where he could decide on the sequence in which his body was strengthened. Rather, this current process he was undergoing was an overall strengthening, the strengthening of his entire person. His body, his consciousness, his heart, all his organs, all energy-generating sources, everything was undergoing a transformation. Chen Feng felt his body inflating, and this was only a part of what he was feeling. His heart still felt like it was being pounded by a hammer, almost forcing him to spit blood. What damnable experience was this? Bang! Bang! His heart thumped and his consciousness boomed. The amount of energy in his body was terrifyingly high, giving him a feeling as if death wouldn't be worse than being alive. He had a feeling that in the next moment, his body would swell to the point of implosion. Hum. Hum. Once again, his body seemed to increase in size. At present, Chen Feng was at the most crucial moment, and his mind never stopped working as he pondered without stop, looking for a way to survive this. Regardless of how much energy he had in him, he had to look for a method of exhaust it all. Release the excess energy? Right, God Punisher. Bang! Instinctively, he released God Punisher. Shwa! Instantly, a huge amount of energy was drained from his body. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Nice. Indeed, the energy exhaustion of God Punisher was truly terrifying. Even in his present state, his energy would still reduce rapidly after the usage of God Punisher, bringing him near the bearable limit. Alas, before he could even bask in his happiness, he could feel the movement of time, and suddenly, his body swelled, nearly imploding. Shit, this time quicksand. The activation of time quicksand had brought him 1 second forward, rendering his activation of God Punisher meaningless. The energy he had exhausted during the activation earlier was even lower than the amount of energy he had replenished after that 1 second skip. Unfortunately, time quicksand was contained within his God Punisher as well, and as such, he could not avoid releasing this ability. This damnable ability. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had never expected that a day would come when this time quicksand would screw him instead. The energy that should have been exhausted by God Punisher was replenished by time quicksand just like that. Was this his retribution for using time quicksand to skip time too many times previously? Chen Feng sighed. Bang! Bang! Yet another boom erupted within his body. With this, his God Punisher, instead of exhausting his energy, had put him in an even more dangerous situation. He inhaled deeply and his eyes flickered without stop before suddenly, he gulped down a gene reagent. He had not planned to use this gene reagent, but now he had no choice but to rely on it. Since the odds of surviving with this were 50%, he would gamble on it. Time seemed to stop at this instant. Right as Chen Feng consumed the gene reagent, the energy in his body increased instead of reducing. However, Chen Feng wasn't surprised by this development. Rather, his mind seemed to have an even clearer grasp on everything. The world before his eyes seemed to have slowed down. In truth, everything was still the same. What had changed was Chen Feng's speed of thought, which had been accelerated greatly. However, it indeed gave him a feeling like time had stopped. Shwa! Chen Feng waved his hand. All the spiritual energy was his to command. He could even feel a sense of happiness from the spiritual energy as it approached him. Naturally, as the cost for being in such a wondrous state, the genes within Chen Feng's body were collapsing at a rapid speed as well. What Chen Feng had consumed was precisely the Aurora gene reagent. Effect: spiritual affinity pushed to the maximum. Disadvantage: rapidly collapses one's genes. Shwa! Shwa! The genes within Chen Feng's body collapsed rapidly. His hands, his legs, his head. His entire body seemed to be flickering. This was an extremely frightening situation. The previous Chen Feng had utilized his luck value to control the collapse of his genes, limiting it to trash genes. But now he wasn't controlling the process at all. When a gene collapsed, regardless of what gene it would only flicker once. Yet now, the entirety of Chen Feng's body was flickering without stop. The collapsed genes were immediately improved by this terrifying S-class energy within Chen Feng's body, making these genes even stronger than their previous state. The S-class gene reagent was presently transforming Chen Feng's body, updating his genes. Shwa! Shwa! Chen Feng's body went through numerous transformations, becoming stronger and stronger. Even with this, the rate which energy appeared within his body still far surpassed the amount of energy he was exhausting. However, for the present Chen Feng with maximum spiritual affinity. Rise! He waved his hand. Under his control, the energy started moving. Consciousness. With this seemingly unlimited supply of energy, Chen Feng started recreating an even more powerful spiritual world for himself. Digitized world. With the endless energy supply, he constructed a huge world, filling his digitized world with boundless vitality. Heart. Dan Tian. He started personally redesigning his body as well. In this manner, the vast energy that had initially seemed to be spreading everywhere, the energy that had almost blown up his body, started operating in an orderly fashion. Mending, reinforcing, transforming. In this manner, finally, his energy gain and energy exhaustion reached a balance of sorts. Stabilized. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was merely the beginning. After 3 hours, after exhausting endless energy, his body finally transformed into the strongest state, to the maximum limit. Chen Feng was certain that all his organs and his entire body had reached the limit of humanity. He had initially focused on energy cultivation. The giant elephant gene was the only ability he used to improve his physical body, pushing his body quality to that of an A-class. This time, though, he had been able to transform the entirety of his body to that of a peak beyond A class. What did this signify, exactly? Without any energy, with his physical body alone, he would now be able to beat up a beyond a class. That was how cheat-like his new body was. Alas, as Chen Feng saw the amount of energy in his body, he let off a bitter smile. The amount of damnable S-class energy in his body was still going up instead of down. The moment the energy reached the limit, he would truly have no other ways of dealing with it. He had ultimately failed to cross that limit, the limit of a class. If Chen Feng was able to break through the bottleneck and cross through the limit, he would only need to focus purely on fusing with the gene reagent and the process would be completed easily. But now, since he was still stuck as a beyond a class, he would have to rely on himself to deal with the XSS class energy. At present, his only options were to either break through into S-class or allow the S-class energy to fill his body to the point of implosion. Body. Energy. Chen Feng contemplated with a sharp gaze in his eyes. His entire being had already been pushed to the limit of humanity. Regardless of what he tried, he failed to break through the damnable bottleneck. In fact, he couldn't even locate that single point at which he could attempt to break through. After all, he had been in A class for too short a time. He had attempted to reach S-class from B class in such a short period of time. This single step was too huge, and now he was paying for it. Bang! 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 Chen Feng tried numerous times, yet nothing seemed to happen. His body and energy stopped transforming. Like a headless housefly, he charged all over randomly and watched on as the amount of energy in his body increased without stop, returning to the initial level prior to his transformation. Granted, the present Chen Feng who had been transformed had higher endurance and would be able to last longer now. However, if he could not break through in the shortest time possible, he would likely die by way of his body imploding. What should I do, exactly? His brain worked rapidly. He believed that he would be able to think of a solution. S-class. S-class. Spellbound, he sank into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a question popped into his brain. What exactly was it that made an S-class so powerful? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Transform. Chapter 585, Transform. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. S-class was a wondrous realm. It seemed completely different from a class. Essentially, a class was the evolution of B class and improved B class. This was true all the way from F class to A class. The core of it all was constant improvement. What about S class, then? It was a transformation. Chen Feng could feel it clearly. As such, what was the superiority of this realm compared to others? Chen Feng thought back to the S class he had encountered. That expert of the devil race had been capable of seriously injuring Li Lei with a single slap. Was it purely because of his stronger physical prowess? Was it because of the S-class body? Not quite so. It was not possible for a physical body alone to be so powerful. Was it energy, then? Chen Feng thought back and recalled that when that had happened, no traces of energy had been visible. Was it possible for that big-shot devil to not even have something like energy? That was not possible. Why, then? There was also the S-class beast he had killed using Xiaoying and the map hack back then. Although he had maintained a huge distance from that beast and hadn't sensed the power of that S-class personally, he had been able to see that while that beast had continued struggling and changing, it had still never unleashed any energy that seemed excessively powerful. And yet its body had truly been astonishingly terrifying. Each time its body had been reconstructed, Xiaoying had been on the verge of being instantly killed. If not for Xiaoying's ability to travel at will between the illusory world and the physical world, he would have been crushed directly by the internal organs of that S-class beast. That was how terrifying an S-class was. In short, both the S-class devil and the S-class beast specialized in the cultivation of their physical body? That was evidently untrue. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a possibility. Perhaps, in the realm of S-class, there was no such distinction between one cultivating either their physical body or their energy. Instead, both were lumped together. Flesh equaled energy. Energy equaled flesh. If that was the case, Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. With the last of his consciousness, he controlled the energy within him. Bang, dot. Just as this thought flashed past Chen Feng's mind, his body started imploding as the S-class energy within his body erupted. Bang! Bang! The terrifying energy swept everywhere. With astonishment, Chen Feng watched on as his body was reduced into nothingness amid the boundless energy. Surprisingly, his consciousness remained. I'm not dead? Oh, I didn't die. With astonishment, Chen Feng looked at himself in a state of nothingness. At present, his physical body had transformed into numerous light particles. Surprisingly, these particles did not vanish. Rather, like fireworks, they swirled around, taking on a spherical shape before starting to absorb the energy previously in Chen Feng's body. That's right. The powerful energy was being absorbed. The energy that Chen Feng couldn't fully digest no matter what had actually been fully absorbed by the light particles. Those particles might look feeble, but they were able to easily absorb the energy. After a long time, the boundless energy vanished, leaving behind only those light particles that were hovering in midair akin to stars. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He no longer had a physical body. As such, he could only look on with amazement, watching these particles and sensing this state of nothingness he was in with curiosity. What's going on with me? Chen Feng had no idea. Was he going to stay in this state forever? If so, was he still alive or dead? He couldn't find an answer to that. Perhaps. I can still move? Chen Feng tried moving using his consciousness. Shwa. Surprisingly, the light particles actually moved according to his will. Wow. Chen Feng looked on with astonishment. In short, this is my new body? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He wondered if he would ever be able to transform back into a human. The thought of this rose subconsciously in his mind. Shwa. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, all the light particles started combining, condensing, and shining with a faint radiance. Instantly, a brand new body was constructed. This. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He lowered his head and gazed at his hands and his body. Everything seemed completely the same as before. He was back. Energy equaled flesh, flesh equaled energy. Could it be? He waved his hand instinctively. Transform. He urged inwardly. Shwa. Instantly, his right hand vanished into nothingness, transforming into countless light particles, yet when Chen Feng set his senses forth, he could sense every single light particle. Each particle was part of him. Condense. He urged. Shwa. The light particles assembled together, reconstructing his right hand. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. So this was what S-Class was all about? Finally, he understood how lucky he was to have been able to kill that S-Class beast with his map hack. If not for the unique environment that he had been making use of, if not for Xiaoying, killing that beast would have been impossible. An S-Class body was in fact an undying body. This body. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. An explosive energy could be felt within his body. That was the power of S-Class. He punched out, and an S-Class force exuded from his fist. This was not purely physical power, nor was this purely energy. Rather, this was a combination of the two. This S-Class realm had, in an ingenious manner, melded both powers together perfectly. From now on, there was no flesh, there was no energy. The only thing that remained was the combination of the two. This was what S-Class was. Bang! A single punch from Chen Feng caused space itself to tremble. The effect of this single punch of his was apparent. Even the flow of time slowed as space slowly tore apart from his punch. As he retracted his hand, the tear in space began to slowly close up. This was merely the result of a single casual punch. It was truly rather astonishing. A random punch is already as powerful as a 5-star or a 6-star secret art? Chen Feng was speechless. Only now did he have an inkling of how powerful he had become. What about his genetic abilities, then? He raised his hand. Light started swirling around. Wind blade. Whoosh. An azure wind blade appeared and hovered midair. It looks rather ordinary? Chen Feng muttered. This wind blade looked the same as it had before, so very bland. Chen Feng aimed at a random piece of furniture in front of him. Noiselessly, the wind blade drifted over. Just like that, the blade drifted past the furniture. That's right, drifted. It merely drifted past the furniture. There was no explosion, there was no overflowing energy. Just like that, noiselessly and easily, the blade slashed through the furniture before continuing on its merry way, slashing through the wall and reaching the room next door. Silence prevailed until suddenly, a mournful scream resounded from the room next door. Ah! Chen Feng, you asshole! Holy shit, luckily I have a high sense of vigilance. What the hell, if I was a tiny bit slower, my Kong family line would have ended here. Ah, shit, it has indeed been injured. It hurts. F***ck, the last time I experienced such pain was during my circumcision back then. Screw you, Chen Feng. Kong Bai's mournful screams resounded without stop. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. He had indeed slowed the speed of his wind blade, ensuring that it wouldn't hurt anyone. However, he had never expected that this wind blade he had casually sent out would be so powerful. Back then, before he had broken through into S-Class, he wouldn't have been able to cause any sort of damage to the room here even after using his full power. Yet now, Chen Feng gazed at his hands. Finally, he understood how terrifying S-Class was. Kong Bai limped over from the room next door with a darkened expression. Chen Feng. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. Sorry. Kong Bai was furious. You nearly castrated me. It's not like you have any opportunities to use it anyway. Chen Feng muttered. Kong Bai glared at him. What did you said? No, nothing. Chen Feng laughed it off. Kong Bai snorted. Poof. Only now did he realize that his surroundings seemed somewhat different. After seeing the hole left in the wall, finally, he realized the reason the wind blade had appeared out of nowhere in his room. Instantly, his head cooled and his anger evaporated. This wall. That wind blade. Kong Bai's eyes widened. Could it be? He. Chen Feng bashfully stated, I have broken through. Holy shit! Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Awakened. Chapter 586, Awakened. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. S-Class. This was an extremely wondrous realm. If Chen Feng were to start researching the energy of S-Class now, he would have to start from scratch. It would take an unknown amount of time to complete. As such, he had no choice but to put this matter aside for now. What was the first thing he should do now that he had broken through into S-Class? Leave this place. Chen Feng was not willing to stay here like some circus monkey. As such, after familiarizing himself with his new S-Class power, his first course of action was to leave this place, to gain greater understanding of this Twin Horns world before looking for a means of leaving this world altogether. Alas! 2 minutes after leaving his room, Chen Feng returned in silence. The reason? In these short 2 minutes, numerous auras with a strength similar to his own could be felt. S-Class. All of them were S-Classes. This was actually a place with so many S-Classes. It was at this point that Chen Feng gained a clear understanding of the level of this world. This was actually a world where S-Classes were everywhere. From what he had found out by asking around in an indirect manner, these people were called awakened. This was an extremely mystical world. Here, one could advance from F-Class to a class through natural growth alone. Even a fatty nerd would be able to reach a class by way of natural growth. This was a phase with no bottlenecks whatsoever. As such, those spectators, those roaring upper-class women, nearly all of them were peaked beyond the classes. Yet in this world, such people were mere commoners. Here, true warriors were the awakened. It was rumored that within the horns of the Twin Horns race was an astonishing amount of energy. Only those capable of comprehending the energy contained within could become awakened. Here, an awakened would be the equivalent of humanity's S-Class. Each of them had astounding strength. With their powerful strength, they were the true masters of this world. Awakened. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. This damnable Twin Horns world. In short, those horns are the reason they can advance from F-Class to a class through natural growth alone? Kong Bai was awed. Their twin horns will naturally absorb energy from their surroundings, constantly purifying the energy and improving one's strength. Holy shit, are these fellows Teletubbies? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. It did not need to be discussed whether these were Teletubbies. However, the strength of these fellows was indeed frightening. Chen Feng checked his body. His luck value was still growing. After entering S-Class, the speed his luck value accumulated at had not increased. However, thanks to the huge growth in the strength of his spiritual energy, Spirit had become stronger as well. Now, Spirit's optimization was even better than before. Chen Feng's current luck value had initially been insufficient for him to leave this world, but now, after the upgrade in Spirit's optimization capabilities, this amount was sufficient. However, Schwa. Kong Bai tried transmigrating. It failed. That's right. He failed. This was the first time this had ever happened. Even he himself was utterly shocked. This might be related to this place. Chen Feng looked around. Their living quarters were surrounded by a unique power. Since this place was initially used for transmigration research, to avoid the transmigrators they summoned going somewhere else, all the rooms here were surrounded by a unique energy. Only within the arena would transmigrators arrive. Similarly, that was also the only place where they could hope to transmigrate away. Seems like we will have to join one of their events. Feng checked the time. It was almost time for their show. On the next day, when Feng and Bai reached the arena, the entire crowd boiled. With their cheers thundering everywhere, this was the arena for transmigrators to showcase their prowess. Ruoshui, the host, was currently livening up the mood there. In fact, the higher-ups of their company had secretly investigated the unique energy undulation that had appeared the day before. Next, they had discovered that a hole had appeared in the wall between Feng's rooms and Bai's. When they had gone over, they had seen that Bai's clothing seemed rather messy and had vague traces of blood. When did this hole appear? Last night. In short, Feng blasted a hole in the wall last night to have a secret date with Bai? Schwa. They lapsed into silence. Here, everyone had an individual room that was separated from the others. They were aware that Feng and Bai were close, but then, weren't they somewhat too intimate? Shouldn't we be focusing on the fact that Feng could actually create a hole in the wall instead? One person asked with a bitter smile. Each of the rooms was incredibly sturdy, and when required, the rooms themselves could be locked down to prevent the transmigrators from escaping. Yet now, Feng had been able to blast a hole through their wall. That's normal. These few days, he has been absorbing so much energy. It isn't weird for him to have been able to blast a wall there. What I care about more is his relationship with Bai. I initially believed that they were merely ordinary friends. Now, though. After this, give them a warning to not let any sex scandals leak. Make sure they keep their desires in check during the event. After all, a majority of their present fans are female. If those fans find out that these two are actually Sigh. Their heads ached. They had never expected that just as they had decided to invest in Feng, something like this would crop up. At this time, a message from Ruoshui arrived. Time's up. All right. Get them to enter, then. With Feng's present strength, it won't be a problem for him to survive this event. However, we must still find some way to make their adventure more thrilling. Only this will keep the audience excited. Understood. The various departments of the arena started operating. Under their request, Feng and Bai entered the arena. Lights swirled around them. A new adventure was about to begin. To maintain the sense of realism, once a transmigrator was killed, the transmigrator would remain dead. In any case, the transmigrators weren't the original inhabitants of this world anyway. Bang! Lights swirled around. A new world started. The audiences started their discussions. Hopefully, they will bring us something different this time, one upper-class woman stated. Their monotonous lifestyle bored them greatly. As such, only the excitement brought upon by prospects of life and death could attract them due to the brutish battles to be viewed here, due to the blood that would be spilled. Yeah. A different person lamented, the previous race that transmigrated over here did not last long at all. He. If Feng can survive this event, I will be his sugar mommy for 1 full year, stated a heavily overweight upper-class woman. A different person sneered. Do you think you will even have an opportunity for that? In this manner, the audience discussed without stop. Their favorite was alien males, as these alien males could bring them an entirely different experience. An example would be the previous elephant race whose ding-dongs had been on their heads instead. There had also been a particular silver snake race whose heads had been on their ding-dongs. They had also given the women here quite a wondrous experience. This caused the women here to be in awe over the majesty of the Creator. It's starting. They all focused on the arena. Bang! A bright radiance erupted. Instantly, the world transformed. A new world, huh? Feng stretched his hand out and cast his senses out, feeling up this wondrous world. Previously, he had only been aware that they had transmigrated here and had not been aware that this was in fact a created world. Now that they were aware that this was a created world, they would naturally be interested in studying this world. Alas, their observations showed that everything in this created world was real. Schwa! Feng waved his hand casually. He could feel the energy pervading the air. Everything created within this arena of life and death was exactly the same as reality, including the orbit of energy. This place was no different than the real world. Feng and Bai exchanged glances, shock apparent in their eyes. For the present humanity, regardless of their augmented reality or virtual reality technology or the illusory abilities of genetic warriors, none could reach such a level of realism. This was simply akin to the power of a god of creation. This arena was evidently much more mysterious than they had imagined. The same moment the both of them entered this world, the distant lifeform seemed to awaken as well. Numerous auras locked onto Chen Feng and Kong Bai. Bang! The earth shook. Numerous lifeforms charged ferociously at them. Here it comes. Chen Feng sank into a solemn mood. Before entering, the person in charge had informed them of the contents of this event. If the contents of the event they were in when they had first transmigrated were classified as an adventure, then the words "fleeing for life" could be used to describe the contents of this event, an event where they had to flee and survive amidst the pursuit of numerous mutated beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Transmigrate. Chapter 587, Transmigrate. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Go. Without hesitation, Chen Feng brought Kong Bai along and started fleeing. Bang! Bang! Booming explosions resounded without stop. The entire audience cheered in a crazed fashion. This was the type of near-death scene they enjoyed the most. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bai, they endured silently as they kept looking for an opportunity. They had to look for the most opportune moment to make their move. Kong Bai's transmigration was a wondrous and powerful ability. Under normal circumstances, nobody could even hope of stopping them. However, this was a world where transmigration was a research topic. With transmigration as the core, this arena had been created, an arena forcing transmigrators to become participants of their reality show. As such, Chen Feng and Kong Bai did not dare to be careless. This transmigration was their only chance of leaving this world. Kong Bai had to ensure that the transmigration would only proceed when nobody of this world noticed it. Bang! Bang! The earth shook. Chen Feng's gaze swept past the beasts chasing after them. Thanks to the combat history of Chen Feng, the strength of these beasts had been obviously increased by quite a bit. Even the weakest of them were at peak beyond a class. Among the beasts chasing after them, 3 of them were S-class. Shit! Chen Feng cursed and continued running for his dear life. At this time, the spectators were all enjoying the show. Despite this, Ruoshui's eyes remained narrowed, as he had an odd feeling. Why was this Chen Feng fellow not fighting back at all? They were clear on Chen Feng's strength. He had already been rather strong previously, and now he had even absorbed so many of their resources by going into debt. One could say that apart from the awakened, this Chen Feng fellow could defeat all opponents. Even if he couldn't defeat the awakened ones, he should not have any problem defeating normal beasts. But yet, nothing happened. He kept fleeing without stop. From the start when the regular beasts appeared until the end when the awakened beasts appeared, this guy ran without stop, not even sparing the chasing beasts a look. This seemed rather odd. Should he not first kill those regular beasts before trying to get rid of the awakened beasts? Some of them could not understand Chen Feng's actions. If they recalled correctly, this was what Chen Feng had done previously. To first get rid of the weaker ones, then slowly weakening the stronger one before ultimately killing it. This was also the reason Chen Feng and Kong Bai had earned so many points from their previous event, because of their hegemonic ways, because they had been strong enough to act in such a way. This time, though, Chen Feng was only fleeing. This might cause him to lose a serious number of fans. What is this guy doing? Ruoshui could not even know what to say in his commentary anymore. Give him some time, a higher-up stated faintly. Perhaps, he has some new ideas about what to do. Have you forgotten how he killed the awakened beast last time? The rest nodded as they heard this. True. Their gazes returned to the arena. Chen Feng was still fleeing. Regardless of whether the enemies were strong or weak, he did not make a single move against them. The number of beasts chasing after them became higher and higher. Truthfully, toward this, Chen Feng felt quite helpless. It wasn't that he did not want to make a move against them. However, he couldn't do so. S-Class was a bizarre realm. There were no new genes or abilities. The entirety of his power had seemingly blended together at the moment of his breakthrough, reducing everything he'd had in the past to nothingness. In this realm, each move he made would be much more powerful than the previous him, akin to a transformation of his very being. One could say that an S-Class operated in an entirely different way than an A-Class. Perhaps using the term awakened to describe this realm, as the people of this world did, would be more apt? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had yet to fully grasp his present strength. Moreover, his understanding of the power of S-Class was still too shallow. If he tried to forcefully use an S-Class power before even understanding it and was found out, they would lose their single chance of escape. Since these fellows had yet to discover Chen Feng's breakthrough into S-Class, this was his one and only chance to escape this world. He was certain that the moment he used an ability, with so many gazes on him, someone would most definitely discover that he had already entered S-Class. At that time, things would truly be troublesome. Therefore, before they could leave, Chen Feng had to endure. Hum. After setting aside a portion of his luck value for the transmigration, the rest was fully activated. With this, both he and Kong Bai were able to, in a lucky and coincidental fashion, keep dodging the encirclement of the beasts. Along the way, numerous Beyond classes appeared without stop. Even with Chen Feng ignoring them, the newly appeared beasts started chasing after them, following tightly behind them. The group chasing after Chen Feng and Kong Bai increased in size without stop. As for the S-Class beasts, they were getting nearer. Bang! Bang! Now, Chen Feng could already feel their breath. He looked at Kong Bai. Are you not done yet? Kong Bai smiled bitterly. I found it, but... Within the defense mechanism put in place against transmigration that enveloped the arena, he had found a spot where they could leave. That was a spot where space could be split to leave this place. However, he needed time to do that. I need time to open that spot with force. We will only be able to leave after a hole of sufficient size is opened in this transmigration preventer. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for us to transmigrate directly, Kong Bai explained with a solemn expression. How long do you need? Chen Feng asked. 3 seconds, Kong Bai stated. 3 seconds. Chen Feng glanced at the beasts chasing after them. From their entry into this place, they hadn't dared to stop running. Only a second of pause would be required for these beasts to tear them apart. 3 seconds? They would most probably die in 1 single second. All right. Chen Feng's mind worked rapidly. At times like this, he could only give it his all. And thus, after leading those beasts on for a while, after a huge majority of the beasts were gathered together, when even the spectators started doubting Chen Feng's actions, they stopped running. Without hesitation, Kong Bai activated his ability immediately. Shwa! A faint radiance started flickering. MHM? The higher-ups of the arena were the first to feel something odd. This familiar power. Some of them had already locked on to Kong Bai. However, just as their attention landed on Kong Bai, abruptly, an astonishing power that they were all familiar with erupted from Chen Feng's body. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept out as Chen Feng activated his power. Their expressions changed abruptly. This is... awakened. This Chen Feng had awakened. God! They were all shocked. One ought to know that countless transmigrators had appeared here before, yet none of them had ever reached this level. Not a single awakened had ever appeared among the transmigrators. They had even believed that perhaps the awakened realm was something exclusive to the Twin Horns race. After all, in their eyes, all the transmigrators were from inferior species. The transmigrators were merely performers in this arena, no different than animals in a zoo. Yet now... Bang! Chen Feng finally moved. Bang! God! Punisher! Once again, the power of an S-Class bloomed. Time Quicksand appeared, pushing Chen Feng's God Punisher 1 second into the future. Next, the strongest attack he had ever unleashed in his entire life shot out of his hand. Bang! The earth shook. The arena of life and death that had remained still for so many years started trembling as well. Soon, the radiance faded. When everyone's gazes landed on the arena, their eyes widened. Blocked. That powerful beast army had been completely blocked by Chen Feng's attack. Not all the beasts were dead, but they were clearly in a somewhat bad shape, those 3 awakened beasts included. How powerful. This was the first thing everyone there felt. They had watched numerous such shows before, but never before had they seen a transmigrator dare to face an awakened beast head-on. Moreover, Chen Feng had faced 3 of them and a huge number of other beasts all at the same time. We are going to earn big this time. This was the first reaction of Ruoshui and the rest. How much of a profit could an awakened transmigrator make them? The mere thought caused them to shudder. Alas, Chen Feng only required 3 seconds. 1 second had gone by as the beasts charged at them. Yet another second had gone by as God Punisher bloomed. And the final second was spent stunning everyone present with his feat of stopping all the beasts. From the start till the end, everyone there only had a single second of time to think. Before they could even think of anything else, before their brains even caught on to what was happening. Shwa! Kong Bai started shining brightly. An aura they were all incomparably familiar with erupted. That is not good. The expressions of everyone there changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Above the Starry Sky. Chapter 588, Above the Starry Sky. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Transmigration. It was actually transmigration. This was a power they were all too familiar with. Everyone there was shocked. All the transmigrators they had encountered before had been people who had entered a spatial current by accident and had ended up wandering about the void before being captured by this world to be used as puppets. Someone with a transmigration ability like Kong Bai had never appeared before. It hadn't even crossed their mind that this was a possibility. Hold on, something as rare as transmigration was a power one could actually control? This was a power even they couldn't control. Stop them, hurry! Bang! Space exploded. Numerous powerful enemies appeared. Awakened was a realm with a wondrous power system. In this world where awakened ones were everywhere, Chen Feng did not dare to act wantonly. As such, he had been maintaining utmost caution even when transmigrating. Time Quicksand. Among all the abilities contained within his God Punisher, only Time Quicksand was unleashed. With the 3 seconds Kong Bai required, a single Time Quicksand would be sufficient. That was because even if the people there were to have any doubt about Kong Bai's action, they would still believe that he was merely unleashing some trump card instead of transmigrating away. Therefore, these 3 seconds in which Kong Bai was activating his ability were actually the safest period for the both of them. As for the truly dangerous moment, it was after the eruption of Kong Bai's ability, when they were on the verge of transmigrating. This was the world of awakened ones. The power level of this world far surpassed Chen Feng's understanding. Bang! Space cracked. The exact moment when Kong Bai was about to transmigrate away with Chen Feng, space seemed to freeze. An indifferent voice resounded. Stay. Next, the rate at which Kong Bai and Chen Feng were fading slowed down tremendously. Chen Feng was able to stop those beasts. He could last 3 seconds against their onslaught, but facing the true awakened experts, he couldn't even last 1 instant. Despite that, Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. I have been waiting a long time for you. Time Quicksand. Jump. Bang! A faint radiance swirled about. Chen Feng and Kong Bai vanished instantly. The time required to complete this transmigration had already been less than 1 second. With Time Quicksand bringing them 1 second into the future, this process was instantly completed. Shwa! Both of them vanished into thin air. Bang! The energy attacking them lost its target, causing the space there to collapse. Gone? Everyone present stared blankly at the empty arena. They had never expected that someone would actually be capable of escaping this place. They lapsed into silence. Even the commentator, Ru Shui, was keeping silent at this moment. Something like this was no longer something they could get involved with. That was especially true since at the last moment, that senior had obviously acted. They had even been able to see both Chen Feng and Kong Bai locked in space, yet they had still left, not leaving any trace behind. After a long time, a silhouette of light appeared out of thin air. All of them knelt on the floor. Lord! The Lord ignored them all, silently regarding the direction in which Kong Bai and Chen Feng had vanished. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the exact spot where they had transmigrated away. Here. His hand reached out, touching the space there. This power. Shock appeared in his eyes. During that final moment, they had obviously displayed a power that far surpassed their present level, the power of time. How is that possible? He howled. The rules of time are something even we can't grasp, yet those two. Chen Feng's world was extremely weak. This was apparent by observing Chen Feng and Kong Bai. Yet it was truly unexpected that these two fellows from a weak world actually had a grasp on such a high-level power. Apart from this, he took a deep sniff of the air. I can smell traces of other powers. He lapsed into a trance. What those two had used earlier was as simple as some power of time. He could even feel a peculiar power not weaker than time, a power far surpassing Chen Feng's and Kong Bai's level. Chen Feng. Kong Bai. He sank into contemplation. The higher-ups of the arena rushed over. Lord! Seal this place up, he stated coldly. They were all dumbstruck as they heard this. Seal this place? But then, this was a place that brought them great profit. This was the venue of the most popular reality show in this world, a show with off-the-charts ratings. Lord! The higher-ups there were not resigned to this. We can't. This is an order, the Lord spat. I disagree. The higher-ups of the arena were furious. Why is it that we must seal it just because you say so? Even if you are the apostle. Pooh. Lightly, the apostle waved his hand. A cold gleam flashed out, and next, a round head could be seen rolling on the ground. Since you are aware that I am the apostle, have you forgotten what it is that I can do? The apostle stated indifferently. An intense smell of blood pervaded the air, and the entire arena lapsed into silence. Everyone there trembled. Arena of life and death? Entertainment? He. Seal it. His gaze landed on the point of transmigration, and he stated coldly, protect this arena properly. This incident is much graver than you all can imagine. Amid the starry sky, a faint blue radiance was shining. Countless huge battleships were streaking away from the planet, each of them flickering with numerous lights. These were villas of sorts in the shape of ships that were being used by the rich to escape the devils and ancients. At present, humanity was already used to these ships. Suddenly, a noiseless shockwave flashed past. Bang! Countless battleships exploded instantly. Those huge battleships collapsed noiselessly before ultimately transforming into numerous particles that dissipated in outer space. The intense vibrations were seemingly trying to show the terrible incident that these battleships had experienced, yet here in outer space, no sound whatsoever was transmitted out, akin to a mime's performance. All the battleships there were destroyed. From the extreme end, an icy blue battleship appeared. The front portion of the battleship was transparent, and within, a throne could be vaguely seen. Above the throne, an imposing figure was seated. Casually, he leaned against the throne, seemingly in the midst of appreciating this colorful scene. His right hand, which was lightly knocking against the throne, was wearing a delicate diamond ring. The ring seemed to contain a boundless power. Looks like it's almost done. He stood up and focused his gaze as he slowly rotated his ring. A huge screen appeared in front of him. On it, a countdown appeared. It could be seen that this countdown had been continuing for years. Yet now, the countdown continued on. At present, only 100 days were left. 100 days. He muttered. Perhaps he could proceed with his plan now. Shwa! A faint radiance swirled around. Slowly, the blue battleship vanished, like it had never appeared in the first place. As for the particles that filled outer space akin to blooming fireworks, they vanished after the initial splendor, seemingly celebrating the arrival of something. The starry sky appeared even deeper now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, for the bigger picture. Chapter 589, for the bigger picture. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Genetic Union. All the staffers there were keeping silent in fear, their gazes landing occasionally on the meeting room upstairs. Occasionally, sounds of dispute and intense energy undulations would spread out of that room, causing their hearts to feel petrified. How many times had this happened already? They couldn't even answer that. The moment the news of Chen Feng's death had been received, those people had begun arguing without stop, and they'd been extremely agitated each time. As for nobodies like these staffers, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly in fear of the anger spreading toward them. Xiao Li. Send some refreshments inside. The lady called Xiao Li was so scared that her legs weakened. Everyone within that room was beyond a class, and at present, those experts were all furious. Forget it. The logistics department head shook his head. After giving it a thought, he decided to send the refreshments personally instead. However, just as he reached the door, he heard the intense argument and energy undulation from the room. He hesitated there before ultimately deciding against going in, putting the refreshments back where he had taken them. Since they are all beyond the classes, I suppose they won't feel any thirst, right? He was petrified because, just by being near the door, an intense killing intent could be felt from within the room. That's right. Rather than some energy undulation, what he felt was true killing intent. Good gracious. What were those people doing in that room exactly? If they were merely quarreling or discussing, it was fine. Why would killing intent appear? He had no idea, and he did not wish to know the answer either. Remember. Do not approach that place, he reminded everyone. Everyone in the logistics department nodded their head frantically. At present, a fight had almost broken out within the meeting room. Let me repeat myself. Chen Feng's authority ought to be passed on to us, a person stated coldly. The deputy president rejected this notion firmly. That is not possible. That person sneered. We of the Chen family have offered our entire life to the Genetic Union. This time, our Chen was the one who accompanied Feng on this trip and was his secret guardian. Who could have guessed that Chen would end up killed by Feng instead? How are you guys sure that he was killed by Feng? The deputy president retorted. That person's eyes gleamed coldly. Within Chen's body were traces of Feng's energy. That energy. Don't tell me you can't recognize it yourself? Chen's death had angered all the members of the Chen family. Naturally, what was more important was the huge inheritance left behind now that Feng was dead. Did he have any children or heirs? Nope. Who should be the rightful owner of this inheritance, then? The authority of the Gene Production Association and Genetic Union. This was a shocking amount of authority. Therefore, after finding out about this, the Chen family had pushed the blame onto Feng without any hesitation. In any case, everyone there was already dead. They were free to make up any stories they wished. More importantly, on the bodies of Chen and Sifan, traces of Feng's energy had been found. This was perfect. Feng had betrayed humanity and killed Chen and Sifan. With this, it was within reason that Feng's inheritance should be passed on to them as a form of compensation. This was the reason their entire family had arrived here to force the genetic union to make a decision. If this was handled properly, their family might even become the strongest family. The deputy president rubbed his head. Damn it. The traces left at the training camp were too obvious. Even if he knew that those two hadn't been killed by Feng, he couldn't prove it. Scene simulation? That would be useless. Thanks to Feng having been there in person, no detection abilities worked. Feng's aura was too unique. They had studied him and tried divining information about him countless times before, yet every single time, they had not been able to find anything. Abilities capable of truly monitoring or scouting Feng seemed to not exist. Unfortunately, in their present circumstance, this disadvantaged them. Why had Feng fought Chen and Sifan? What exactly had happened? With Feng's death, this had become an unsolved mystery. Should they once again seek help from their president? The deputy president smiled bitterly at this thought. What had happened recently made him feel like he was in fact a puppet. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to make a decision and would have to keep asking the president for help. This time, we want an answer. A huge number of Chen's and Sifan's family members had arrived this time. All of them were beyond the classes. As top families capable of grasping two of the spots in this training camp, it signified their prowess as a family. As such, the two were able to join hands and pressure the genetic union this time. Naturally, the genetic union would normally not be bothered with these two families. What the genetic union truly feared were the huge network of alliance behind these two families. Although the Chen family was the one making a move this time, surprisingly, behind them was a huge alliance of families. If they couldn't handle this properly, a civil war would most certainly break out between humans. Had they forgotten what had happened to the ancient race when a civil war broke out? The only reason humans had even survived this long was due to the civil war within the ancient race, the strongest race of all. And now, would humans follow in the footsteps of the ancients? If this wasn't handled properly. The deputy president inhaled deeply as he thought about the consequences. What should he do? The genetic union was still capable of suppressing this forcefully. However, with the ancient race and devil race looming about, he did not wish for humans to suffer more casualties. Moreover, recently, the ancient race had seemingly been itching to make a move against them. The person from the Chen family righteously stated, "For humanity, we do not wish to cause any trouble among fellow humans." However, regarding Feng's betrayal and the death of our Chen family's heir, if there's no answer for this, how can we concentrate on battling the alien races? How would we dare to face those on our side with our backs? Hence, we respectfully request that Feng is convicted of this crime to give justice to Chen and Sifan. This was the request of the Chen family. Truthfully, convicting Feng of this crime and everything else was all blabbering nonsense. If Feng was truly convicted, wouldn't the authority he'd once held be declared illegitimate? Who would assume ownership over the authority? My pitiful child. Even black and white pictures of Chen and Sifan had been brought to the genetic union. The deputy president. He had truly underestimated how shameless these people could be. What should he do now? He blanked. Chen's and Sifan's families were extremely powerful. If the genetic union truly wanted to suppress them, the human race would most probably suffer as a result. Evidently, the two families were also aware of this. As such, they had taken this opportunity to threaten the genetic union. Distantly, countless people were attentively listening in. The scouts from numerous families were all awaiting news here. The deputy president forced a smile. The world will be plunged into chaos. If this was peacetime, who would dare threaten the genetic union this way? Please wait a moment. He tried to contact the president. Unfortunately, no connection was established. Due to the constant appearances of experts, including even an S-class among the devils, the president was presently working hard to break through into S-class and had severed all connections with the outside world. As for matters pertaining to the genetic union, the president had only left one word behind prior to his seclusion: stability. No matter what, maintaining stability was the priority. Before the devils and ancients invaded, nothing could be allowed to go wrong among humans. The deputy president sighed. Seems like I have no other option. He gazed at the spokesperson of the two families. Behind them, the shadows of numerous families could be vaguely seen. The deputy president took in a deep breath. Since this is the case, I hereby declare that. The deputy president seemed somewhat lonesome as he uttered these words. The two spokesmen in front already had their heads raised high. They had finally won this argument that had lasted for 10 odd days. This was something nobody would have even dared think of doing previously. Indeed, fortune favored the brave. Alas, right as the deputy president was about to make his declaration, a terrifying ray of light descended from the sky, smashing open a huge hole right in the genetic union. Their expressions changed greatly. Who is it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, Such a method of operation exists? Chapter 590, Such a method of operation exists? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! That flash of light descended and landed like a meteorite, crashing into the ground. The speed with which it moved was so fast that even the Beyond classes weren't able to react to it in time. They were given a fright by this sudden attack. Who is it? Their expressions changed. All the experts arrived at the crash site and surrounded that clump of light that had descended. However, when they arrived, the clump of light was no longer there. Instead, a familiar silhouette could be seen. Their eyes widened abruptly. Chen Feng? You are still alive? The deputy president was overjoyed. Since Chen Feng was still alive, things might not take a turn for the worse. No matter what happened, even if Chen Feng had indeed killed Chen and Sifan, so long as he made up some random excuse, the genetic union would dare to stand by his side in full force. Chen Feng's existence was much more important for humanity than some random families. Alas, the deputy president wasn't the only one who started having second thoughts at the sight of Chen Feng. The families of Chen and Sifan exchanged glances and shivered. If Chen Feng was still alive. A shout resounded. Chen Feng, you dare kill the heir of our Qian family? Instantly, the people of the Qian family moved against Chen Feng. Regardless of the reason for what had happened, so long as they killed him. The deputy president raged. You dare? He had never expected that the people of the Chen family would dare make a move here. Bang! A terrifying power erupted. The deputy president made a move but was held down by some other person. Numerous cold flashes streamed toward Chen Feng. Each of the flashes contained the power of a peak beyond a class. The deputy president's heart chilled. It's over. He had never expected that Chen Feng would appear here directly before the people of the Chen family. This was no different than delivering his own head to them. At this time, from Chen Feng's point of view, he had just returned to this world together with Kong Bai. Next. Bang! A bunch of attacks smashed right into his face. Chen Feng. Kong Bai. Everyone. This is too excessive. With an ashen expression, Chen Feng threw all those attacks off. The Beyond classes around were staring dumbstruck at Chen Feng as they saw that those attacks that were supposed to insta-kill Chen Feng failed to even pierce his face. What was going on? They had no idea. This did not seem right. Chen Feng looked at a certain expert of the Qian family. Are you the one who sent that attack? Humph. That person frowned. He believed that there had to have been some sort of mistake earlier. Without hesitation, he unleashed his trump card. Once again, a powerful force erupted and streaked at Chen Feng. Next. Bang! With a single sudden kick, that person was flung away and smashed into the wall of the genetic union, his body embedded deep in the wall. Everyone's eyes widened. Holy shit! This time, even the deputy president was dumbstruck. The people of the Qian family raged. You, seize him. The deputy president wanted to help, but he was stopped by other genetic union members because they had noticed that something did not seem right. Chen Feng's strength. Bang! Bang! Light swirled around. Chen Feng's movement speed was off the charts. He wasn't even using any techniques or abilities. Rather, he only casually sent out some random kicks, and with that, numerous figures were flung away, all embedded in the wall. Everyone lapsed into silence. At this time, the legs of the people from Fan's family went limp. Their instinctive response was to make their escape. Bang! Bang! With a kick from Chen Feng, even they no longer had the chance to escape. Beyond A1? Beyond A2? Even beyond A5 warriors were sent to the wall with a single kick from Chen Feng. The only person among the family that hadn't moved was watching on while both his legs shivered as Chen Feng sent one member of his family after another into the wall. Finally, as he saw that Chen Feng was heading toward him, he held abruptly, "Hold on." Shua! Chen Feng stopped and looked at him coldly. He gave Chen Feng a deep gaze and sorrowfully said, "I shall do it myself." Finishing his words, he turned around, faced the wall with his back, and pushed backward with his foot. Bang! He was embedded onto the wall as well. At this point, on the other side of the wall, the young lady on duty in the genetic union noticed with horror that presently, a hole had appeared in the genetic union's thick wall. Chen Feng! What an astonishing way of doing things! Kong Bai gave the hole a glance and clicked his tongue in wonder. This length! The deputy president gulped. Chen Feng? Chen Feng smiled. Hello. Sorry, we were late. The deputy president pointed at the mural on the wall, Chen Feng's masterpiece. Your strength. Chen Feng did not say much. Somewhat increased. Chen Feng? One of the characters of the mural in the wall dug himself out of the wall, leaving a shape. With dust all over his face, he glared furiously at Chen Feng. After killing the heir of our Chen family, you are still so unbridled? Do you really think that the Chen family is a pushover? Ha! Seeing how you can defeat all of us, it seems like you broke through at the training camp? Let's see. As a mere B class, you were actually able to reach a class so easily, and to be such a powerful A class at that, all this should be thanks to the training camp, right? He. Yet Chen and Fan, who should have similarly broken through at the camp as well, did not return alive. With your improvement being so great, he. It seems like you had all the valuable resources there for yourself. Everyone says that you are a selfless person. From the looks of it, you are instead a selfish person. To hog all the resources for yourself, you killed the two of them. He glared resentfully at Chen Feng. The others around them gave this some thought and concluded that this was quite possibly what happened. Instinctively, they all looked at Chen Feng. Surprisingly, Chen Feng did not bother explaining himself. He merely looked at that person, a faint smile on his face. To throw such accusations at someone who was also part of the genetic union's management, where's your proof? This is the truth. What proof do I need? That person howled. Chen Feng waved casually. Is that so? Shua! Numerous red flashes appeared in midair. Xiaoying started traveling constantly between the illusory and physical world, playing the scenes of what happened with Chen and Fan back then. Do you want to experience the devotion of your heir? Chen Feng asked with a faint smile. Shua. That person's heart chilled. As for the deputy president and the rest, they were furious. So it turned out those two were the ones who had caused trouble? The people they had sent to protect Chen Feng had turned out to be followers of the ancient race. Damn it! The killing intent of the deputy president surged. Start an immediate investigation on everyone. The person in charge of the training camp, the people who sent Chen and Fan, and those who recommended them, investigate all of them. Yes. As for you guys. The deputy president's gaze swept past those people. Actually daring to attack a member of the genetic union's management here at the genetic union? You deserve death. Kill, the deputy president spat coldly. Previously, the genetic union had only been holding their hands for the sake of the bigger picture. Did these people believe that the genetic union was a pushover? That person was alarmed. You dare. Alas, the experts of the genetic union had already taken action. A shout resounded from the empty air. Please hold your hands. A powerful aura appeared, ripping apart space and creating a hole in the air. Next, an immortal-like figure stepped out of the hole one step at a time. This was the strongest expert of the Qian family, Chen Lixian. The deputy president's face became gloomy. He has actually come as well. This person was a peak beyond a class. Unexpectedly, this person had also arrived here. Please have mercy. He stepped forth on the empty air, a remarkable aura about him. Alas, at the last instant before he fully left the hole, Chen Feng's figure flickered and reappeared near the hole. With a big kick, before Chen Lixian could even react to it, he was kicked back to where he had come from. Next, a gush of energy surged out of Chen Feng's hand and forcefully blocked the spatial hole. Chen Lixian? Everyone else was dumbstruck. This worked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, Eruption of War. Chapter 591, Eruption of War. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Everyone in the Qian family had a solemn expression. They knew that a huge battle might erupt today. As such, they had been prepared for this in advance. For the future of the Qian family, they had decided to face the genetic union, to extract the tiger's tooth in the tiger's den. Naturally, they alone would not be able to accomplish what they wanted. Therefore, before making their move, numerous families big and small had been contacted. If a battle did erupt, it would be between various families and the genetic union. Right now, all of them were here, waiting for the result. Alas, beyond their expectations, before any results or updates were received, a distress signal was transmitted to them from the genetic union. The worst-case scenario they had expected had indeed happened. The genetic union had indeed acted against them. Shwa! A huge screen appeared. Everything around the people of the Qian family at the genetic union was shown on the screen. They saw the genetic union acting against them, and they also saw the appearance of someone that shouldn't have appeared. This is bad. They were greatly alarmed. The moment they saw Chen Feng, they knew something was going to happen. A living legend was completely different than a tainted dead legend who they could accuse as they wished. The appearance of Chen Feng was a variable in this plan, and as they saw that the genetic union was preparing to kill, the Qian family patriarch, who had always been calm, could no longer stay silent. He ripped space apart and arrived there personally. The patriarch has acted. The Qian family members gazed at their imposing patriarch with a fanatical gaze. Alas, the dignified appearance of their patriarch only lasted a short 2 seconds before the patriarch was sent back home. They stared dumbstruck at the screen. From the screen, they had been able to get a clearer look at what had happened. Their patriarch had been kicked back forcefully. How was that possible? Wasn't their patriarch a peak beyond a 9? How was it possible for Chen Feng to send him back with a single kick? Even a peak beyond a 9 should not be able to do that to their patriarch. Plop! Chen Lixian was flung out of the spatial tunnel and landed face-first in a sorry manner. Bastard! He scrambled up. I was actually ambushed by a shameless person. He knew that he had to have been too careless to fall for an ambush from someone like Chen Feng. Very well. His face ashen, he said, I shall teach you the consequences of provoking me. Bang! He waved his hand. A terrifying spatial power bloomed. He intended to once again travel through space to reach the genetic union directly. Alas, even after the domineering spatial power spent a long time lingering about midair, no spatial tunnel was created. He was somewhat dumbstruck. What had happened? Bang! Once again, he let loose his spatial power. A gigantic spatial hand ripped space apart. From the screen, everyone could see clearly that an obvious spatial undulation had appeared on the sky above the genetic union. A spatial crack visible to the naked eye appeared. Numerous spatial cracks joined together, akin to a chrysanthemum, so very obvious high in the sky. Rip! The gigantic hand pulled. And next? Still no spatial tunnel appeared. How is this possible? Chen Lixian's expression was unsightly. He had already used his maximum power earlier. Why had he still failed to create a spatial tunnel? Again! He waved his hand furiously. Unfortunately for him, regardless of how much he pushed his power, the sealed spatial tunnel refused to be reopened. Instead, he currently resembled a lunatic who was dancing madly in midair. Chen Feng sneered. Ha! Since even the chrysanthemum was blocked by him, how was it possible for the tunnel to appear? What, was he thinking of himself as some diarrhea-inducing drug? How funny. Bang! Chen Feng waved casually. His S-class power drifted over slowly and firmly locked down the spatial tunnel. You guys should be able to see this, right? Chen Feng said, gazing at the empty air, before turning around and nodding to the deputy president. You guys can do the rest. Deputy President. They had yet to recover from their shock over Chen Feng's powerful display, but since now was the perfect opportunity for them to make their move, they acted without any hesitation. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Not a single Chen family member that had arrived here was spared. In any case, they should have seen this coming for daring to provoke the genetic union. As for the family of Fan, they had merely been here to make up the numbers for the Qian family and had been the first to surrender. Thanks to that, they were able to keep their lives. You all dare? Qian Lixian roared indignantly as he watched on as his family members were killed. The Chen family, let's just destroy them, the deputy president stated coldly. Yes. The entire genetic union moved. All along, what the genetic union had feared the most was precisely such an alliance of families. The moment Feng had returned, the moment these families had no longer had any excuse to ally together, the Chen family alone had become nothing to the genetic union. 2 hours later, the genetic union squad returned. The Chen family no longer existed. Soon after, news of this spread, shocking numerous people. Feng has actually returned. I heard that he was able to forcefully kick the Qian family patriarch back through the spatial tunnel even after the Qian family patriarch had traveled through it. How astonishing. Isn't Feng A/B class? How is that possible? No idea. I heard Chen and Fan were both enticed by the ancient race. Numerous rumors spread around. However, the only thing everyone was concerned with was Feng's strength. How had this person who was only a peak B class a short while ago become so powerful in such a short period of time? Qian Lixian was a peak beyond a class, yet with a single kick. The mere thought of this seemed utterly unbelievable. However, before long, just as everyone was still talking about this, an ear-piercing alarm started buzzing, shocking all of them. The ancient race had appeared. They're here. They stared into the distance. Once upon a time, the devils had descended upon the human territories as well. Even though they had managed to repel the devils, they had paid a disastrous price. Even Star City, the holy city of the Gene Production Association, had been destroyed in the process. And now, the ancient race, a race powerful enough to force the devils into hibernation, was finally coming for the humans. This race that had once been the apex existence of this world, that had been scheming in the dark all along, the one who wanted to profit off the war between the humans and devils, this race had ultimately come for the human territories. Someone gazed ahead at the starry sky and said, I reckon a huge battle is going to erupt yet again. Yeah. I wonder if I will be able to return from this battle alive, someone muttered to themselves. A lot of genetic warriors were itching for a fight. I have been waiting a long time for this. The genetic union had already informed them of this upcoming battle. Even though no exact date had been announced, they had been training bitterly every single day just for this moment. This moment, this coming battle, was what they had been waiting a long time for. At present, in the distant unknown region was an area where the devil aura pervaded the air. There, a huge devil was moving forward on all fours. Above his head stood an old devil with a face full of wrinkles. The humans and the ancients have started fighting? He gazed into the distance. The moment the devil race had failed their initial reawakening plan, he had known that the devils had no hope left. During that battle, the devils, who were once caused great losses by the ancients, were once again caused huge losses by the humans. However, if both the humans and ancients inflicted heavy losses on each other as well. He patted the giant he was standing on. Perhaps there is still chance for us. The giant howled. Let's go. To play a decisive role in this war of 3 races, those below S-class are useless. Only in S-class like you can play a decisive role. Ha ha. Now, let us go look for more S-classes. This shall be the devil race's, final hope. Bang! Bang! The earth trembled. Gradually, the old devil disappeared amid the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, hold on. Something seems off. Chapter 592, hold on. Something seems off. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Feng looked at the message he had received. It's finally here? With war preparations as the excuse, I delayed the ancient race's war against the humans. Yesterday, one fellow apprentice from the Land of Legacy arrived and forced the start of this war. Regards, Qin Hai. This was the final message he had received from Qin Hai. Perhaps Qin Hai was unable to maintain communication with Feng since his fellow apprentices were around. However, this single message was sufficient to express what Qin Hai wanted to say: the ancient race could be delayed no longer. This race that was much stronger than the devil race, that had become even stronger after being feminized, was finally coming for the humans despite the fact that they as a race had no future. This was a race whose entire population was now female. As such, they would no longer have future generations and were fated to vanish among the annals of history. However, the ancient race did not seem bothered at all by this. They battled as usual, they warred as usual. Ancient race. Chen Feng frowned. He truly couldn't make sense of the ancient race's actions. Under normal circumstances, when a race no longer had a future, they wouldn't bother putting forth the effort to continue expanding their territory. At a time like this, shouldn't they focus on solving their problems with reproduction instead? Chen Feng could not make any sense of this. He had once asked Qin Hai, yet even Qin Hai himself hadn't understood it. The ancient race's disregard for the reproduction issue was the first factor that was threatening humanity. The second factor was the land of legacy. The ancient race's biggest threat was not their army. After the Beyond X gene reagent, after Master Spirit Developer, humanity's combat power had increased greatly. Humanity definitely had no rivals apart from the ancient race. If the humans had to face the ancients in a war, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what posed the greatest threat to the humans was the land of legacy. The ancients there were fully beyond a class. Even in normal disciple there was a peak beyond a class. Even stronger were the ancients with a diamond in their foreheads. These people seemed to be the special ones among the ancient race. They were extremely powerful, and apart from the power they had from being peak beyond the classes, the diamond on their foreheads granted them special abilities as well. These people were the actual backers of the ancient race. They were also the ancient race's strongest fighting force. There was also that master of theirs, the old fellow that had yet to appear as of now. Seems like I have to take a trip to the ancient race, Chen Feng muttered. He was clear that only destroying the land of legacy would truly stop the advance of the ancient race. But then, even he himself had no confidence in doing that. Based on his guesses, since all the disciples of the land of legacy were already peaked beyond a class and each of them had a unique ability, their master was most definitely an S-class. Could he truly defeat that S-class? Chen Feng hadn't been in S-class for long. Even he himself lacked understanding on his present strength. What was the special characteristic of an S-class? Transformation of their entire person into energy. Apart from that? Chen Feng was clueless. What were the abilities of an S-class? What was the energy used by an S-class? Chen Feng couldn't answer any of these questions. Apart from using all the abilities he'd had prior to his advancement, were there any special abilities a person would gain after entering S-class? S-class was a realm beyond all others. This was an entirely new power system in itself. As such, all research done during the genetic era proved completely unhelpful here. Perhaps it would truly be more apt to call this realm the Awakened rather than calling it S-class. Awakened, Chen Feng muttered. Since the people of the Twin Horns world had used the name for this realm, it was most certainly a suitable name. If so, what had an awakened person awakened, exactly? Still, Chen Feng had no answers. The things he needed to learn were way too many. At present, he was akin to an infant trying to walk unsteadily, staggering along the world of awakened ones. As for that person in the land of legacy, he might be a true awakened. How was Chen Feng supposed to defeat such a person? Chen Feng started recalling all his abilities and stopped at God Punisher. Perhaps, he still had some chance of victory. Even though he lacked understanding of the power system of the awakened ones, at the very least, his energy should have leveled up to that of an awakened one as well after his breakthrough. If so, if God Punisher was unleashed, a God Punisher at the level of an awakened one, to instantaneously unleash a boundless power with an unknown amount of amplification. This might enable him to fight it out with that old man. Chen Feng clenched his fists. I can only do this, then. Shwa! Shwa! His wristband buzzed. Chen Feng looked at the received messages. At a certain location, the ancients had arrived. War erupted there. A certain location had seemingly fallen into the enemy's hands, yet suddenly, an unnamed expert appeared and beat the ancients back. At a certain location, the ancients were slaughtering wantonly. For the first time, the borders of humanity were clashing with the ancients. Those fellows that greatly resembled humans appeared without stop from the darkness. Walking out of the unknown regions, they initiated their first full-scale war against humans. Surpassing even their wildest imaginations, just as the war started, something happened. This was an extremely huge incident. At a certain location, a certain ancient expert entered a human city. After defeating the experts of that city, she obtained control over that city. And after that, she raped all the males there. Not a single one of the defending soldiers there escaped. Humanity was dumbstruck. Everyone in the nearby towns was dumbstruck. The entire online community was dumbstruck as well. At present, the war had only touched the borders of human territory. Those in the inner region couldn't understand this at all. This was especially true for those that were far from the front lines, well protected within the core regions of human territory. Holy shit, something like this actually happened? The ancients are actually this cruel? Just imagine being raped by those ugly freaks, good gracious. They were endlessly alarmed. However, after photographs of the invaders were uploaded online, everyone was stupefied. It was at this moment that the masses discovered something shocking. Every ancient was female. Moreover, with their formidable strength, there was an aura of spirituality around them. Each of them had a remarkable demeanor and extreme beauty. This is the ancient race? Is this for real? Aren't they supposed to be ugly? The devils are the ugly ones. These ancients are instead astonishingly beautiful. Wow. Hold on, didn't they conquer a certain city before? Why have they? I heard that the ancient race is a kingdom of females. Everyone's eyes widened. No males? Did that not mean this is actually the ancient race? This is too excessive. These ancients are truly inhuman. Please give me their address. I shall personally visit them and criticize their actions. I demand to fight on behalf of humanity. I shall also go to the front lines and criticize them for this. Upvoting the poster above. Upvoting the poster above endlessly. A huge number of pictures depicting the ancient race were uploaded. Alarming everyone, each of the ancients was an extremely beautiful young lady. From the north to the south to even the eastern coasts, the online community was thoroughly captivated. Although the ancients were powerful, they were seemingly aware of their limited population. As such, they had never planned to kill off the humans. So long as those humans surrendered, the ancients would accept it. The only thing they would do was capture a huge amount of humans. After this news spread, countless genetic warriors started submitting applications to go to the front lines, to battle for humanity. As the people of the strategy department saw the applications that had increased several hundred times in a single day, they were stupefied. Tian Xia applying for a transfer to the front lines. Mu Zi applying for a transfer to the front lines. Zhou Tian applying for a transfer to the front lines. Su Fei applying for a transfer to the front lines. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, The Grand War Strategy of the Ancients. Chapter 593, The Grand War Strategy of the Ancients. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The Gene Production Association was dumbfounded. The research agency was dumbfounded. Even the Genetic Union was dumbfounded. What was this? To prepare for this day, humanity had trained tirelessly and the presidents of the respective organizations had gone into various sorts of seclusion, all to improve their strength, to ensure the survival of humanity. And now, when the real war erupted, something seemed off? At this moment, from the front lines, a new update was received. This time, without an ounce of effort, without sparing any manpower, the ancient race had been able to gain an entire human city. What was going on? At this news, the humans were truly shocked. Was the army there destroyed? Yet when they received word of what had happened there, they were all stupefied. At the front lines, the main army of the ancient race had finally entered human territory. Even though their scouts had reported that the humans were extremely weak, the ancients had still maintained the highest level of vigilance. Humanity was definitely not a race that could be underestimated. The devils had once viewed the humans with contempt, and look at what had happened to them. The ancient race would most definitely not repeat the devil's mistake. Bang! Bang! The ancient army pushed forth. Distantly, numerous humans were already visible. That terrifying aura planted fear in their hearts. Among those humans, there were also numerous extraordinary radiances flickering about. The people of the ancient race increased their vigilance as they saw this. Careful. Activate our defenses. Some had already activated their defenses. They recall that humans seemed to possess something called technological weapons, which were incredibly terrifying, capable of killing the enemy over a long distance of several 100,000 kilometers. They had once stolen some videos of the humans and had witnessed such a scene. The destructiveness of those weapons was rather ordinary, yet their range was truly terrifying. Even that was something the ancients had seen from videos of the humans from several hundred years ago. As for humanity's current technological level, the ancients exchanged glances before further increasing their vigilance. Just like that, step by step, they approached the humans. The nearer they came, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying the humans were. Moreover, intense roars could be heard, so intense the ground seemed to shake. 1 step, 2 steps. Shwa! Suddenly, they charged through the barrier separating the human territory and the unknown region. But the instant they left the barrier, they stood there dumbstruck, and they remained that way for a long time. As for the ancients behind them, they were all frightened. Had something happened to the vanguard? Shwa! They followed closely and charged out as well. Next. Everyone lapsed into silence. Before their eyes, the humans' cheering was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. However, different they had imagined, they saw numerous humans carrying big, shiny signboards while shouting at them in excitement. Shouting, "I love you. Goddess, please give me your autograph." Countless people roared. As for the humans even further back in the distance, they directly lifted a white flag and waved it in the air. The leader of the ancients was stupefied. What was going on? Shouting? Ah, right, that's the scout they had sent to the human territory previously. How did these humans find out her name? Apart from that, this leader could also hear numerous bizarre discussions. Wow, they are truly all female. Too beautiful, even prettier than the northern girls. Finally, the salvation of us forever alone has arrived. All sorts of weird discussions could be heard. At this time, a tall and handsome human warrior stepped forth. As he stepped forward, all the humans gave way uniformly. As the ancients saw this, they heightened their vigilance. Was this the leader of these humans? Had the time for battle finally arrived? Next. They saw that handsome warrior kneel down on one knee before the leader of the ancient army. His overcast yet magnetic voice echoed in the air. "Dear beautiful goddess, please accept my love. I am willing to become your guardian warrior." Ah! The ancient leader was stupefied. What was going on? Nobody could answer this question. She turned around and noted that the ancients behind her were confused as well. Although the ancients were powerful and had once been a race with 2 genders, thanks to their primeval civilization, they as a race had no concept of romance, regardless of gender. But now. The leader clutched her weapon. Is this a scheme of theirs? A person behind the leader shook her head. Lord! No malice has been detected from them. The ancient leader frowned and ultimately stopped attacking. She could feel that these humans before her had also consumed the Beyond X gene reagent and had rather extraordinary strength. Beyond C classes. Beyond B classes. Even Beyond A classes were included in their ranks. When had so many geniuses appeared among the humans? Moreover, even these geniuses were being used as cannon fodder at the front lines? How powerful were the humans? A sense of vigilance rose in the hearts of the ancients. If they were to make a move now. The ancient leader compared the strength of both parties here and estimated a ratio of 7-3 between the strength of both parties. The ancient army had 70% odds of winning this battle, but that 30% indicated that they would still suffer rather disastrous casualties even if they won. As such, she had yet to command the army to attack. And next. With astonishment, she watched on as the humans welcomed their army with delight. That feeling was rather similar to a scene from the marriage of an ancient princess. Is this the human race? The ancients were amazed. This was the very first time they had had any sort of meaningful contact with the humans. The humans seemed somewhat different than the ancients had imagined. For the first time, this ancient race, this kingdom of females, had second thoughts about their decision to wage war on the humans. On that night itself, the ancients who had suffered loneliness for a long time and the human forever alone genetic warriors whose sex lives were non-existent underwent a night of great harmony, doing the deed of 2 genders. On the next day, the city entered a phase of peacetime. Just like that, the humans and ancients coexisted peacefully. War? Why was there a need for war? The ancient race had not even needed any sort of effort to be able to conquer these humans. Each soldier was extremely precious for the ancients. As such, they were unwilling to suffer losses. With excitement, they raised the flag of the ancient race in the city center, and thus the army pressed forth once again. But then, since this city had already been conquered, they would need to leave some people behind to keep watch, right? As such, they left behind a group of people before advancing once again. This time, they employed the newly discovered and most apt strategy for conquering the humans, undergoing the great harmony of 2 genders with the humans. However, with this strategy, the ancients lost their will to fight as well. In the past, whenever they had won a city through battle, a portion of the army would also be left behind to keep watch as the main army advanced forth. However, the main reason for that was to suppress the newly conquered city, to suppress any revolts. Those left behind were those that lacked any military achievements. For the sake of earning more achievements, none of them were willing to be left behind, everyone requested to go into battle with the main army. But now, the complete reverse was happening. The ancients that had conquered the human city were extremely reluctant to leave. All of them applied to stay behind. This was something completely unthinkable for the ancients prior to this war. How had this happened? The numerous army captains were in a daze as they pondered this. They thought of numerous ideas to encourage the soldiers to go do battle, yet each day, they were faced with numerous different methods of attempts to capture their fancy, to charm them, from the humans. This was something the ancients had never experienced, regardless of whether they were feminized ancients or ancients that had originally been female. They had even started entertaining the thought of forever staying among the humans. War? What was that? All was forgotten. Look, those are the humans' hinterlands. We only need to conquer 13 cities and we will be able to reach the hinterlands. The captain spoke passionately in her attempt to raise the morale of the ancient army. Yet after 3 mere cities, the entirety of their army was already staying behind in the human cities. None were willing to continue advancing. I had already missed 2 cities. This time, I must stay behind. The humans are not putting up any sort of resistance anyway. Why is there a need for war? Yeah, have you forgotten how many losses we suffered when we warred with the devils back then? If you are saying that we should conquer the humans, I personally believe that we have already conquered them. This thought was shared by a lot of ancient race members. And thus, the ancients' grand plan, the war they had wanted to start, was cast aside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Rejection by Word. Chapter 594, Rejection by Word. Translator, Limest Neditor, Tenish. At the front lines. The general of the ancient race coldly stared at the report she had received. Her expression was somewhat unsightly, her massive bosom trembled as she breathed heavily in anger. What terrifying humans, to be able to use such a method to cause our army to become complacent. The general was extremely shocked. The ancient race had undergone great changes recently, becoming a race of a single gender. Although the strength of their race had increased greatly, they had similarly become even more emotional. Something like this happening wasn't surprising. Honestly, the biggest question facing the general was what they should do next. Keep up the war? Their soldiers were no longer willing to fight. In this grand war of the ancient races, their grand army had only conquered 3 of the humans' border cities before losing the entirety of their combat power. Intruding upon the hinterlands of the humans would remain a dream. What should they do, then? The general smiled bitterly. It seemed like she could only report this to the higher-ups. And thus the frontline updates were sent at a high speed. Both the humans and the ancients reported to their higher-ups first thing. Upon receiving the updates, both sides were dumbstruck. At the Genetic Union, the higher-ups of humanity were gathered here in a meeting. Everyone looked at the report in their hands before glancing at Chen Feng and remained in a long stupor. This development was somewhat different from what they had estimated? Is this something you thought up long ago? The strategy department head asked cautiously. Chen Feng. If he could have even foreseen this happening, that would have truly been miraculous. Based on his initial plan, he had been hoping that the ancient race would be too busy dealing with an internal issue, solving their reproduction problem, thus giving humans more time. But now, the biggest question is, what do we do next? The deputy president asked solemnly. This change among the ancient race was a good thing for the humans. However, how should they maintain this advantage? That was the issue to consider now. They had to keep delaying the main army of the ancient race. This is simple. Chen Feng had a rather deep understanding of the ancient race. Although this race is strong and has a long history, the actual level of their civilization and nation are rather low. As everyone heard this, their eyes gleamed. If that was the case. On the next day, several blockbuster movies with good ratings were played for free in every city the ancient race was in. The excuse given was to gain understanding of human culture. At this, all the ancient race members in those cities gathered in the various cinemas. Toward the end, some cried, some cheered, and they were all stunned by humanity's films. Movies, games, music. All of these penetrated the lives of these ancient race members. For the first time, they discovered the existence of such wonderful things. The world of the ancient race was a rather unique world. The ancients as a race placed military achievements above all others. Regardless of one's talent, regardless of one's interest, everyone did only a single thing, pursuing strength without stop. There were no forms of entertainment or hobbies whatsoever among the ancient race's society. But here in human society, for the first time, they discovered that apart from war, there were other interests in this world. This item called an energy piano seems rather interesting, said Wang Taidan, an ex-bandit who had committed numerous crimes in the past. At present, she was hugging a piano in a trance. Every single time she pressed down on a note, a captivating sound and a wondrous light effect would appear, bewitching this ancient race member. Wow, this Dead or Alive, one game is really fun. I had originally believed that having a big bosom would affect one's combat ability. The ladies in this game all have massive bosoms, yet they can actually move so fluidly in battle. A certain ancient race female was seriously studying a rebranded version of Dead or Alive, making a great effort to learn the combat methods displayed in the game. Naturally, whether she would learn those moves where one's bosom could be used as a weapon to smash at one's enemy remained to be seen. Woo-woo! This soap opera is so very touching. The female lead is so pitiful. After her man died, her parents died as well. Next, she was gang raped. Her grandmother died, her grandfather went crazy, yet she still needs to take care of 3 babies, but... True. The rather emotional ones among the ancient race were all crying rivers of tears while watching human soap operas. I wish I was the female lead instead so I could kill off all those villains, one particular ancient race female said. By the side, a certain ancient race female was dazedly staring at the scene where the female lead was gang raped, and she muttered to herself, yeah, how I wish so. The rest? La, this song is very nice. What song is it? Please recommend it to me. A song called Ifududu, too. I can only sing a few phrases, though. The rest of the lyrics I don't know how to sing. A group of ancients who enjoyed music had also fallen to human culture. Naturally, there were also a number of them who disliked such things. Fortunately, there were such girls with non-mainstream interests among humans as well. For these people, the multitude of games humanity had to offer would surely interest them, right? Humanity's present assortment of games was simply akin to an entirely different world of fantasy. For example, competitive games. Games that gave one boundless excitement, pushing one to new heights. For example, sim games. Games where one could assume a new identity and play as whatever character they wished to. For example, RPGs. One would start slowly and would need to rely on loot to increase one's strength. For example, adventure games. One could massacre everything one saw and engage in never-ending killing with an elegant and spectacular world as the backdrop. One could even be Prince Charming and rescue a princess in distress. If even these could not satisfy those ancient race members, how about those legendary adult games? The latest releases, such as True Boyfriend, Beach Soccer, Cloud Wolf, Artificial Beta Boy, Chronicles of Teenage Boys, 5th edition, and so on. There had to be one game out there suited for the ancient race members. Ultimately, the entirety of the ancient race became addicted to these human entertainments. The moment these ancients that had originated from a civilization with a rather crude and dry culture encountered the information age of the humans, they were thoroughly captivated. At present, the several cities where humans and ancients coexisted together had transformed into unique cities. Even humans enjoyed visiting these cities, as there, a lot of entertainment was provided free of charge. And just like that, the popularity of those few cities increased dramatically. As for the war, everyone had completely forgotten about it. The females of the ancient race felt that their mere presence would be sufficient to conquer whatever place they arrived at. At the Genetic Union, a group of people were discussing this matter seriously. Excellent. Our next step should be teaching them human words. We do not need to rush that. We need to gradually and slowly make them accept human culture before assimilating them into human society. Chen Feng listened on in silence. This wasn't something he was good at. However, he couldn't avoid feeling awe for what these fellows here were capable of. Fighting a war? How boring. The scarier method was cultural invasion. If it were a normal culture, there would most certainly have been some sort of conflict and resistance against something like this. But the ancient race? That all-female race? They accepted everything presented to them as if it was the most natural thing to do. It seemed like they were conquering the humans and the humans were completely helpless against them, as all the humans were treating them with the utmost respect. However, by the time all of them fully assimilated into human society, the ancient race would truly vanish from this world. That was the scariest part. Oh, right, we need to research some new gene reagents as well. Isn't this something Chen Feng is most proficient with? Suddenly, they had started talking about Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who had not been paying attention to the meeting, was caught off guard. What? We have something that requires your help, the reagent department head stated solemnly. The assimilation of the ancient race is only the first step, and it's not assimilation in the truest sense. As such, we require something that can truly help them blend with us humans, and that something is a future generation. Due to the unique makeups of the bodies of humans and ancients, it might be rather difficult for a baby to be conceived between both races. We will need your help in this, to assist them in the creation of life. Hence. He paused and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shivered and firmly refused. Not possible. Something seemed fishy from how this plot was developing. The reagent department head scratched his head. So it turns out such gene reagents are really that hard to create? Chen Feng had an odd expression as he asked, gene reagent? Yeah. We need some gene reagents capable of helping them become pregnant. The reagent department head gazed at Chen Feng in a daze and continued, isn't that what you meant when you said no earlier? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Name and Glory. Chapter 595, Name and Glory. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Of course I was. Chen Feng coughed and righteously stated, it's just that an idea suddenly appeared in my mind. I might have an even better idea we can give a try. We will have to trouble you, then, the reagent department head replied emotionally, evidently not aware that actually, a certain censored scene was the thing that had appeared in Chen Feng's head previously. We need a powerful gene reagent, one that can grant pregnancy with one attempt, he stated with a solemn expression. They had decided to select a group of good seeds from among the genetic union, those who were similarly powerful genetic warriors, to head to the border cities and fight for humanity. Perhaps, at that time, the ancients there would truly assimilate into humanity. All right. Chen Feng nodded. I will get the Gene Production Association to come up with something. Something like this would not be difficult for them. With the ancients out in the open nowadays, it wouldn't be hard at all to obtain some data pertaining to the ancient race's bodies. For example, that little wife of Mu Yuan's would be able to help with this. At this time, in that faraway unknown region, the higher-ups of the ancient race were also at a loss when it came to this whole development. Their line of thought was still not advanced enough for the idea that this was a cultural invasion to even cross their minds. Nevertheless, they still had a feeling that something was wrong with this development. The army of the ancients was no longer able to further advance into human territory. How many defensive layers do we need to penetrate to truly enter the hinterlands of humanity? 14 layers. As long as we pass through the 14 layers, we will be able to enter the hinterlands of humanity. However, we have only passed through the 3rd layer so far, and the entirety of our army is already staying behind in those human cities. The heads of the higher-ups ached. They had only passed through 3 layers containing 10-odd human cities, and those fellows were already slacking about. Don't we have several spies that managed to penetrate through 13 layers already? Someone suddenly asked. Oh? The general's eyes shone. 13 layers. Only 1 layer before the humans' hinterlands. What was seen there? How's the combat power of the humans? The general asked in excitement. Oh. That person scratched her head. Their combat power is still unclear. However, according to what our spy said, even at the 13th layer, the humans were still extremely welcoming. Moreover, they even told her that the arrival of the ancient race was greatly welcomed, bringing her alone to enjoy something called a spa, a full-service package, and so on. General. Oh. That person scratched her head. This is what she said. According to her, the humans were extremely weak and, as such, placed the ancient race on an altar like some gods. They don't require any conquering from our side at all. Based on her description, the humans are a rather unique race. From her observations of the humans' records, oh yeah, the records were something the humans called a movie. The humans have in their possession some extremely powerful weapons of mass destruction. However, those weapons are only used for self-defense, and rarely at that. Moreover, the humans have countless remarkable superheroes, such as Doctor Strange, Superman, and so on. Based on her estimations, these superheroes should all be S-classes. But these heroes all vanished a very long time ago. It is unknown whether they are all still alive. The general's expression became solemn. S-class. But according to what she said, humanity is a race that will only unite when there is a disaster. They are only able to display astonishing combat power during a moment of crisis. Based on the present strength of humanity, if we were to wage war against them, we might suffer extremely heavy losses, as they will all unite. This will bring us trouble, that person explains seriously. If this were a war of extinction between 2 different races, they would naturally have had no need to consider all this. But the problem now was that the humans had directly surrendered to them. If the ancients insisted on forcing the human's hand even in such circumstances, they would truly be rather stupid. The general sank into silence. Is that really true? It's true. The humans possess a lot of things we ancients do not have. We can totally make use of the humans and this unique capability of theirs to provide numerous services to ourselves, that person said seriously. For example, those legendary things of humanity, such as games, movies, and music, are all things we do not have. They are worth learning from the humans. The general pondered silently. Is that so? Use the humans to provide services to the ancient race? Nothing seemed wrong with this, right? The ancient race's population was rather low. Therefore, their natural development in all these aspects the humans were good at had been destined to not reach far. Fashion, food, housing, and transportation seemed to be rather basic. However, if they could have the humans serve them, this idea might work for real. Excellent. Finally, the general agreed. Let's put a temporary hold on the war, then. All right. That person retired herself, inwardly feeling smug. With this, no harm would befall her favorite male idol. Now she could go and watch his latest movie, Gutter Love. That's right. Within this all-female kingdom of the ancient race, these terrifying things called fangirls had started to appear and were slowly spreading among the grand army of the ancient race. This was something both the humans and the ancients had not seen coming. At this time, the general reported the progress to the higher-ups. Naturally, when reporting this, she touched upon a problem she was most concerned with, the future of the ancient race. Chen was astonished. Oh, weren't you all not worried about this previously? The general frowned. Yes. We ancients have great reproduction capabilities. Even if we can only give birth to one child, we do not mind the notion of accepting some new genes into our gene pool. Therefore, if the ancients are truly no longer able to reproduce, we can still extract the genes of those wild beasts and inject them into our bodies to impregnate ourselves. Chen was horrified. Would these be the rumored half-beasts of legend? Holy shit, this ancient race was truly barbaric. What changed? Chen asked with a calm expression. It had been truly difficult for him to not let his emotions show on his face. Now, we have an even better option, the humans, the general stated solemnly. The outer appearance of a human is extremely similar to our own. As such, they are the most suitable choice to be our breeding partners. Moreover, this race produced numerous geniuses, such as Chen, Feng, Kong Bai, and Li Lei. As such, their gene pool might prove helpful after all. They are an acceptable alternative. Breeding target, Chen sank into silence. But for the ancients to have actually thought of such a plan, they were truly courting disaster upon themselves. That's right, there were also outstanding individuals among humans, proving that the gene pool of humans was rather powerful as well. But had these ancients considered how they would ultimately instead be assimilated by human culture? It seemed like this was truly not a thought that would surface in the ancients' minds. The only thing they had ever recognized was strength, nothing else, culture included. Therefore, I propose we encourage our soldiers to breed with the humans, the general suggested righteously. Approved, Chen said with a wave of his hand. Well, you fellows are the ones courting this disaster. This has nothing to do with me. Thank you. The general stood. Before leaving, though, the general suddenly looked at Chen and hesitated before stating in a somewhat bashful manner, King, are you really not considering me? Chen expression darkened. No. Fine. The general left with regret. Chen. What was that even? He had initially thought that by staying undercover here in the ancient race, he could play a great role to help the humans during battle or perhaps assassinate the ancient leaders secretly behind the front lines and obtain total control over the ancient race. Alas, why had things progressed this way? Why else? All this was thanks to that damnable Beyond X gene reagent. Damn you, Chen Feng. Chen left filled with grief. At present, the blending of humans and ancients was still progressing. Naturally, the blending here referred to a broader sense of assimilation rather than that action involving the flesh. At night, the cities remained brightly lit. This was how colorful the human cities had always been, and it bewitched the ancients ceaselessly. The first group of warriors deployed by the genetic union had already arrived, bringing with them a gene reagent capable of granting pregnancy with a single attempt. Their order had also been received. And thus, on this tranquil night, for the first time, the two sides' armies did battle with their swords, both long and short. The moon was shrouded by the clouds. The night seemed deeper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, The One Lifeline. Chapter 596, The One Lifeline. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In an unexpected twist, the relationship between humans and ancients became harmonious. All the cities at the border became nightless cities. Together, they were called the dreamland of love and desire and became a place countless people yearned to be. These cities became known as the cities of the millennia, cities that, regardless of whether one was human or an ancient, numerous lonely males and females could find happiness. The blending of humans and ancients progressed slowly. Naturally, not everything that had happened was good. In this weekend itself, a rather vile piece of news was spread. This was also the first conflict the humans and ancients had, an incident that alarmed the higher-ups of both parties. According to the reports, a certain female that enjoyed reading novels had been too engrossed by the world of a novel called Godly Model Creator. Ultimately, she had headed toward the house of the author, -90 degrees, and tied him up, forcing him to release more chapters. Toward the end, genetic warriors had to be mobilized to deal with this. This had raised an alarm among everyone, both humans and ancients. The higher-ups of the ancient race had issued a prohibition, telling the ancients that when living in the human world, they needed to abide by human laws and were not allowed to cause harm to others. They had once studied human society. In human society, everything needed to be paid for, yet for the ancients, the humans were providing all these services for free. From this, the sincerity of the humans was apparent. Besides, after experiencing all the humans had to offer, they were no longer willing to return to their primitive ways, their barren culture. If a war broke out, based on what they knew, all the entertainment methods the humans had created would end up destroyed, right? They had once watched the records of the humans, those things the humans called movies. Those movies had shown that during wartime, anything not related to strength would collapse and be destroyed in an extremely short amount of time. This was something they did not wish to see happen. After all, their race had been focused on strength for several thousand years. It had truly been a boring thing. Now, this world where humans and ancients coexisted was a new era that they loved deeply, something the ancient race longed for. Somewhat surprisingly, this incident instead caused the blending of both sides to progress even further both physically and mentally. Naturally, the incident where the author was kidnapped was labeled as a joke by both sides before it had a chance to stir up more emotion among the masses. This incident was even mentioned in a humorous way as some sort of joke. Things seemed to be progressing in a manner smoother than they had imagined. At this moment, in a different corner of the distant unknown region. In that dark and cold world, above the head of a huge and terrifying devil was an old devil with wrinkles all over his face. Presently, he was staring deeply in the direction of the human territory. This place was precisely the territory of the devils. Reporting. The latest update on the war was delivered to him. After the old devil read the report, he sank into a long silence. The number of wrinkles on his face seemed to have increased. How had this happened? He could not make sense of this. He had been looking forward to the war between the humans and ancients for a long time, looking forward to them massacring each other, looking forward to the appearance of that final ray of hope for them, and yet, the war between the humans and ancients had ended just like that? From the initial close combat, it had evolved into a different form of close combat, one conducted in bed? This was too excessive. The old devil couldn't understand the reason for this. Even if the ancients had to look for breeding partners, wouldn't the devils be the more suitable option? Considering their gene pool and the similar emphasis on strength, the devils were obviously the more suitable option. Why had the ancients selected the humans? The old devil was clueless. In any case, this war update had caused his heart to chill. He had initially been planning to let the devil race become the third party and reap the profit after both the humans and ancients destroyed each other, but what should the devils do now? Threesome with the humans and ancients? Was this a joke? Humans. Ancients. He took a deep breath, slowly settling the raging anger in his heart. He could not allow himself to remain enraged. At present, the future of the devils was all under his control. Now, he would have to expedite his initial plan. After all, they did not have much time left. Hopefully, the information I have received is not wrong, he muttered to himself. Shwa! A pitch-black radiance swirled around him, and the bodies of both devils vanished amid the dark night. The devil race was presently searching for the final lifeline for their race. Time passed quietly. Half a month passed, and humans and ancients were blending together rapidly. The cities where this was happening were developing more and more as well. At this time, suddenly, news appeared that alarmed everyone. A certain young lady of the ancient race had gotten pregnant. That's right, after only 1 month, this had happened. Seemingly due to the unique combination of human and ancient, this child seemed incomparably powerful. The young lady was only 1 month pregnant, yet the child was already somewhat large. Based on their estimations, this child was the size of a child that had been conceived around 3 months prior. Both sides were overjoyed at this. The appearance of this child was the greatest news to both the humans and ancients. After some inspections, they concluded that this child was in perfect health. The blend of human and ancient was simply flawless, no abnormalities were found. Along with the appearance of this child, other young ladies started getting pregnant en masse, like spring bamboos sprouting after the rain. The first grand army of the ancient race was thus transformed into the Grand Pregnant Army. To ensure better lives for their children after birth, all these ancients ultimately decided to remain in the human cities. The living conditions back in the ancient race's territory were truly too harsh. After they discovered that the living conditions of the ancient race were in fact equivalent to the living conditions of the humans during the humans' primitive era, they were no longer willing to let their child experience such a life. After discussion, the higher-ups of the ancient race concluded that this was acceptable. After all, for the future of the ancients, they needed to ensure their children grew up in a good environment. It was the natural course of things to let these humans serve the ancients. Allowing their children to stay in the human cities was the most proper choice to make. But they still had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, though they were unable to discover what it was. Afterward, numerous pregnant ancient females stayed in the human cities. It reached a point where after some of them returned to the ancient race to visit their families and were unable to accept the primitive lifestyle there and decided to once again leave their hometown, to once again return to human society. Playing their role, the human had specially gotten the research agency to install the best child-raising facilities in these cities. They had even provided services to help the fathers of these children who were willing to take up the responsibility after impregnating these ladies. They would help these people establish families here. Examples of the services provided include father-seeking service, family-building courses, and so on. Ultimately, these children indeed settled here in the human cities. Just like that, this plan of assimilating the ancients into human culture was completed. At present, those at the Genetic Union were also discussing this development. Have the traits of the ancient race been erased from them? The water, the food. Everything in those cities has been mixed with chemicals capable of erasing the traits of the ancient race. Slowly, they will lose what makes them the ancient race, slowly becoming true humans. If the ancients and humans can truly coexist peacefully, for the sake of a better future, it is indeed better to erase those unique traits of theirs. For example, some of them have tails and so on. True. This was their common goal. They had always been intending to eradicate the mutants of the human world and the special traits of the ancient race that made them seem less human. Only after doing all this, eliminating all discrimination based on one's appearance, would future progress be easier. Otherwise, if in a class of 30 students, one of them had a tail, would that single person be treated like a regular person? That was not possible. As such, these special traits needed to be eliminated. This was something the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and the Research Agency were working hard at. At present, the humans and the ancients were still in a honeymoon phase, in complete harmony. Just as they were starting to believe that they could take a short rest and wait for the complete assimilation in peace, a new update was received from the Research Agency. Their research on the Devil Prince had borne fruit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, New Discovery. Chapter 597, New Discovery. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Research Agency. Chen was solemnly looking at the experiment progressing in front of him. With utmost focus, the employees hoisted the Devil Prince up before aiming the prince's crotch at a certain test tube and giving the prince's crotch a squeeze. Next, the liquid shot out. The scientists were indeed strict. Chen studied the nearly transparent liquid with a solemn expression. It seemed like this Devil Prince had been eating rather healthily recently for the urine to be so clear. But then, Chen gazed at the sputtering liquid that was sprinkling out like a showerhead and sank into contemplation. In short, your research successfully caused the prince's pee to sprinkle outward rather than shooting straight forward? Just look at it. It seems like the prince's prostate disease is no longer incurable. The employees felt somewhat awkward as they heard his words. Cough, cough. When it comes to experiments, there ought to be some sacrifices, they explained. There was nothing they could do about this. After all, during this period of time, apart from maintaining a balanced diet for the prince, they had only been pouring water down the prince's throat without stop and then having him pee it all out. After excessive peeing, it was quite normal for the prince to suffer some damage there. Chen Feng. What in the world? Those scientists were scary indeed. At this moment, the liquid gathering was completed. Next, the employees started their actual demonstration, displaying the actual usage of the mysterious power contained within the liquid. The liquid evaporated. After combining with energy, a ray of light appeared from the liquid. Under the amazed gazes of the people there, that ray of light charged toward the specially prepared patch of soil. Next, a devil appeared from that patch of soil. Chen Feng was alarmed. This was a devil hibernating within the soil, the employee explained in a low voice. From the amount of hibernating devil particles they had gathered so far, it wouldn't be hard for them to put together sufficient particles to reconstruct a full devil. Their only difficulty was truly awakening these fellows. And now, the power of the young prince is able to greatly reduce the summoning requirements, the employee concluded. So that's the case. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Was this the reason that devil expert had awakened ahead of time previously? Naturally, we are merely at the early stage of our research. After our research, we found that a devil summoned through such a method only has their physical body. Their mind, their consciousness, is still seemingly in a somewhat disassociated state, and seems to be slowly healing as well, the employee explained. Based on what the employee had stated, Chen Feng concluded, in other words, this method of summoning will do great mental damage to the summoned devil. The employee nodded. That's right. The mind was a certain type of existence existing in a certain form within one's consciousness. However, it was still a spiritual thing and would thus suffer grave damage from being summoned using such a method. As such, it was evident that the S-class devil had only been controlled by that old devil due to his incomplete mental state. However, based on our analysis, the employee continued, even though the mental state will suffer damage, it will heal with time at a rate almost undetectable. Moreover, the stronger the devil is, the faster the healing will be. For S-classes, it will be even faster. At that time, that S-class devil will return for real, right? Chen Feng concluded for him. Yes. The employees smiled bitterly. This was what they had been worrying about. S-class. The deterrence provided by an S-class was similar to the effect of nuclear weapons back then. It was too powerful. They had already had a taste of the power of an S-class from that devil under the old devil's control. It was unimaginably powerful. How powerful would a complete S-class with a sound mental state be, then? The mere thought of it caused them to shudder in fear. S-class. Chen Feng chanted inwardly. He was the only person here who knew clearly what exactly an S-class was. That S-class devil was mentally damaged and was under the control of others. As such, the power he had displayed back then was mere physical prowess. The combat power of that S-class should be similar to the present Chen Feng. However, the moment the devil recovered completely, his strength and power would return as well. A true S-class, an S-class with control over his special abilities. Chen Feng gulped at that thought. Even he himself had no idea what, exactly, the true ability of S-classes was. During this period, he had been researching without stop, but his progress had been limited to his knowledge of his body alone. As for the real abilities of S-classes, he knew nothing. Perhaps that S-class devil could tell him about it? Chen Feng smiled bitterly and gave up on this disaster-seeking thought. Have there been other discoveries? Chen Feng asked. The employee nodded. Yes. After extracting the different compositions, we tried reversing the function of a certain substance. With the help of the genetic union, we were able to produce a reverse summoning dust. Finishing his words, the employee took out a gene reagent. It was a bottle of yellow powder. As for the usage of the powder, it was a no-brainer. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This thing. The urine of the young prince could reduce the summoning requirements, allowing the summoning process to be completed ahead of time. If it was reversed, this thing would be able to. Sealing, the employee stated in excitement. This thing is capable of sealing the lifeforms summoned through the prince's urine with a 90% rate of effectiveness. 90%! Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. If this was used on that S-class devil. But we still need more time. The employee knew what Chen Feng was thinking. That devil is too powerful. To seal him up, we do not have enough powder. We need more time. Excellent. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this result. Is there anything else? The summoned lifeforms all have an intense odor on their body. After breaking down the components within the liquid, we were able to obtain the decomposition formula for this odor and are able to easily locate the lifeforms that carry this odor, the employee explained. very good. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Detecting and sealing, everything would be done in one go. Next, they only needed to gather a sufficient amount of the yellow powder before they could make a move against the devils. For Chen Feng, this was a rare opportunity. After all, that was an S-class. At present, Chen Feng alone was the apex of humanity. Before him, no other paths of advancement could be followed. As such, he had to use other means to open up a path of advancement for humanity. What exactly was the true power of an S-class? He was looking forward to it. I will get the people of the Gene Production Association to come and help out as well. Try to hasten the progress, Chen Feng stated decisively. Hopefully the Genetic Union and the Research Agency can also put their focus on this. Before that devil recovers fully, we must get rid of him. Understood, the employees replied with a solemn expression. They knew how important this was. An odd shout resounded. Ah! Chen Feng glanced over. The employees were extracting the liquid for study yet again. What a pitiful fellow. The employee noted Chen Feng's expression of pity and cautiously asked, should we slow it down? No, Chen Feng stated with melancholy. Just feed him more water. The employee. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, We are the Foreign Affairs Department. Chapter 598, We are the Foreign Affairs Department. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the Devil Race's territory. Beneath the rich moonlight, a huge monster the size of a small building appeared. The vicious eyes of this monster appeared petrifying, and the might contained within a single howl caused countless beasts to tremble with fear. As the monster howled, its gaze was fixed on the opponent before it. The aura of this opponent was extremely feeble, yet a hair-raising sense of danger could still be felt from this opponent. Howl. Howl. The monster howled, seemingly trying to scare this opponent into leaving its territory. And yet... Bang! The opponent took a step forth, leaking a faint aura. Instantly, the monster's expression changed. Abruptly, the monster turned around and started to flee. Alas, it was already too late. Bang! An immense force could be felt harshly smashing this monster down to the ground. A tiny figure walked over. This fellow that was even smaller than the monster's claws walked to the front of that monster before imprinting a red seal on the monster's forehead. Instantly, the vicious gaze of the monster became empty before slowly becoming docile as the monster prostrated on the ground deferentially. Not bad at all. The old devil was very satisfied. He patted the latest victim he was standing on. His devil army was growing in size. With the power of that S-class devil, he was able to defeat all opponents. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could finally restore the devils to their former glory. Right at this moment, the S-class devil's eyes shimmered slightly. Those empty eyes became clear for a split second before returning to normal. The old devil swept his surroundings with his acute gaze. He muttered to himself, weird. I seemed to feel some ominous aura earlier? Was it a misconception? Failing to detect any other auras, he shook his head and decided to depart this place hastily. Light swirled around and the devils vanished amid the darkness. Presently, at the Genetic Union, the latest plan they had conceived against the devils was being prepared. Eliminating the devils during this period while the humans and ancients were still in their honeymoon phase was the most apt choice. Perhaps peace would finally grace this planet. The problem now was... Should we inform the ancients of this? The deputy asked with a solemn expression. Everyone sank into silence. The strength of the ancients could not be underestimated. One could say that the ancients were in fact stronger than the humans. Previously, when going on missions against the devils or on other special missions, they had always encountered the ancients accidentally, resulting in a battle erupting between the two parties. Now that they had obtained a temporary peace, should they inform the ancients of this plan? Notify them about it, then. The strategy department head waved his hand. Even if we don't notify them, they will find out about it anyway. If we were to encounter them during battle without telling them in advance, it would be quite awkward. The others understood. True. Suddenly, someone thought of something. What about the strategy? The strategy department head's eyes gleamed. It would be for the best if the ancients could work with us. True, now that they were in an absolute honeymoon stage with the ancients, if they could work together with the ancients. Do it, then. The strategy department head patted his thigh and stated in joy, Bagu, I will hand this assignment to your diplomacy department. Ba Gu's complexion became ashen as he gnashed his teeth. Foreign Affairs. We are the Foreign Affairs Department. Not diplomacy. The Strategy Department head did not seem bothered. Is there a difference? As far as the ancients are concerned, you guys are the Diplomacy Department. I heard that when selecting candidates to breed with the ancients, even your younger brother was sent, right? Ha 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 ha. Ba Gu's expression darkened. The deputy president held his laugh in and coughed. Stop quarreling. Let the Foreign Affairs Department deal with this, then. If we could work with the ancients to get rid of the devils, that would be beneficial to both our races. The devil race with an S-class expert is truly akin to an unstable nuclear warhead. I suppose the ancients are rather impatient to destroy the devils themselves as well, but. Understood, Ba Gu replied. I mean, if it doesn't progress smoothly, you can get your younger brothers and the others to have some pillow talk with the ancients, right? The deputy president proposed. Ba Gu? Cough, cough. Let's do this then, the deputy president announced. Let's implement our plan. The the Foreign Affairs Department would be in charge of communicating to the ancients their intention for a joint mission. The Strategy Department would be in charge of drawing the overall plan and deploying the required manpower for the mission. Regardless of whether the ancients were willing to work with them or not, this was a battle the humans had to fight. Even with the sealing reagent they had created with the help of the young devil prince, the power of an S-class couldn't be underestimated. This mission would be much more dangerous than their past missions. As for the main force, it would be the Genetic Union President and numerous other top experts of humanity. All of them were peak beyond A classes. This was the eldest group of the peak A classes of humanity. Before the appearance of the Beyond X gene reagent, these people had already been peak A classes. They were the strongest humans, possessing strength far surpassing the imaginations of regular people. Those beyond A1, A2, and so on who had advanced relying on the Beyond X gene reagent were simply not in the same league as these people. These people were true experts, each of them being a legend in their own right. Naturally, in such a team, an oddity was included, Chen Feng. Chen Feng's first battle after his return had stunned countless people. With a kick, Chen Lycian had been sent flying. This was extremely shocking. Even now, his strength level was still an enigma to a lot of people. They had tried asking Chen Feng about it before, but he had only replied with a simple answer, peak beyond A class. Has Chen Feng truly reached peak beyond A class? I guess so. This is way too fast, right? Is it truly as he said, where one needs to be in constant life and death tempering to break through at a faster pace? That is indeed true. However, Chen Feng's speed is still too impossible, right? From B class to his present level, how long did he take? I am not worried about that. I am worried that Chen Feng might have used some unique methods or trump cards to be able to send Chen Lycian flying with a kick. What difference does it make? Of course there's a difference. A true peak beyond A class and someone who can only reach peak beyond A class during unique and specific circumstances are way too different. The combat power between the two is as different as the sky and earth. Chen Feng's identity is too unique. If something were to happen to him, it would be too heavy a loss for the humans. Have you forgotten what happened when he was believed to have died previously? The deputy president was extremely distressed. They wanted to prohibit Chen Feng from joining, yet this time, they couldn't even find an excuse. In terms of authority, Chen Feng had now exceeded all of them combined. In terms of strength, Chen Feng was now at the apex of humanity. How could they restrict his actions? The deputy president sighed. Get people to pay more attention to his safety, then. This time, get our own people to do the job. No matter what, his safety must be assured. The strategy department accepted the command. Understood. You may leave now. The deputy president stared ahead in silence. Chen Feng seemed to always have excellent luck, to be able to create miracles repeatedly. Apart from his strength, his excellent luck had played quite a big role in his achievements. Hopefully, you will still be favored by luck this time, the deputy president muttered. Unknown to him, that person he thought to be favored by luck, that creator of miracles, was presently in an extremely melancholic mood due to his luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Update Online. Chapter 599, Update Online. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What's the matter? Chen Feng looked at the illusory world in stupefaction. This illusory world was a unique world of luck aura. Here, he had created an illusory world that could assist in the operation of his luck aura. Here, he could see all the information regarding his luck aura, luck value, deductions, and the existence of spirit. Yet now, everything was gone. Since he had returned from the transmigration, this space had remained empty. However, this was supposed to be normal, since he had exhausted all his luck value during the transmigration. He had always believed that after recovering his luck value, this world would return to normal soon after. But nothing had returned. This world remained a blank space of nothingness. The amount of luck value, the floating numbers, the countdown timer, his alarm system, everything he had created to help with his usage of luck aura had vanished. Feng tried calling for Spirit. Spirit? Spirit's figure appeared from the darkness. Here. What happened here? Feng asked curiously. Spirit frowned, seemingly vexed about this as well. It seems to be evolving. Evolving? Feng was somewhat stupefied. His luck aura could still evolve? Yes. Spirit nodded. It is seemingly related to your breakthrough to S-Class. S-Class. Feng was still doubtful. But then, my luck value was still there when I had just broken through. MHM. Spirit said, please wait a moment. Let me take a look. Ah, it was the instant when you transmigrated back to this world that this space started evolving. Perhaps it was a reaction to a certain power it sensed? Sensed? Feng was alarmed. Something that could only be sensed in this world? Suddenly, Feng felt like he had been neglecting his luck aura all this time. This thing he had picked up in his former world was able to function in this different world. Such power wasn't something that could be described with something as simple as energy. Previous life, genetic era, alien world. Feng had been to countless places and luck aura had still worked normally. But that was all there was to it. When it came to updates, it seemed like the luck aura could only be updated here in this world. Therefore, could it be that this thing could only go online for its updates here in this world? Within this world was a certain signal emitter that was emitting a unique power belonging to luck aura? Feng had no answer to that, but he guessed that that might truly be the case. This signal emitter might very well be the origin of luck aura. Hold on, why had the fortune stone appeared in the library of his previous world, then? Obviously, that stone was an item from this world. And what exactly was this update? This evolution? Why had reaching S-Class enabled this update? Suddenly, Feng noticed that he might have stumbled upon something that normally seemed like nothing special, something he had never noticed all this while, something that he should have noticed long ago. In the past, he had never thought about this. Or perhaps one could say that he had never pursued this line of thought. Feng contemplated. Is it because of my realm being insufficient back then, because of me being too weak? He extended his hand. His hand flickered, alternating between an illusory and physical state before returning to normal. S-Class. What kind of realm was this, exactly? Feng could not decide if the timing of this update was bad or not. But then again, something like an update should never be a bad thing, right? After all, it was luck aura that was updating here rather than iOS. Hopefully the performance won't drop after the update. Feng muttered to himself. I doubt the performance will drop. Spirit frowned. I can feel the upgrade. It should be finished in a short amount of time and will most probably be much stronger as well. However, during the update, the luck aura cannot be used. Feng smiled bitterly. I know. If the update wasn't complete by the time the trip to the Devil Race's territory began, he would be truly screwed. Facing a big shot S-Class, he had no confidence without any luck value as his trump card. Spirit pondered and said, however, if something like Spirit Seawood was provided, perhaps the update could be accelerated. Feng's eyes shone. Spirit Seawood. Yes, how could he have forgotten that? Back then, the various minor updates of his luck aura had always been due to Spirit Seawood. At that time, for a tiny bit of Spirit Seawood, he had exhausted no small amount of effort. However, just as he ready to use his luck aura to look for some Spirit Seawood, he remembered that luck aura couldn't be used right now. Feng smiled bitterly. I had forgotten about this. Let me give it a try. Spirit said smilingly, although I can't utilize the power of luck aura, oddly, I am very sensitive to everything concerning the power of luck. Spirit cast her senses out. MHM. Within her senses, some vague dots of light appeared. She couldn't get a clear look at them. However, it was sufficient for her to obtain a rough estimate of their locations. Feng's eyes gleamed. Excellent. With his apex strength nowadays, he would be nearly unstoppable. Schwa. Schwa. In the following period, Chen Feng swept through the numerous corners of the world, gathering everything with the power of luck regardless of whether it was spirit sea wood or not. These items were all fed to his luck aura. Even though the update was still not completed even after all this, he could clearly see that spirit appeared more distinct now. It was indeed working. Somewhat unfortunately, he failed to locate any spirit sea wood during his searches. Spirit shook her head. That was a rare item in the first place. Spirit sea wood was a legendary item and was easily destroyed. As such, merely obtaining some clues about its traces was already a sufficiently good result. Chen Feng continued his crazy search. Alas, even as he approached the date of departure to the Devil Race's territory, the update was still not complete. The world of Luck Aura still seemed dead with only the occasional appearance of Spirit wearing an anxious expression on her face. Evidently, she did not fancy such an empty world either. How much longer? Asked Chen Feng. Spirit was bewildered. I don't know. I can only feel that it's near completion, but as for the exact time. Spirit shook her head. She couldn't ascertain the exact timing of the update's completion. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. It seems like I can only rely on myself this time, then. Even those peak beyond the classes of the genetic union weren't afraid. What should an S-class like him be afraid of? He was, after all, the theoretical number one expert of the human race. Yet despite this being true, Chen Feng was still a sort of bogus S-class. In a sense, the present him was similar to an A-class warrior that had yet to fuse with an A-class gene. Even now, Chen Feng didn't understand what the power of S-class was. The present him was merely somewhat stronger than a peak beyond a class. Moreover, his superiority was purely in terms of brute force. He was confident that his pure brute force and energy alone would most certainly surpass all the classes. However, those peak beyond a classes still possessed numerous unfathomable abilities, or perhaps unique abilities that ignored all energy, such as what Kong Bai possessed. These were things even an S-class like him did not possess. Previously, he'd had his luck aura as his trump card. As such, he'd had no misgivings. Now that he didn't have his luck aura, he had to be extra careful in everything he did. This was especially true since his opponent this time was similarly an S-class. This was also why Chen Feng had requested to participate in this mission as well. He had to witness with his own eyes the methods available to an S-class, to witness the true power of an S-class. The genetic union joined this mission for the sake of the devil genes, but he had joined for the sake of power. The next day, under the great works of the Foreign Affairs Department, the humans and ancients reached an agreement. The ancients would deploy several peak beyond a classes as well. An allied squad of 12 was formed for this S-class devil hunting mission. And with this, the first joint mission of the humans and ancients began. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, A Magnificent Existence. Chapter 600, A Magnificent Existence. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In a certain area within the unknown regions that the humans, ancients, and devils had yet to start developing was a bright and clear lake. The surface of the lake looked like a flawless white jade. A light yellow stone floated above the lake, flickering with a faint yellow light like rhythmic breathing. Howl. A mutated beast appeared. With greed, the beast gazed at that stone. It was about to dash over. Suddenly, a blue leopard appeared from behind it and pushed this beast to the ground before killing it. When the gaze of the leopard landed on the stone above the lake, vigilance flashed through its gaze. With utmost caution, it approached that stone. A glint flashed through its eyes as it appeared eager to give it a try. Just as it was about to rush out. Shio! A meteor descended abruptly, smashing down to the ground nearby. Whoosh! The blue leopard had already been prepared for this and vanished in a flash. The ground it had stepped on previously had already been struck. The leopard only reappeared after a long time. All around, there were several tens of craters, all created by meteors. Every time it acted in a way that would threaten that stone, a calamity would befall it. It would either be attacked by some other beasts, or even plants, or a calamity would descend from the sky. As for that stone, it remained safe and sound even now. Around the stone was a huge pile of bones. Howl. The blue leopard howled threateningly before retreating slowly. Above the lake, that stone flickered as usual, as if nothing had happened at all. Countless howls could be heard. Countless beasts wanted to enter, yet all died in mysterious ways. Right at this instant, a faint figure formed in the distance. An aged figure appeared. Step by step, he walked forth until he arrived. Indeed. Is it related to you? The old man raised his foot, trying to step into the lake. Bang! A meteor descended abruptly. The old man shook his head, raised his hand, and waved. That meteor descending with boundless might was exterminated the moment it neared the old man, unable to cause any sort of harm to that old man. The old man narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Schwa! He stepped on the lake's surface. Light started swirling about. The space around him cracked, and next, a spatial tunnel appeared out of thin air for no apparent reason. A boundless pulling force appeared, trying to pull the old man in. The old man raised his hand and destroyed the spatial tunnel with brute force and took yet another step forward. Bang! From the planet's core, suddenly, lava erupted upward. Combined with the power of energy, every single burst of lava carried astonishing might. All of it charged in the direction of that old man. At this, the smile on that old man's face shrunk somewhat. After stopping the lava, he took another step forward. Bang! Bang! From below the lake, boundless power erupted. Lava. Water. Radiance. All sorts of wondrous and mystical powers charged out one after another, all trying to stop the old man's progress. The energy barrier around the old man, which had been capable of blocking everything, was fading. Ultimately, the old man stopped his steps. He contemplated. It's intelligent? Schwa! His figure flashed. Instantly, he appeared beside the stone and grabbed at it. Alas, right at this instant, he felt a stifling sense of crisis. His entire body felt like he had been thrown into an icy cave. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his whole life, the sense of death. He stopped his hand that was reaching toward the stone. There was no gushing energy around him and no fatal danger could be seen, yet his entire body still stopped, and he retreated one step at a time. By the time he had left the lake's surface, his back was already drenched with sweat. This thing. An alarmed expression appeared on his face. This thing was much scarier than he had imagined, yet it just had to be in such a place. Gazing at that ordinary-looking stone that was still flickering with a faint yellow light as it floated above the lake, the old man gave it a deep gaze before ultimately deciding to leave. The lake recovered its previous tranquility. In the devil race's territory. The devils under the command of the old devil were increasing in number without stop. With the help of that S-class devil, he defeated all opposition among the devils. Nearly every newly reawakened devil had fallen under his control, becoming his devoted underling. A flying devil in the sky passed on some information. The humans have arrived. I am aware of that. The old devil stood up. The humans had indeed not given up yet. Ever since the humans had received news regarding the S-class, they had been akin to a cat that had smelled a fish. They had had their gaze fixed on the devils all this while, unwilling to look away. This was inevitable. The humans and the ancients might have the potential to coexist in peace, but how about the devils? It was impossible. First, a huge amount of devils were still in hibernation in the soil beneath the human lands. Second, the humans were a race that increased their strength through gene fusion, and the devils were included among the materials for the humans' fusion gene reagents. The genes of the devils could be used like all the other mutated beasts. As such, their relationship was more akin to predator and prey. The humans and devils were completely incompatible with each other. The old devil knew that a day would come when the humans came for them, yet he had never imagined that during the war between the humans and the devils, the ancients would actually join in as allies of the humans. The old devil's eyes gleamed coldly. Have they become much more idiotic after becoming female? Since the humans and the ancients had joined hands, he would just eliminate both races together. Normally, he would not have a chance to accomplish such feat. However, since he had already been expecting the arrival of the humans, he naturally had made his own preparations. This was the final chance for the declining devil race. He stood up. A faint radiance started condensing. In the distant village, numerous steels filled with seals stood tall. Around the steels lingered an odd mist. The devils took in a deep breath and an expression of utmost pleasure appeared on their faces. Vaguely, their strength was increasing. This was the precious land of the devils and also the land of death for the humans and ancients. The wind is blowing, the old devil muttered. Suddenly, a bizarre wind started howling. On the ground that had previously appeared desolate, numerous trees appeared. Instantly, this desolate plain transformed into a forest filled with a cold aura. The numerous steels had actually all transformed into trees. And with that, this bizarre place had transformed into an extremely ordinary-looking forest. Faintly, some terrifying things could be seen wandering about the ground and the sky, causing the scalps of any onlookers to feel numb. This was the domain of the devils. Howl. Numerous howls resounded. countless crow-shaped devils flew out. The eyes of the old devil gleamed coldly, seemingly capable of seeing the myriad world, seeing every nook and corner within 1,000 miles. Suddenly, a certain spot within the mist rolled. The old devil focused his gaze. The humans had arrived. I have been waiting a long time for you guys. The old devil grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth with faint traces of blood on them. Presently, far away from the devils, the joint squad of the humans and ancients had appeared in the outer forest. This should be the place, a lady of the ancient race stated sweetly. She walked back and forth as her attractive, tiny waist swerved right and left. When she walked past the Genetic Union president, she even threw him a wink before slapping the president's butt. Quite perky. The president was dumbstruck. His eyes widened, he had evidently yet to recover from his shock. He, the illustrious president of the Genetic Union, still commanded a healthy amount of respect even though he usually stayed in seclusion all year round, yet now. Was he too behind the times, or was it that these ancients were too brave? He abruptly extended his hand. You? Calm down, calm down. Bagu pulled at the president and whispered, these ancients are not used to human culture yet. In their understanding, this act of slapping one's butt is merely a simple act of flirting. Ka! Ka! The president clenched his fists tightly. Investigate this fellow for me. The president took in a deep breath. If she was originally female, I will forget about it, but if his original name is something like Godan, Taiju, Tuanai, or something similar, I will most certainly beat him to death. Bagu smiled bitterly. He looked at the fellow that had dared to mess with their president and found that the person was still busy throwing flirtatious glances over. Evidently, she had yet to discover the bizarre mood around her. What was this? Should he advise them? He dared not. Everyone here was a peak beyond a class, he was the only exception. That was because the ancients that had come were all the leaders of the ancient race rather than common citizens. As such, to avoid friction, Bagu was required to be here. And thus, this Foreign Affairs Department head had been brought along this mission. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. It has been hard on you. Bagu felt extremely helpless. We are truly not the diplomacy department. I know, Chen Feng stated with a respectful expression. How can you guys be the diplomacy department? In this honeymoon period between the humans and ancients, it is of utmost importance to prevent any frictions. Your tasks are not as simple as diplomacy. Rather, you guys are as magnificent as lube. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.